Chapter 157, People Who Sow Conflicts. The lower district of the Kagomayama city was vast. The public order was more or less as bad as the wasteland. And in the area that had even worse public order, there were some organizations with strong economic power doing illegal businesses. They employed powerful military power to control the other smaller organizations within that area. Izant family was one such organization. Its territory expanded from the slum city all the way to the lower district. Izant family's base was located in a certain mansion that was in the boundary between the slum city and the wasteland. That mansion demonstrated the power of the organization, and the most important thing was not the size of the mansion. There was no shortage of land in the eastern district, and with the advancement of technology, people could build mansions relatively cheap. But it was a whole different problem whether it was safe or not for them to do so. The main reason why the land inside the inner wall was expensive was simply because it was safer. Having a mansion right next to the wasteland meant exposing it to monsters' attacks. It showed that they had enough money to pay for the people to guard that mansion, unlike those countless small gangs scattered inside the city. In a large guest room inside that mansion, the boss of the Izant family, Rogolt, was sitting while thinking hard. On the other side of the table, in front of him, Viola was smiling like usual. Rogolt had his men standing guard behind him, while Viola had Carol standing guard behind her. They were all armed. Rogolt looked at the 4 pictures on top of the tables while immersed in his thoughts. His gaze then returned to Viola. Viola tried to analyze his gaze, if it was saying that there was a chance for negotiation or not, as she happily said. So then, what do you think? It's not a bad offer. 2 of the pictures were of Akira and Katsuya. Akira looked slightly annoyed in that picture, while Katsuya was smiling as if that picture was taken for publicity. We also did some investigation about those 2. That Katsuya boy has his past record properly written in the report from Drankum, so it's easy to compare it with the information that you brought in. His hunter rank is also pretty high. Well, basically, I'm sure he's indeed a strong hunter. While that Akira boy, he has a rather low hunter rank. But I heard that he was able to fight against 8 robbers all by himself recently, and if I add the information about him that you just brought in, well, I'm sure he's pretty strong too. If I can get both of them working for me, our battle against Horias would definitely be easier. We're thankful that you even prepared a way to make them work under us. I'm glad that you found it interesting. Viola said that with a bright smile, but Rogolt suddenly put some intimidation in his voice. So then, how much of it was your plan? Viola tilted her head and looked confused, but she looked rather exaggerating. What do you mean? Don't play fool with me. Even I at least know that you're not a decent human. It's your usual modus operandi to spread information that doesn't seem connected to one another at a glance in order to manipulate the situation for your own benefit, right? That's a big misunderstanding. It's just that those people who bought information from me made a blunder and pinned the blame on me. They're really giving me a lot of trouble. Misunderstanding? Rogolt snorted. The method to control these Katsuya and Akira that you offered is basically taking hostage the girls they love. It's all good up to there. They're guys, after all. It's not strange for them to go that far for the girls they love. The other 2 pictures on the table were of Alna and Cheryl. According to Viola, Akira was emotionally invested in Cheryl, whereas Katsuya was in Alna. But I highly doubt that everything is a coincidence. Rogolt started questioning Viola. He was suspicious about the information she brought in. It was hard for him to believe that it was all out of pure coincidence. It took an unnaturally short time for people to misunderstand that Cheryl's relic shop was selling expensive relics, and the robbers even misjudged Akira to be a small fry. Cheryl wanted to take her chance with her relics shop, so she wanted to eventually reopen it, but now that Akira was going to return back to his hunter work, she needed other people to guard her shop. If Cheryl joined Izant family, she could have the gang guard her shop, and Rogolt would be able to use Akira through Cheryl. After all, Akira was so invested in Cheryl to the point that he had bought an expensive dress for her and made her the boss of a gang. As for Katsuya, he seemed to be abnormally interested in Alna, who should have been just a common pickpocket. He even used the power of Drankum to protect Alna, who was being hunted by Akira, but of course, that could not stay for long. If the Izant family gave shelter to Alna, they could make a deal with Katsuya, or if they took Alna hostage, they could use it to control him. With all of these things mixed together, Rogolt found himself in a situation where he could easily manipulate both Katsuya and Akira. But Rogolt could not ignore the feeling that someone was setting this up. I admit that the information from you is accurate. But the reason why those robbers aimed for Cheryl's shop as well as them mistaking that Akira as a weak hunter, they're all because of the information that you spread. You manipulated them into attacking Cheryl's shop, didn't you? It's just a coincidence. Another relic shop asked me to gather information about Cheryl's shop, and Shirjima asked me to check Akira's real strength. So it's not like I did that because I wanted to. Then, how do you know that Alna is staying in one of the Drankum's mansion when it should be restricted only to Drankum members? And why have you even made some preparations to get her kicked out from there? There are people inside Drankum who don't want Katsuya to get involved with a pickpocket from the slum for the sake of keeping their reputation with their sponsors in the inner wall. You should be able to at least guess that much, right? That if Akira is really as strong as you make him out to be, it's strange that Alna could steal his wallet. If he's really that strong, he should have been able to stop her. And even if it is because he was caught off guard when that happened, he should still be able to get it back if Alna was somewhere near where he could still track her down. It's also strange that Katsuya would go that far to protect that Alna. She's just a stranger to him, right? And it's not like Alna was wearing an expensive dress that might make people mistake her as a rich lady either. Not to mention that the person hunting for Alna is not just a common hunter. Akira has even participated in hunting bounty monsters. Is this Katsuya really risking a fight against that hunter just to help a mere lowly pickpocket? I know that he's weak with girls, but it's still unnatural, you know. Even if you ask me so, I'm sure that there are times when Akira makes mistakes. His money might have gotten stolen because of that. As for that Katsuya, maybe he is just really kind and really weak to girls, you know. Even in the reports for Drankum's sponsor from the inner wall, they are highly praising Katsuya for his kindness. I also heard that he has so many girls around him that people even mock his group as the harem squad. So he might just be someone who would casually risk his life for girls. Rogolt then continued pointing out contradictions and abnormalities in Viola's story while checking for a reaction from her. But Viola always replied casually and calmly just like usual. Eventually, Rogolt ran out of materials and found himself with nothing more to say. Seriously now, can you really say that you didn't do anything else other than just gathering information? If I really have to say something here, I just sent someone to check how far Katsuya would go for Alna to help me find a plan to get him to give up on her. I was also surprised when I found out that Katsuya would not give up Alna even after offering him 20 million orum, and when I was content that I could get some information on him, the people that I sent got killed, you know. Thanks to that, I can't collect the rest of their debts. It was a huge loss. The reason why I came here to sell this information is to make up for that loss. And since you're a reputable person, I agreed to give you the information first before you pay for it, right? I really hope that you would pay me a lot for it afterwards. Rogolt smiled wickedly. I don't know about that. It's true that it's rather valuable information, but there are a lot of things that I can't just accept. So I can't really say if I would give you the amount of money that you're hoping for. Viola looked rather surprised. She then smiled confidently. Oh my, are you really going to go that far? Geez, it can't be helped then. It doesn't feel right to demand money for information that you don't find to your liking. Curl, let's leave. Seeing how Viola was really about to leave, Rogolt suspiciously said, You sure you don't need the money? You suffered a big loss, right? But you don't seem desperate at all there. Viola smiled. But of course, it takes a lot of money to gather information, you know. That's why, if you don't take this offer, I think I'll go bankrupt. So I'm planning to sell the same information to Horias. Horias was another gang that was more or less as powerful as Izant family, and they were in a feud against each other. They were very close to starting a full-blown war for territories. If Horias got the same information, they might get the upper hand against the Izant family. Why you fox? Rogolt could not help but to raise his voice in anger. His men behind him readied their rifles in reflex. But Carol already aimed her rifle at Rogolt faster than anyone present. Rogalt frowned and made a stern face as he signaled his men to lower their rifles. Viola smiled at Rogalt and asked, "So then, should I leave now? All right." Rogalt seemed to have given up and took out his information terminal. "There, I sent it. Go ahead and confirm it." Viola opened her information terminal and checked her bank account. She then lightly shook her head. "That's not enough." "What? Are you kidding me? Shouldn't that be enough?" "That's true if it's just to pay for that information. But that's not enough to stop me from selling that information to Horius. And also, since you even made some extra work for Carol here, I'll need to pay for her extra wage too. It's your fault, so you have to pay for that too. So with all included, let's see, you'll need to pay me 50% more than what you just transferred." In contrast to Rogalt, who looked pretty angry, Viola was smiling as if she just confirmed her victory. "That's your fault for doing something that you shouldn't have back there. Or is it that you want me to demand more money?" Rogalt clicked his tongue and sent the demanded amount of money. "Yup, I've received it. Don't worry, as an information broker, I won't sell it to other places. I can promise you that, Humph, I bet that you made the same offers to the other people too. You won't live for long, you know. I'm already used to hearing that from other people, but for some reason, they always die first. So you better be careful, okay?" Viola only left that threat and smiled wickedly before she left that place with Carol. Rogalt immediately yelled at his men as if he was venting his anger. "Get moving! Now!" While he saw his men flusteredly scurrying to get on with their jobs, he promised himself to vent his anger on Horias first before venting it on Viola. Akira finally finished choosing modification parts for his rifle with some help from Sarah and Elena. Akira, who took a long time deciding which one to choose, was able to finish choosing relatively fast with the help from Elena and Sarah. He even finished installing the modifications there. Now that his new rifle was modified to the point that he had to use special types of bullets, plus the modification parts too, he had to pay 60 million aurum in total. Although he ended up spending a little more money than his original budget, he was satisfied with the result. Akira packed everything he bought into his vehicle and thanked Shizuka, Elena and Sarah, who saw him off, especially to Shizuka. "Thank you very much for everything." Shizuka noticed that Akira directed his thanks mostly at her. She then smiled and said, "I'm a merchant after all. It's my job to serve customers. If you want to thank someone, you should thank Elena and Sarah. They helped you, although they're not obliged to do that." "That's true. I'm sorry for taking your time." Akira lightly bowed to Sarah and Elena. Elena noticed the same thing that Shizuka also noticed, but she didn't show that on her face as she smiled at Akira and said, "Don't worry, it's not like we have something else to do anyway, not to mention that you helped us a lot too in the past, we can at least help you that much." Sarah also smiled as if to dispel something that was worrying her. "Although I'm sure that they'll work just fine, if you have any trouble with the parts that we picked for you, please tell us. I might have picked some parts based on my strength, you see. So the kickback might be rather strong, though I think it should be okay with that augmented suit." "I'm sure it'll be okay, I'll take my leave then." Akira hopped onto his vehicle and left the shop. Elena and Sarah were lightly waving at Akira as he drove off, but the moment Akira was no longer in their views, their expression turned stern. Elena understood that Shizuka interjected back then for their sake. "Did we say something that we shouldn't have back there? Shizuka, what do you think would have happened if I went and told Akira that we wanted him to stop hunting for that pickpocket no matter what? I think he'll really stop hunting for that pickpocket for real. But in exchange for that, I bet he'll stop maintaining the close relationship that he has with both of you until now. In the worst-case scenario, he might even cut any relationship with both of you." The word severance money came up in the back of Elena's mind. That time, if she had told Akira that she wanted him to stop no matter what, Akira would have really stopped hunting for that Alna. But she would have had to pay it with the relationship that they had built up until now as the severance money. Considering that Shizuka even interjected there, Elena thought that her guess might as well be true. Elena tried to remember what she had said while making a grim face. But she could not think that she said anything that bad. Did I say something that really angered him? "Sarah, I'm sorry, it seems that I really soured our relationship with Akira because of something I said." Sarah looked rather dispirited as she shook her head. It's not your fault. I didn't notice that I said something pretty bad back there as well. Sarah lightly sighed. That if you hadn't cut in, our relationship with Akira might have ended then and there. Shizuka, thank you, you really saved us. Sarah smiled and thanked Shizuka, but this time, it was Shizuka who made a stern face. Though it might be too late, are you sure that was fine? Of course, why did you ask? As long as Akira is still hunting that pickpocket, there's a good chance that he'll get into a fight with that Katsuya, you know. I did tell him to think carefully about it, but it'll only buy some time at most. Moreover, if he still decides to kill that pickpocket after he thinks about it calmly, this time, he might really hunt for that pickpocket to the end of the world. You have a point there. I wonder if that was a mistake. It might have been better if I was able to come up with something else to calm him down back there. It seemed that Shizuka doubted her own choice there, but Sarah could not think of any better solution than that. Moreover, she did not want to think that Shizuka made the wrong decision. After all, had Shizuka not cut in, she would have asked Akira to stop no matter what. If that had happened, Sarah felt that Akira would have cut any ties with them. Their relationship would turn into acquaintances who were frequenting the same shop, and if she tried to invite him to go to the ruin again, Akira might casually refuse without even considering it, and Sarah would not want that. Elena and Sarah knew that they were thinking of the same thing and told themselves not to make the same mistake ever again. Shizuka, do you have any idea why Akira reacted that strongly? I don't mind even if it's just your guess. The guess? Now that you mention it, there was a time when he sounded really in a bad mood. I wonder if it has something to do with that. Shizuka then told what had happened to Elena and Sarah. Elena and Sarah's expression turned even more cloudy after they heard Shizuka's story. Elena lightly hung her head. That's so, he got that annoyed even when he was able to contain the damage, huh? That explains why he got annoyed when his money got stolen. Although it isn't worth that much. Judging from how bad his mood got back there, he must have thought that we seemed to believe more in Katsuya's story to the point that we're willing to pay to help him. Geez, what a disaster. Shizuka looked at Elena as if she was pitying Elena. I bet there were many occasions where people didn't believe him at all in the past to the point that he did not expect anyone to believe him from the start. It exactly felt like that when you asked him if Katsuya's explanation was true or not. Elena made a stern face and said, I should have been able to notice it if only I paid more attention to him. I guess I put too much trust in the information that I got beforehand, huh? And that happened to me, who usually handles negotiations too. What a big blunder. Sarah lightly smiled at Elena and tried to cheer her up. Elena, please don't be too hard on yourself. That also applies to me too. I believed in Katsuya's story too much. Katsuya did not seem to lie and he sounded pretty desperate too after all. So it's not strange that we didn't even doubt his story. Wait. What's wrong? No, it's just that, now that I think about it, it's weird that we didn't even question it, although it's not like Katsuya was directly involved and it's basically secondhand information. Now that you mention it, that's true. Elena and Sarah suddenly noticed that strangeness. Shizuka tilted her head and looked at them, equally confused. Alpha was observing Akira, who was driving the vehicle. Although he obtained his new equipment, he looked rather down. There was also a trace of anger that accompanied it. Akira noticed Alpha was looking at him, but he did not react at all while still looking annoyed. But of course, he could not ignore her gaze forever. That is there anything you want to say to me or something? You now have your new augmented suit and you have modified your rifle to the point that it's a completely different rifle. I want to spend some time analyzing both the new augmented suit and rifle so that I will be able to have full control over both of them. We'll only go back to our hunter job after that, so we're not going to the wasteland anytime soon. But is that all? Akira seemed to be doubtful, but Alpha smiled like usual and said, if you really want to know, I actually also agree with Elena and Sarah. It's better if you stop hunting that pickpocket out of stubbornness. Although, my reasoning is different compared to them. What do you mean? Unlike Elena and Sarah, I don't care if that pickpocket dies. What I'm worried about is the trouble it would cause you later after you kill that pickpocket. If you really want to kill her that much, it might be a good idea to get a long-range anti-personnel sniper rifle and snipe that pickpocket from far away. It isn't worth the trouble antagonizing Drankum just to kill that one pickpocket. In that regard, I agree with Elena and Sarah. Akira frowned and asked skeptically, "Then why didn't you recommend me to buy that rifle? Do you think an anti-personnel rifle has any use in the old world ruin?" Akira could not say anything back. Alpha made a serious face and continued, "The only reason I'm giving you my support is so that you'll complete my request. Of course, if you ask me, I might help you with other things too, but things like this are normally outside my support. So don't forget about that." Akira did not say anything back for a while, but he suddenly sighed and lowered his shoulders. He did think of killing Alna and fighting Katsuya and his group, but he assumed that he would have Alpha's support when he considered that. It was true that Alpha was not obliged to go that far to help him, so him thinking that it was given for Alpha to help him was nothing more than him being too naive. Akira thought so as he mocked himself. "You're right, I was too naive." He might have gotten a little bit too stubborn without him realizing it. Akira thought so as he took a deep breath and let it go. It might be just a self-suggestion, but he did feel lighter after he did that. Alpha's expression returned back to its usual gentle smile. "I don't mind if you want to take advantage of my support, but do remember that I won't help you if you're going to do something that would put your own life at risk. If there's no danger in it, I won't stop you. If you want a sniper rifle, let's buy one next time, a long-barrel one with super long range. Well, I'll think about it again once I earn more money. There's no need to rush, I'll think about it carefully." "Indeed, you better do so." Alpha smiled at Akira as if to look over him and thought. The reason why Alpha urged Akira to get away when Elena and Sarah called him right when he was quarreling with Katsuya was simply because she thought that it would cause a crack in their relationship. But after analyzing the result of doing that, Alpha thought that she should have let Akira stay. If it was not for Shizuka, Akira would have seriously decided to stop aiming for Alna and risk a fight with Katsuya and his group, while at the same time, his relationship with Elena and Sarah would have significantly soured. That way, Akira would have been less likely to do something that might cause more trouble. As Alpha thought so, it was not an exaggeration to say that she had made a wrong decision there. The boss of Izant family, Rogalt, was sitting in the guest room inside his mansion. He had his men standing guard behind him. He was directing a rather stern look at the person in front of him. "You refuse, you say?" Cheryl was lightly trembling, but her expression was filled with determination. "Why yes, I can't accept that offer. Do you really understand the situation that you're in right now?" Rogalt glared at Cheryl. Cheryl shivered, her expression stiffened. She was there alone, without any bodyguard. If Rogalt wished it, he could easily kill her there. Rogalt sighed. Cheryl refused his offer, although she understood well the content of the offer. She did not have the ability to make sure that her men would take revenge if she got killed, and it did not seem she had any chance to even make a bluff. She did not seem careless, nor mocked Rogalt and his men. It was also true that she was trembling. Rogalt just could not understand why she refused the offer. "Think again, I have my reputation to uphold. If a small weak gang like you opposes us, it'll hurt our reputation. Or is that you already have a deal with the Horias?" "And no, I don't." "Then, is there anything that you don't like?" "Don't worry, I have no plans to take over your gang or anything like that. I'm just offering you to work under my gang. And since that would mean I'll be your boss and you'll work for me, you'll properly get paid, and of course, I expect that you would obey my orders. Though I might give you some orders just out of spite from time to time, considering the profit that you can get from working under me, I think you'll get more than you lose, you know? You'll be able to reopen your relic shop and you can use that to gather money. Your men will also feel much safer since that attack. It's nothing but good things. If I was in your position, I would have definitely accepted it." Although Rogalt looked calm on the surface, he was actually pretty surprised as he kept thinking at the back of his mind. Why did she refuse? There should be no reason to refuse it considering her situation, position, and power. She knows well that she will only be killed if she refused, but even so, she still refused. Did we kill someone close to her in the past or something? No, it doesn't seem that she has any grudge against us. Rogalt lightly raised his hand. His men immediately aimed their rifles at Cheryl. Cheryl trembled even more and her expression was filled with terror. Rogolt said with such pressure as if he was telling Cheryl that it was her last chance. Think again. Cheryl did not say anything while still shivering. After a short silence, Rogolt clicked his tongue and signaled his men to lower their rifles. She still won't say yes in that situation. What the heck is wrong with her? I just can't understand. Now that she was no longer in immediate danger, Cheryl started breathing again, albeit roughly. Rogolt exasperatedly looked at her and said, "Your courage is commendable. If there's anything you don't like in my offer, go ahead and tell me. I might consider it in respect of your bravery." But Cheryl still would not say anything. Rogolt clicked his tongue and told his men, "Take her away. Lock her up until she changes her mind." Two of his men grabbed Cheryl by her arm and dragged her out. Cheryl did not even fight back at all. Rogolt hung his head low. He thought that it would be a simple negotiation, but that did not seem to be the case and he did not know the reason why. He did not understand why Cheryl reacted so differently than what he expected, and that caused him to feel anxious and irritated. He started to think that the thing he had ignored until now, thinking that it was unlikely, might actually be the reason why. The person who brought that plan to him was Viola. He started to worry if this was also because of something that horrendous woman had planned. Now that he thought about it, he could not just let it off his mind. "I guess I'll try to check it out." Rogolt then went to the other person that his men had locked in the base before Cheryl. In order to fix Akira's mood, Viola told Cheryl about that offer from Izant family. Normally, for a weak gang without a connection like Cheryl's gang, it was a good enough offer. After that, Rogolt's men who Viola called in, guided Cheryl to Izant family's base. Rogolt then told Cheryl the details of the deal in the guest room. Although Cheryl only heard that if she accepted that deal then her gang would work under Rogolt's gang for the first time there, that in itself was not a bad offer. If that was all, Cheryl would have happily accepted that offer. The real problem was the reason why Rogolt was trying to take in Cheryl's gang. It was simply because he wanted to be able to use Akira via Cheryl. Cheryl, who noticed that, had no other choice but to refuse that offer. From the outsider's point of view, it might look like Cheryl was able to skillfully get Akira to be interested in her and use it to manipulate him. She might already have Akira in her palms to the point that he would support her so that she could maintain her position as the gang's boss, buy her an old-world dress, guard her relic shop, and even give all the money that he got from selling the robbers to her. Others might have thought that it should be easy for Cheryl to control Akira. But that was completely their misunderstanding. Cheryl did not have that power, but she could not say that to Rogolt, while at the same time, she could not conform to that misunderstanding either. If Cheryl accepted that offer from Rogolt and asked Akira to obey Izant family, Akira might as well cut all his ties with her. She was sure about it. While on the other hand, even if Cheryl could get away with some lies there as if she was selling Akira to Izant family, that would definitely come to light, and when that happened, Akira might abandon her without giving her the chance to explain herself that it was only a lie. Although it might be just her being a little too paranoid since nothing good had happened to her lately, she was sure that Akira would do that. The reason why she thought so was because she relied on Akira for her mental support. For her, whether she was killed by Rogolt there or abandoned later by Akira, both were equally bad. Because of that, Cheryl was locked inside one of the rooms in that mansion. The room at least had facilities for welcoming guests. Her information terminal was taken away from her and she was alone inside that room. Although no one was keeping watch in that room had no windows and the only door was also locked. She had no means to escape that room. Cheryl anxiously mumbled, "What should I do?" She did think of the possibility that Akira would come to rescue her. But her logical side that properly understood her current situation denied that possibility. She could not contact Akira and Akira did not know where she was. In the first place, it was rather doubtful if Akira would antagonize the whole Izant family just in order to save her. Cheryl's logical side told her so as if it was not her problem, the possibility for Akira to come to save her was unrealistically small. Cheryl smiled bitterly and started sobbing. Chapter 158, Ignition. Akira was relaxing in his own home. He left his augmented suit on a shelf in an empty room. Just like with the previous augmented suit, Alpha was working on the control device of Akira's new augmented suit. Alpha, how long will it take until my augmented suit is ready? It'll be done sometime around tomorrow night. We'll head to the wasteland again after that. That's pretty long. Unlike your previous augmented suit, this is a high-quality augmented suit after all. Moreover, it's not like I'm just simply hijacking the control device. I'm basically rewriting the software from the bottom up to be able to pull out its full power, so putting that in consideration, finishing it tomorrow night is pretty fast, you know. Is that so? That's pretty amazing then. Alpha was telling the truth, but Akira barely showed any reaction to it at all. So Alpha pouted and said, "It's understandable since it's out of your area of expertise, but I really wish that you would show more interest in it. Even if you told me so, just wait patiently until I have enough knowledge to be honestly amazed by something like that." Forget difficult things like that. Akira only had barely enough common knowledge according to the current standard. Not to mention, he would need all kinds of complex information that normal people would not know in order to be honestly amazed by what Alpha just said. Seems like it would take quite a long time until you reach that point, huh? Yup. It seemed that it was not an easy thing to get Akira interested in that kind of information. Alpha thought so from how he replied apathetically. A call suddenly reached Akira's information terminal. When he checked the caller, it was from Viola. "It's Akira, what is it? It's about Cheryl, is this a good time?" Viola's voice was rather rough. There was a hint of fear and it was obvious that she could not keep her calm. Akira also noticed that and frowned, but it was out of suspicion. "What? If it's about Cheryl's gang, go talk with her. Don't try to jump over her by trying to ask for permission straight from me. That's not it. As in matter of fact, this problem is because I didn't inform you first. So I want to give you a short explanation first here." Alright, so what is it? Akira got even more suspicious. Viola then carefully started her explanation. Cheryl is being held in Izant family's base. At this rate, she might even get killed. Akira's face slightly turned stern. Viola then continued her explanation, which sounded more like her making excuses. She started from when she introduced Cheryl to Izant family, which she did originally as an apology to Akira. But then, for some reason, Cheryl refused that offer, which offended Izant family. She then said that it was something that she did not expect and that it was not her fault. She nervously gave her explanation as if she was making excuses for what she did. Basically that's what happened. I really didn't have any wish to put your lover in danger. I hope you can understand that." Akira replied rather indifferently. "I understand the situation." Viola sounded rather relieved as she said, "I see. I only called you to make sure that we don't have any misunderstanding between us, so I'm really glad that you understand. Is that all?" Viola then continued while sounding rather nervous. "Just one more. About that pickpocket, it seems that Alna is also in Izant family's base. But I don't know if she's also being held there or if the Izant family is sheltering her." Akira's voice immediately changed. He sounded slightly annoyed. "So, you might already know that Shirjima and I tried to capture or kill Alna, but unfortunately, Drankum got in our way. If Alna is still somewhere in the slum city, we can try again, but it would be too much of a trouble if she's under Izant family's protection. That's why, I know that you didn't ask us anything, but in case you were expecting us to be able to capture Alna, I'm sorry that we can't satisfy your expectations. I hope you can understand." Viola sounded slightly scared, although she also sounded rather relaxed at the same time. "I did say it before, I didn't ask you to do anything." "Is that so? Well, you have a point there. Although it might sound strange for me to say this, but it might be a good idea for you to give up on killing that Alna, you know." Akira's mood clearly worsened. "What do you mean by that?" "There's no need to be that angry. It's simply a matter of too much trouble, you see. It isn't worth getting into trouble with Izant family just in order to kill one pickpocket. That's all there's to it, so don't misunderstand me here. It's not like I'm saying that you can't win against Izant family, it's simply a matter of whether it's worth the trouble or not. Moreover, from the information that I gathered, it seems that Katsuya Hunter is making a deal with a Drankum officer to make Alna a Drankum member." Of course, that officer is opposing his request, but it's only a matter of time before she gets overwhelmed. It's a whole different thing between killing a mere pickpocket and killing a Drankum member. Not to mention, Drankum seems to be in a rather good relationship with the Kugamiama city management. So in the worst-case scenario, you might get the whole city against you. No matter how strong you are, it's stupid to get into a fight against Drankum. I'm sure you know at least that much too, right? In the middle of her explanation, Viola's tone slowly turned to normal. But once she remembered her position, after a short pause, she once again sounded rather scared as she said, "That's all, later then." "Wait." Akira still sounded in a bad mood. Viola replied, sounding scared. "What is it? Tell me, where's this Izant family's base? What are you planning to do with it if I tell you?" "No, it's nothing. I'll send the location to your information terminal after this." "Later then." Viola flusteredly closed the call. It seemed that she was scared since continuing the call might only turn the situation worse. Akira put down his information terminal. He hung his head low, sighed, and raised his head again. His bad mood seemed to have vanished. In its place, he had a resolute expression. Akira swung his legs toward the room where he kept his augmented suit. Alpha understood what he was about to do. She frowned and said to Akira, "Akira, as I explained to you, the augmented suit is not ready yet. It's not like it's useless just because I can't receive your support, right? Well, if it's useless, I can just use another armor though. I'm glad we modified the AAH and A2D assault rifles so that I can use them without an augmented suit. As for the CWH anti-material rifle and DVTS minigun, I'll only use them when they're ported on my vehicle." Alpha understood that Akira was being serious. There was a time when Akira went to Shijima's base with only his AH assault rifle and no augmented suit. Considering his opponent and his equipment at that time, it might be equally as reckless as what he was going to do this time. So it was rather impossible to stop Akira, who had made his decision using his equipment as an excuse. So Alpha decided to try a different method. "Are you going to save Cheryl or to kill that pickpocket?" "Both if it's possible. You'll know whether I can do it while I'm at it." Akira himself could not tell if he would only save Cheryl while aiming for Alna or that he would kill Alna while he's saving Cheryl. If it was only one of those, he might not have decided to move out. But with both of those things pointing at the same location, it was enough of a reason for him to move out. "I believe Shizuka told you to think about it one more time about killing that pickpocket though." "She did, but it seems that I don't have the leeway to take my time any longer." Akira was running out of time. If Drankum gave protection to Alna, he would have to prepare to fight Drankum in order to kill her. But right now, he just needed to prepare to fight Izant family in order to kill her. As a matter of fact, he might be already too late, but it did not change the fact that the sooner he made his move, the better it was. And that would mean to make his move now. Alpha made a serious face and said to Akira, "Like I said before, I have no obligation to provide you support for this, you know." Akira stopped and stared back at Alpha. Normally, he would casually say that she did not have to help him in that case, and Alpha was actually expecting him to say that and was planning to use that to convince him. But Akira lightly smiled and said to Alpha, "You did tell me to spoil myself with your support, right? So help me." Alpha looked obviously surprised. She then smiled bitterly, a little amused too at the same time. "Geez, all right. Thanks. I wonder if it was a mistake telling you that. It's really something you or I should not say lightly." "I completely agree with you." Akira and Alpha smiled at each other. They then immediately prepared themselves to move out. Once Akira finished his preparation, he hopped onto his vehicle. Alpha was already sitting on the driver assistance seat. She then teased Akira. "But still, it seems that you are starting to learn how to use me, huh?" Akira replied with a joke. That's all thanks to all of your education." "Oh my, are you saying that it's my fault? I might have taught you things that I shouldn't have." Alpha's expression turned to her usual smile as she continued. "Viola just sent you the location of Izant family's base. Now that we know where it is, shall we go?" "Roger that." Akira immediately moved out once he finished all of his preparation. Viola was smiling in a certain room. It was right after she sent the location of Izant family's base to Akira. That should do it. I delayed some time before sending the information to make him think that I didn't have it ready beforehand, but did I delay too much? Viola's expression did not show the fear that she had when she was talking with Akira. All of that was nothing more than her acting. She was just acting scared like how she was usually acting calm. She looked completely fine like usual as she said, "I guess it's time to give a call to the other person too? Now then, I wonder what will happen next." Viola smiled amusedly, imagining what was going to happen. Izant family's base was surrounded by fences. The scene behind that fence completely looked out of place in the slum city. It looked so luxurious with a big courtyard. It was sitting in the boundary between the slum city and the wasteland. The people who lived outside that fence would look inside the fence and be amazed by the power of the Izant family. Eventually, they would join the gang in order to get a share of that power. Right when the sun was about to set, the entrance guard noticed a vehicle heading in their direction. They immediately aimed their guns at that incoming vehicle. But that vehicle stopped not too far away from the entrance. The guards quickly surrounded the vehicle. One of the guards saw that it was only a young boy driving that car. He then mockingly said to Akira, "Brat, what are you playing here? It's not a place for a brat like you to loiter around. Go away. I heard that Cheryl is here, so I'm here to pick her up." Cheryl. Since that guard was only a lackey in the gang, he did not know the details of what was going on inside the gang, but even so, he felt that he heard that name before when his boss summoned that Cheryl. So he made a call to the people inside the base. "You, what is your name?" "It's Akira." That man was talking with his superior through his information terminal while glancing at Akira from time to time. Yes. He said that it's his name, and he said that he's here to pick up Cheryl? No, even if you say so, he looks like just a common brat from my point of view. Well, it's true that he has better equipment than a common slum brat. It won't be strange if he calls himself a hunter with his equipment. No, he doesn't look that strong. That man lowered his information terminal and turned to Akira. Are you really Akira? I don't know who's this real Akira that you're expecting, but my name is Akira. I'm talking about that Akira, a hunter who is protecting Cheryl's gang. Is that you? That would be me. That man compared the Akira from the picture that he received from his coworker and the person in front of him. The person in front of him did look like the one in the picture, but he did not seem like a strong hunter that his superior told him about. He then frowned and made another call. Yes, it's the brat from the picture. I understand. That man then closed the call, looked at the other guards, and gave them a signal to lower their guard and return back to their posts. Just wait there. Akira was still sitting in the driver's seat as he nodded. Alpha, who saw that Akira just obediently nodded, lightly smiled. And here I thought that you would just break your way through. If we can solve this without a fight, it would be way easier, right? Of course. Let's just hope that we can solve the other matter as easily too. That would depend on the reason why these guys are protecting that pickpocket. If these guys are also a victim to that pickpocket and are planning to publicly execute her to make an example out of her, then I'll just leave her be. Alpha raised her eyebrows in surprise. Oh, you're okay with that, Akira? It's not like I need to be the one who kills that pickpocket. As long as she would end up dead, I don't really care about the rest. Well, it would be way easier in that case then. Yeah. If that was enough for Akira, Alpha had no complaints about it at all. If Alna got killed somewhere that had nothing to do with Akira, it would not cause any trouble for him afterwards. As Alpha was thinking of a way to accomplish that, her plan was immediately crushed. Another car was heading in their direction. The guards there immediately noticed that vehicle. It was a fully armored vehicle with no windows. It was equipped with multiple cameras to let the people inside it see the situation outside the vehicle. It was even equipped with a machine gun on top of it. That vehicle stopped not too far away from the entrance. The side door of that vehicle opened and an armed young boy stepped out. It was Katsuya. Katsuya's aura intimidated the guards. One of the guards there winced back from that aura as he tried to hide it by yelling at Katsuya. What the heck's with you? Do you even know where you are right now? Do you want to die? Katsuya glared angrily at those guards. Although they were already aiming their guns at him, Katsuya did not show any fear at all. I know you guys are the people who kidnapped Alna. I'm here to get her back. What are you even talking about? Who is this stupid guy? That guard noticed the Drankum stamp on Katsuya's vehicle and winced. You're a Drankum hunter. I'm Katsuya from Drankum. I don't know why you kidnapped Alna, but if you will obediently return her back now, I'll still forgive you. If you don't. Izant family was indeed a strong gang, but it would still give them a lot of trouble if they killed a Drankum hunter. The guards there slowly surrounded Katsuya. The guard who was responsible for communication flusteredly called his superior. Yes. It's an emergency. A hunter from Drankum by the name of Katsuya is here. Katsuya, who saw those guards scared, made an annoyed face. He thought that if having him there would make them that scared, they should not have kidnapped Alna in the first place. Yes, it's indeed the guy from the picture. I think he's the real Katsuya. Unlike Akira, he looks well armed for just a brat and his equipment are better than those common hunters. Katsuya finally noticed Akira sitting in his vehicle with his hand on his chin. He immediately connected Alna, who was being held in Izant family's base, to Akira, who was there. His expression immediately filled with anger and glared at Akira. Did I see what's going on here? Katsuya thought that Akira asked the Izant family to kidnap Alna. Akira actually already noticed Katsuya for quite some time now. He looked obviously annoyed as he sighed and said, "Why is that guy here?" Alpha seemed obviously disappointed. It seemed to be impossible to avoid a fight now. I bet he's here to save that pickpocket. Why he would even know that pickpocket is he dash. Akira was suspecting that Katsuya also received that information from Viola, but since he did not have any proof and he had no trust in his own intuition, he decided to just forget about it and consider other possibilities. Well, it might be from Drankum's information network. According to Elena-san, he's treated as one of the officers in the gang after all. So it might be possible for him to get that information from there. So, he's glaring at you though. What are you going to do? Let's see. Akira stepped off his vehicle and said to the guard who was still talking to his superior, "Hey! What? Don't bother me. Just shut up and wait." Akira then yelled to let the person, to whom that guard was reporting, hear him. "If that Alna is still there and alive, give her to me and I'll kill her, either that or kill her yourself now." "Huh? What are you dash?" That man was confused by what Akira just said. But Katsuya immediately interjected. "If you give Alna to him, I'll never forgive you." That man looked even more confused as he looked at Akira and Katsuya. One of them told him to kill Alna while the other was there to save Alna. But both of them were telling him to hand over Alna to them. The weak-looking one looked at that man with a slightly stern face, while the strong-looking one glared at him with an angry face as both of them were demanding him to hand over Alna. That man who was just a lackey had no privilege to make that decision, but he was obviously leaning to one of them while he was talking to his superior. Akira noticed that and mumbled, "Well, this doesn't surprise me at all." At this point, Akira already fully abandoned the possibility of peacefully resolving the current matter. Just like everything that happened to him until now, it was just like always. This time too, it did not go as he wanted. He thought that they would only let Katsuya in and they would hand over Alna to Katsuya. Up until now, Akira looked at himself as an outsider in this conflict between Cheryl and Izant family. That was why he peacefully came and asked the entrance guard, and if Cheryl was returned to him without any trouble after that, he would not look at the Izant family as an enemy. But that was no longer the case now. They were hindering him from killing Alna. Now that Akira looked at them as such, he completely turned hostile toward Izant family. Of course, from this point onward, he would react to them just like how he reacted to his enemies. Akira walked past the guard and stood in front of the locked gate. Alpha sighed and mumbled. "It still turned to this in the end, huh? I've backed off twice from getting into conflict with him. And just like people say, if you've done it twice, you can do it thrice. At this rate, I feel like I'll always avoid getting into a fight with him. That's why I won't do that this time, just like they say, third time's the charm." Unlike before, this time Akira was properly armed. Or at least, it no longer gave him a reason to back off again this time. There was a time limit too. He had to kill Alna before a stronger organization took her in. Akira no longer had any reason to withdraw. Though just like I told you before, that augmented suit is not ready, so I won't be able to give my full support. So don't expect to get my usual support, okay? Not to mention, you're not used to that augmented suit yet. So be careful, okay? Okay. Alpha then smiled gently at Akira. Well then you can go ahead. Good hunting. Roger that. Akira's augmented suit was already functional. He used his full force to deliver a powerful kick to the strong-looking gate. The 350 million Aurum augmented suit showed its power and blew away the gate with a loud bang. As the other people were still dumbfounded by what just happened, Alpha controlled Akira's vehicle and ran it straight to him as if to mow him down. Akira lightly jumped to evade that and landed on his vehicle. He then quickly reached for the guns fixed on his vehicle, removed them, and equipped them himself. Alpha, do you know where's Cheryl and that pickpocket? Unfortunately, I only know that they're not outside the mansion. Viola did send the blueprint of the interior of the mansion, but it doesn't say where Cheryl and that pickpocket are held. I guess I have no other choice but to raid the base and ask them. I'll try to look for them too and tell you if I find them. I'll be counting on you. As Akira's vehicle went straight into the mansion through the courtyard, people inside the base started shooting at him. Of course, Akira shot back with the powerful rifles that he just took off from his vehicle. The night scene immediately filled with flashing muzzles. After Akira kicked the door open and drove in, Katsuya finally returned back to himself and immediately started shooting at Akira. But Akira had already disappeared and it was not like he was properly aiming at Akira, so none of his shots hit Akira. Damn it! Katsuya seemed obviously vexed. The guards around him immediately aimed their rifles at Katsuya. Although he was only aiming at Akira, it did not change the fact that he released shots into Izan family's base. It was obviously an act of hostility. Even if he was a hunter from Drankum, they could not just let that go. You brat! Doing something like that? The guards shot at Katsuya aiming to kill him. Katsuya reacted to evade them while shooting back at those guards. Katsuya showed his skill in that fight. The guards were riddled with bullets as they fell down one by one to the ground. Some of them were immediately killed while some of them were severely wounded after that exchange. When it ended, Katsuya was the only one still standing. He looked at all the people he shot down scattered in front of him. As the one who did that, he then said to them as if to make an excuse. It's your fault for kidnapping Alna, okay? Katsuya made a stern face as he hopped back to his vehicle and chased after Akira. One guard was still alive albeit badly wounded and was drowning in his own blood. He used the last life force that he had left to reach for his information terminal to send a notification in order to alert everyone that they were under attack before he let out his last breath. After questioning Alna and judging from how she answered his questions while shaking in fear, Rogalt then thought, she's not lying, or at least, she thinks she's telling the truth. It doesn't look like she had this planned either. It's purely out of luck that Katsuya came to save her. If I think that Katsuya only saved her to show off to the other girls that were with him, it all makes sense. And the reason why he did not give up Alna when he was offered 20 million Aurum might be because he doesn't want people to hate him thinking that he's someone who would exchange a girl for money, either that or it's because he had gone too far and had no other choice but to keep it up. It's not too strange for a hunter, who is earning well, to think of 20 million Aurum as a small amount of money. Not to mention, the info said he's a womanizer. It all makes sense. As for the chance of him working together with Viola behind the scene, that's unlikely. Rogalt thought that the information about Katsuya and Alna were nothing more than fake information made up by Viola, but he quickly dismissed it. And when he thought that the information Viola spread might incite it, considering the reason why Akira was hunting for Alna, he quickly dismissed that too. It was because he had enough reason to think that it was all nothing more than pure coincidence. But even so, the reason why he questioned if that was really a coincidence was simply because he knew of Viola's bad reputation. I'll ask you one more time. You're close to that Katsuya and he promised to save you if anything happens to you, right? Alna was still shaking, but she replied back firmly. That's right. He'll definitely save me. But you're in this situation now. Doesn't that mean that he wasn't able to save you? That is... It's my fault. He told me not to walk around outside since it's dangerous, but I disregarded that. When Alna was hiding in one of the camping trailers owned by Drankum, a hunter came and kicked her out since he was about to use that vehicle. As she was thinking about what to do inside Drankum's base, a guard found her and kicked her out since she was an outsider. When she was loitering around outside Drankum's base, she heard that Katsuya went to the slum city to look for Akira. She was so worried and ended up going to the slum city too. And that was where she was kidnapped by Rogalt's men. Alna thought that it was nothing more than a series of bad luck. In reality, it was all orchestrated by Viola. The hunter who kicked her out of the vehicle she was hiding in, and the guard who found her later, all of them were there only because of the information that Viola spread. They did not even know that they were being used by Viola. Similarly, the reason why she heard about Katsuya going to the slum city was because she overheard some people talking about that, and those people only did so because they were told to do so after they received some money from someone they did not know. Rogalt looked at that depressed Alna and felt fear welling up from inside him. Fear towards Viola. Alna thought that she was kidnapped because someone whom she stole from in the past still had some grudges against her. That was also what Rogalt said to Alna. Rogalt did not notice that it was all according to Viola's plan. Rogalt looked at Alna, who was about to break down, and sneered at her. Well, it doesn't really matter. If Katsuya really holds you that dearly, then it's good news to us too. I'll have him properly pay for all the troubles that you caused us. And if he refuses, we can just kill you too. I'm expecting that you'll be a good hostage, okay? Rogalt looked at Alna's face and guessed how good she was as a hostage. He decided that it was worth making her a hostage as he smiled and left the room with his men. Katsuya, save me. Alna said so with a pained face now that she was left alone in that room. The moment Rogalt stepped outside the room, an emergency alarm reached his terminal. He pulled his information terminal out and asked with a stern face. It's me, what is it? His men replied with a panicked voice. Boss. It's an attack. Who is it from? Don't tell me it's the Horias? Rogalt thought so judging from how panicked his men were, but he was surprised when he heard the reply. What? The attackers were Akira and Katsuya. Rogalt did not expect that at all. He was even more surprised when he checked the record of their exchange. What's the meaning of this? Why do they know about Alna and Cheryl? I understand it's only a matter of time before they knew it, but this is just too fast. They found out about it on the same day? And they even raided the base without giving us a chance to negotiate. It's just too strange. Rogalt immediately noticed why it happened and made a grim face. Viola, don't tell me that she brought that plan to us not so that we can manipulate them but to make them attack us. Did she also say something to them that made them not even try to talk it out first? But even if that's true, why would they attack us? There's no way they can win with the only two of Tich-Dash. Rogalt froze. After that, he immediately shouted at his men. Kill both of them. There's no need to give them a chance to surrender. Call back everyone outside the base to fight them. Use all the powered suits inside the hangar too. Rogalt's men, who did not expect that at all, confusedly replied. Wait for a sec, isn't that too much just to fight two young hunters? Not to mention, we stocked those powered suits to fight Horias in the first place. But Rogalt yelled back to that guy who was questioning his order. If they're your common young hunters, there's no way they would raid our base just with the two of them, you know? If my guess is correct, that Viola might have something to do with Horias. They might even come here using this chaos. Go. Make sure that the powered suits are ready before I'm there. Okay. His men flusteredly ended the call. Rogalt still had an extremely grim expression on his face as he looked around his officers and his men and told them, I'll go to the hangar. All of you take your squad to join the fight outside. Hire those hunters who would help us too. It's a full-blown war. In case if Horias don't come after we finish taking care of those two, we'll go and attack Horia's base. Roger that. Should we kill Cheryl and Alna too? Rogalt was able to regain some of his calm after he looked at his men who were calm in that situation. After giving it a short thought, he then said, No, try using them as hostages. Both of them attacked us without even giving us a chance to talk it out. They might not be here in order to save them in the first place. but at least give it a try. Rogolt quickly ran towards the hangar after he said that, while his men immediately went to move as they were ordered to. Chapter 159, What a Hunter is Allowed and Not Allowed to Do. Akira was holding down the trigger of his DVTS minigun while still standing on top of his vehicle. Although he was aiming at the enemies in front of him, the shaking from the vehicle prevented him from hitting his shots. He tried to sweep horizontally with his DVTS minigun, but due to the shaking, his stray bullets even landed on the third floor of the mansion. This kickback is no joke. Alpha, can you do something about this? Nope. As I said, I haven't finished taking control of the augmented suit, so I can't help you fix your aim or anything else that includes controlling your augmented suit. So use your own power to try to stabilize it. Or do you still want me to try? Akira tried his best to hold his DVTS minigun while thinking that it was rather too reckless of him to go to a real fight with his new equipment without getting used to them first. It was difficult to stand firm on top of the shaking vehicle. If Alpha was not controlling his vehicle, he would have been thrown off the vehicle by now. Thanks to that, he was only able to randomly scatter bullets to the enemies in front of him. But that was enough to suppress his enemies down. The modified DVTS minigun could easily turn a monster into minced meat in a matter of milliseconds. If it hit a human without strong armor, it would normally be a death sentence. As more and more of his enemies chose to hide behind covers, less and less of them had the leeway to shoot at Akira. Akira, hold on tight. Akira flusteredly held on to his vehicle. Almost at the same time, Alpha made a 90-degree turn. When she did that, countless bullets came from behind and drew a line on the ground as it tried to catch up with Akira. It came from the machine gun on top of Katsuya's vehicle. Shoot back now. At this rate, he'll one-sidedly keep shooting on you. Akira grabbed at his vehicle with one hand and used his other hand to aim his DVTS minigun at Katsuya's vehicle. If it's impossible to properly aim at him, at least keep it aimed at one point. I'll try to help by adjusting the vehicle's position. Roger that. Akira stopped trying to aim just like he was told to. He used his augmented suit to hold down his DVTS minigun, aiming at one point before pulling the trigger. As the effect from the shaking of the vehicle, Akira's aim, and the kickback that threw off his aim had been minimized, Alpha adjusted the vehicle position to aim at Katsuya. Katsuya's vehicle was riddled with bullets, shaving off the armor platings covering his vehicle. From Akira's point of view, the fire sparks coming out from the bullets hitting the armor plating made it look like he was shooting fireworks, as he was also listening to the bullets that went past him and landed behind him. Every time they released a barrage, a flower-like flash illuminated the dark courtyard. Alpha focused her aim more to interrupt Katsuya's aiming rather than to destroy his vehicle. Some of the released bullets hit the machine gun on top of Katsuya's vehicle and interrupted its aiming. And even before the control device on that vehicle was able to readjust its aiming, more bullets hit that machine gun. It was in order to preserve the durability of Akira's vehicle, which had less armor. In less than 10 seconds, they already exchanged enough bullets to kill a few hundred normal people. At first, Katsuya tried to force his way relying on the armor platings of his vehicle, but when the control device of his vehicle alerted him that a certain part of his vehicle was badly damaged, he noticed that Akira was focusing his aim at one point, trying to break through the armor of his vehicle. Katsuya then clicked his tongue and made a turn to escape from Akira's barrage. Alpha used that opening to accelerate the vehicle and put more distance between them. At the same time, Akira quickly switched to his A4WM automatic grenade launcher and scattered grenades in Katsuya direction to prevent Katsuya from chasing him any further. Akira had a stern expression plastered on his face as he said, "That guy finally retreated. But still, to think that he would raid the base from the front just to save a pickpocket, is that guy even right in the head?" Alpha looked exasperated at Akira. She had no idea if Akira just simply did not realize what he too was doing, or if he understood what he was doing but was just ignoring it for now, or he was surprised to find someone who was as reckless as him. "I'm sure he doesn't want to hear that from you, you know. You're basically doing the same thing as him, right?" Akira raised his eyebrows as if he was telling Alpha that it was rude of her to say that to him. "I came here fully willing to resolve this peacefully if they just hand over Cheryl and that pickpocket to me, you know. If it's needed, I was even willing to negotiate. That was why I was obediently waiting when they told me to until that guy came. But after that guy came, the situation changed and negotiations seemed to be out of the question. That's why I had no other choice but to take drastic action. So I don't want you to lump me together with a guy who came here with a battle vehicle and acted so arrogantly the moment he came, as if he was fully expecting for a fight right from the start, you know. There were many parts of Akira's argument that were actually subjective to individual interpretations. But since he honestly thought that they were not the same, Alpha decided not to point it out. I'm glad to hear that you were actually willing to resolve this matter peacefully. Now, if only you would keep that up a little more, I would be really happy. It depends on whether the other side would respect that or not. But people tend to not let me do that, so as long as that's true, I don't see any reason to stubbornly stick with it. If he only put out his argument and opinion, then let others take the decision. More than often things would not go as he wanted to. That kind of pessimistic thinking was carved in Akira's head. That was the main reason why he stayed alone and did not get involved with any gangs when he was living in Slum City. He always thought joining a gang would give him more loss than what he could gain. In the harsh living condition of the Slum City, living as a group rarely had more minus than the plus, of course, excluding special cases like Akira. Akira understood that if he affiliated himself with a gang, he would often get blamed, and when the push came to shove, he would be the first one to be abandoned. As such, he was basically always alone. Had Alpha not delivered the shock that disrupted his usual way of thinking, he would have refused the deal that she offered to him right off the start. Alpha understood without knowing the detail that there was a deep reasoning why Akira was like that. While at the same time, she also found that beneficial for her too. Well, it's true that it's useless to try to negotiate with someone that won't even listen to you. I don't think it's a bad move to just abandon a negotiation with a low chance of success. I know, right? Akira's stern face relaxed for a bit. It might be because he thought someone finally agreed with him. We'll break through the mansion from the entrance not too far ahead. You'll have to leave the vehicle behind and search the inside of the mansion after that. Since you'll be leaving your vehicle behind, there's a good chance that you'll lose it too, so just keep that in mind. Akira sighed. So I'll lose my vehicle again? If you're lucky, you won't lose it. Unfortunately, I'm not a lucky guy. Akira thought for a second if he was cursed to keep losing his vehicle or something. Once the squad from Izant family finished their preparation, they immediately scrambled to the courtyard to fight the invaders. All of them were either former hunters or were in the army before. They were not like those amateurs with rifles. As they were passing through an atrium into the courtyard, Akira's vehicle suddenly busted into the atrium. Akira paced his car to its full speed before he charged it into the door of the mansion. Izant family's squad acted immediately and started shooting the vehicle. The vehicle was riddled with bullets in no time, but Akira was not in it. When those people were shooting at the vehicle, Akira jumped into the atrium with his DVTS minigun ready in his hand and opened fire just like that. Akira got some of them in his first opening barrage, but those who survived immediately spread out. Some of them set up a portable wall and used that as a cover while shooting back at Akira. Some of them moved away from the group before shooting back at him. Some of them lied down on the ground, or used Akira's vehicle that just broke in as a cover, or used the full power of their augmented suit to jump away. Basically, they spread out so that Akira would not be able to finish all of them in one sweep. Akira could see the trajectory of the incoming bullets thanks to Alpha's support. He unconsciously compressed his time perception while trying to evade those incoming bullets, but since he was not used to his new augmented suit yet and the number of the incoming bullets were too many, some of those bullets hit him. But the moment those bullets touched Akira, his coat blew those bullets away. Akira's coat was made of nanomaterial equipped with force field armor, and it drew from his energy pack. It was even light enough to be used with an augmented suit, but compared to the armor plating for vehicles, it had a very bad cost-to-benefit ratio. Not to mention once the energy pack was emptied, it would turn into a common coat. It was a very expensive piece of equipment to use. Alpha warned Akira, who just got shot. Try evading better. Even if it's alright to get shot a few times, every time you get hit, your energy reserve will also get hit pretty badly. Akira did his best evading and shooting back as he replied, I know. But it's just that there are too many. It seems that I didn't get enough of them with the surprise barrage. Make sure to finish those who are already lying on the ground, otherwise, there'll be no end to them, you know? Those who got hit and just fell unconscious on the ground were resurrected by their augmented suit. When the augmented suit read a disruption in its user's life signal, it would inject its user with medicine, accelerator drugs, and other battle stimulants to wake them up and allow them to temporarily continue fighting for a short time. When Akira saw that, he could not help but frown. So a few bullets is not enough to neutralize them, huh? Akira desperately evades the incoming bullets while shooting back at his enemies. Even with his compressed time perception, he could not stop moving. If he stopped for a second, he would be a sitting target. At the moment, he needed to keep moving around while shooting back with his DVTS minigun to keep his enemies suppressed and throw off their aims. In the middle of that fierce battle, no one was watching Akira's vehicle that was already stopped after breaking into the atrium. That was when it suddenly started running again as it forced its way through the atrium as if it was trying to run over the Izant's soldiers. Of course, it was Alpha controlling that vehicle. Akira quickly shot those who were distracted by his vehicle. Moreover, he quickly ran along beside his vehicle while using it as a cover. He did not stop shooting at his enemies while running, confusing his enemies even more. Alpha gave Akira instructions to match his movement with his vehicle, thus he was able to effectively shoot down his enemies one by one. Izant family soldiers were killed one by one, some of them were run over by Akira's vehicle, some of them got shot down by Akira, some of them were blown away by Akira's kick. The fierce battle died down as more and more dead bodies kept piling up. As the dead bodies finally outnumbered those who were still alive. Akira slowly but surely got the upper hand in that fight, but that was when another sudden change in situation happened. A reinforcement suddenly poured in from inside the mansion. Akira started considering pulling back and assaulting the mansion from another side. If Alpha told him to do so, he was planning to do so right away. Alpha then gave Akira an order. Akira. Temporary retreat. Force your way into the mansion. Although Akira was surprised by that unexpected order, he had a stern face as he looked at the direction Alpha was pointing at. He then gathered his resolve and started running. Akira had to pass through several positions where he had no cover in order to follow that order, but he did not hesitate at all. Izant family soldiers were surprised by the sudden charge that looked nothing more than just a reckless and pointless action, but they immediately aimed their rifles at Akira. Right when they were about to pull the triggers on their rifles, another barrage suddenly came from the courtyard followed by another vehicle that crashed right into the atrium. Katsuya was chasing Akira while scattering bullets from the machine gun fixed on his vehicle as he rammed his whole vehicle straight into the mansion. Akira used that opening to slip past those soldiers. He held his DVTS minigun in one hand and randomly shot bullets at those men while running. Of course, those men could not just ignore the battle vehicle inside the atrium. They shifted their focus from Akira and focused their firepower on Katsuya's vehicle. Some of the reinforcements who came with rocket launchers fixed their aims at Katsuya's vehicle and pulled the trigger. The rockets did not have a hard time finding their target, as those rockets hit Katsuya's vehicle that was inside the atrium. The fire from the explosions even reached outside of the mansion and the shockwave shook the whole mansion. Cheryl, who was also being held inside the mansion, looked very confused. She no longer looked sad anymore. What's going on? It seems that there's something going on outside for a while now. She was able to notice the change in the situation from the room that she was locked in. She could hear the siren going off outside accompanied by the sound of people running around. Cheryl thought of using the current chaos to escape, but she could not find any ways to do so. The only door in that room was locked, and she did not have anything that she could use to force it open. Although there was something going on outside, it did not change the fact that she was not able to get out of that room on her own. But even so, she tried her best to think of the best decision that she could take in that situation. She was trying to regain her calm so that when the opportunity presented itself, she would not miss it and would be able to react calmly. If she kept looking down while crying, she might overlook something that she could have done. She might have unconsciously ignored some chances that she could have used. She kept telling herself that while taking deep breaths to calm herself down. Then something happened. The door to that room suddenly opened and a few men came into the room. The man who was leading those men aimed his rifle at Cheryl and held out her information terminal that was confiscated before. "If you don't want to die, give Akira a call." Cheryl extended her hand and took that information terminal with a serious face. After Akira went through the atrium, he kept running into the deeper part of the mansion through the hallways. He loaded a new magazine into his DVTS minigun while running. He had to pay for the price of using his new augmented suit, which he was not used to yet, with a few pills of medicines. That was pretty dangerous. I thought I'd keep myself vigilant back then, but those guys were pretty strong. Akira inadvertently compared the strength of the people that he just fought to those robbers that he fought in Cheryl's base, excluding Zalmo, who he had especially extra trouble fighting against. But if he included his current equipment, these people were a little stronger than those robbers. As Akira thought that it was to be expected that the guards defending such a huge base would be rather powerful, he then regretted the fact that he was unconsciously looking down at them before. But he did not regret his decision to raid the base. But still, didn't that guy come to this place to save that pickpocket? So why is he chasing after me desperately? He might have misunderstood that you know the location of that pickpocket and decided to kill you first. What a pain in the neck. As Akira looked immensely annoyed, Alpha suddenly made a suggestion to him. "If you think that it's already way outside your caliber, you can decide to withdraw, you know. That fight just now was pretty bad after all, right?" "Well, it's true that it was rough, but I somehow started to get the feeling of how to use this augmented suit from that fight. As expected of an expensive augmented suit, it doesn't seem hard to operate. That's why I should be able to give a better fight next time. It's rather unfortunate that I still can't get your support, but I don't think I'll withdraw yet." Alpha understood that Akira was not trying to sound strong from the way he said it. While at the same time, rather than being happy with his ability to adapt, she thought that she needed to be careful with it. Akira was able to get used to his new augmented suit to the point that he did not worry about it at all just after a single fight. That ability to adapt was way above her expectation. Although Alpha was worried about that kind of thing which was outside her prediction, she did not show that on the surface. She was still smiling like usual as she said, "That's good to hear then, let's hurry up. Did you get their locations?" "Unfortunately, I still can't find them. I guess we have no other choice but to check all the locations where they might be held. I've always been keeping my eyes on the information gathering device for any signal that might indicate their locations, but I still got nothing until now." Akira seemed a little bit disappointed. "That I'm sure I can easily find them if I interrogate one of those guys, but with how strong they are, I guess that's out of the question." Akira did not have the leeway to take his time interrogating one of Izant family's soldiers. If he did not fight them with the intention to kill, he might get killed instead. If he did not do that, he would get overwhelmed fighting those people. Alpha suddenly turned to Akira and said, "Akira, I know where Cheryl is." "Oh, you got it? So what was that just now when you said that you can't find her?" "I got her location now, so it doesn't really matter, does it? I'll guide you there. And also, she'll be calling you soon. Just tell her what I'll tell you. I'll also be the one connecting you to her, so there's no need to use your information terminal." HM? Akira thought that instruction was a bit weird, but he also did not want to use one of his hands to hold his information terminal. He knew that there must be a good reason why Alpha told him to follow her instruction while talking to Cheryl, so he just ignored the questions that came up in his mind. Cheryl used her information terminal that was returned to her to call Akira. It was the information terminal that Akira lent her the other day. She made a call with a stern expression and it did not take that long for her call to connect. Akira's voice could be heard coming out from her information terminal. "Cheryl? Where are you?" Before Cheryl could answer, the people inside that room quickly covered her mouth and took over her information terminal. The guy who took Cheryl's information terminal then yelled a threat. "So you're Akira, huh? If you don't want this girl dead, throw away your weapons." "Who is this? Are you being serious here? I'm really going to kill this girl, you know?" "Well, I mean, I don't even know you, so it's not like I can take you seriously even if you tell me so." From his voice, Akira sounded more like he really had no clue at all rather than just playing dumb, and it really irritated that guy. Are you really attacking this place without knowing who owns this place? Don't play dumb with me. If you're going to play dumb again, I'll really kill her now. I'm not bluffing here, I'm being serious. Akira paused before replying. Let me get this straight first. I came here after hearing from Viola that Cheryl is being held in this place after she made a blunder during a negotiation with Izant family. Then Viola also said that at this rate Cheryl might get raped and killed to make an example out of her. So I just thought that if she's still alive, then I'll get her out, but if she's already dead, I at least can take revenge in her place. Thought it might be too late to say this, but to be honest, I'm not even sure if that information is correct. So, is that really what's going on here? That man frowned the moment he heard Viola's name. His expression saying that he knew how horrendous that Viola girl was. It's true that this girl refused an offer from the boss. That's why we're holding her here. I see. Then, how about the information that a pickpocket called Alna is also here? I also got that from Viola. Does this have something to do with that pickpocket? Because of a personal reason, I want that pickpocket dead, you see. So if she's really here, I'm just thinking of killing her while I'm here. That man raised his voice. I don't care about your personal reason or whatnot. That pickpocket has nothing to do with this right now, does she? The only thing that matters here is if you would obey us or not, and if you won't, then we'll kill this girl. Akira paused for a bit again before replying. That I have two things that I need to confirm first before I can give you my answer. Since it sounded that Akira might accept his demand depending on the things that Akira wanted to confirm, that man calmed down for a bit. Oh, so what is it? Is Cheryl really alive? And if the girl who you have with you is really Cheryl or not? I want to know those two things first. Judging from the guys who were mocking me in the entrance, it won't be strange if you guys already killed her, you know. After all, it seemed that you guys are not scared if I came here to take revenge. So if Cheryl is already dead, then it won't be strange if you guys took her information terminal and used it to call me in order to trick me. In the first place, it's weird for Cheryl to come to this place alone without asking me to accompany her. It doesn't seem like you guys kidnapped her either. And even if I wasn't able to accompany her, she should have at least given me a call. There's also a possibility that someone stole her information terminal, used it to ask for a meeting with your boss, and said something that she shouldn't have to your boss, so the person that you have there might not be the real Cheryl. If she's really Cheryl and she's still alive, then I don't mind listening to your demand. After all, I don't want to throw away my weapons just to save someone who's pretending to be Cheryl, you see. That man clicked his tongue after hearing how paranoid Akira was. But since he was trying to confirm the identity of the hostage, that in itself meant that Cheryl had some value as a hostage. He then extended that information terminal to his friend who was covering Cheryl's mouth and signaled him. After that man let Cheryl off, she took that information terminal. The other men were still pointing their rifles at her as she started talking to her information terminal with a stern face. But it's Cheryl? I'm being held here but I'm not injured. So, I'm okay at the moment. Yes, it's the real me. Please believe me. Cheryl somehow sounded rather awkward. It was both because she was buying more time while thinking about what she could do in that situation as well as because she was so surprised and delighted to find out that Akira really came to save her. So you're okay, right? Then why did you come here alone? I was there with you when you went to Shijima's base, remember? In reality, considering the fight that almost happened because of Akira back then, it was enough of a reason not to bring him along again. Cheryl could not understand what Akira was thinking about that matter, if he just did not notice it himself yet, or if he was just putting that aside for now, or if he thought that it was way better to do so rather than having to face this kind of situation. I am really sorry. Viola introduced me to Izant family and brought up that offer to me. Judging from what I could gather from her that time, I figured that I didn't need any bodyguard for this. I heard that you refused their offer though. Did they tell you to give up your territory again? Although it might sound suspicious, they wanted us to work under their gang. So I think it can be interpreted that my territory will be Izant family's territory too. But if I have to make a guess, I believe that they were talking about the chain of command, and in that chain of command, they wanted Akira to be in it too. So, since I thought that it's not my place to decide that, I refused their offer. That I see, so that's what happened, huh? Cheryl was a little surprised since Akira too sounded surprised. She thought that since he never considered himself as a part of Cheryl's gang, he would not have any interest in such matters. One of the guys there then snatched Cheryl's information terminal again. You confirmed that she's the real Cheryl now, right? Then let me tell you this again, if you don't want this girl to die, throw down your weapons. I'll send you a location, come to that location with your hands up and dash. Akira interjected. You're going to kill me there, aren't you? Don't make me say it again. If you don't follow my instruction, we'll kill this girl. That's all you need to know. I'm a hunter, you know. Working as a hunter means regularly risking my life. And risking my life is the most that I will do. I have no plans to go along with something that would definitely kill me. That's why I can't accept your demand. In the first place, if I die, there's no guarantee that you guys won't kill Cheryl too. This won't even be a negotiation. I'll make a suggestion here instead. If you hand over Cheryl and kill that pickpocket, I'll leave peacefully. And make sure that you guys don't interrupt me on my way out either. This way both of us won't have to face any loss. What do you think? That man exploded in anger. Are you fucking kidding me? Do you really think that we would accept that offer? I'm saying here that I'm willing to forgive you for threatening to kill my lover. Isn't that enough for a reason? Or is it that there's no place for negotiation? Yeah, that's right. I siege. Right at the next moment, Akira kicked down the door to that room. He already had rifles in each of his hands. Everyone in that room was frozen by that sudden turn of events. Akira used that opening to fix the aim of both of his rifles and immediately opened fire. The closed room and the close range did not give them any chance to evade nor to shoot back. In the next moment, those guys were lying on the ground, drowning in their own blood after being riddled with bullets. The scene inside the room was turned into a macabre in a split second. Akira looked at the dead soldiers there and said, "It's your fault for saying there's no chance for negotiation, so I won't accept any complaints, okay?" Of course, no one was complaining there. Dead men could not complain after all. Akira was actually just buying time when he was talking to Cheryl and the other guys. The moment Alpha said that she knew where Cheryl was, Akira already knew that it was really Cheryl and that she was still alive. He also was not doubting the information from Viola. Although Viola might have had a bad intention when she shared that information, for some reason, Akira was sure that Viola would never lie. She would only share real information, though not everything, to manipulate people. He was only buying time to make sure that Cheryl was all right until he arrived. That was the only reason why he did that. But if they had accepted Akira's offer, he was willing to peacefully leave too. But of course, he did not think that they would accept his offer right from the beginning. His demand would get refused, he at least got that guess correct. Since he made that offer while assuming right from the start that the negotiation would break down anyway, that result was fully under his expectation. Akira himself did not notice how twisted his way of thinking was. Cheryl was dumbfounded by the sudden change in front of her, but once she registered what just happened, she made a troubled face. She was happy that Akira even called her his lover and came here to save her, but at the same time, she shuddered at the fact how Akira did not even bat an eyelash, massacring everyone in that room and stared coldly at the dead bodies in the ground to top it off. Akira lowered his rifle and turned at Cheryl. Cheryl tried her best not to show fear on her face. "Well, just to be safe, are you okay? I was trying to be careful as not to shoot you by mistake." "Yes. I'm okay. Thank you very much for coming to rescue me." Cheryl bowed and thanked Akira while giving off a calm smile at him. Akira did not seem to be bothered that much. It looked as if he just finished cleaning up some small stuff. "Well, I did say that I'll help you out if something were to happen. Though it's not like I'll come to your rescue every time, I can at least rescue you if it's only this much." For Cheryl, Akira seemed so reliable from that short exchange. While at the same time, she also thought that if she ever made an enemy out of Akira, he might clean her up like what he did just now. Putting aside whether Akira was a good person or not, one thing was for sure, he had a very low moral value and had almost zero aversion toward killing other people. To top it off, he had the power to do so, although he obeyed a vague set of moral values. Cheryl thought that it would be scary to have him as an enemy, but that also did not erase how scary he was even if she had him as an ally. Cheryl understood that she loved Akira and she depended deeply on him. That was why she wondered if her fear was her self-defense instinct kicking in for the scary person in front of her. She could not help but wonder if that fear would subside if she could gain more power. She felt insecure as those thoughts ran through her mind. Akira lightly sighed. With this, half of his goal why he came to that place was achieved. Although he did encounter some soldiers on his way to that room, they were not as strong as the people that he fought back in the atrium. Not to mention that he had also already gotten used to his new augmented suit, so he had no problem fighting through those soldiers, and it gave Akira some leeway. Alpha smiled at Akira and suggested he withdraw now. Well, we've rescued Cheryl now, so let's get out from this base. Akira slightly pouted. I still have a pickpocket to kill though. Even if you say so, it's not like you can hunt for that pickpocket while protecting Cheryl, right? She'll be dead if you go around while taking her along with you, you know? It's not like you rescued Cheryl just to get her killed, right? Alpha wanted Akira to get out from that base as soon as possible. That was why she decided to help him rescue Cheryl. She wanted to avoid the situation where he killed Alna, which caused Katsuya to have some grudge against him, which definitely would cause more trouble later down the line. Moreover, it would be great if Alna got killed by chance in the middle of the ongoing chaos. That was why Alpha wanted Akira to leave that place as soon as possible. Akira looked conflicted. He understood Alpha's argument, but he could not just leave either. Well, one thing for sure, we shouldn't stay in this place. Let's move somewhere else where you can better ascertain the current situation. It would be troublesome if they send some reinforcements to this room, so let's hurry up. You're right. Akira turned to Cheryl. Cheryl, we need to hurry up and move somewhere else. I'm sorry, but I might need to carry you rather roughly. I understand, please don't worry about it. Akira used one arm to pick her up. Cheryl then said that she felt like she might fall, so she extended her arm around Akira's neck and back as not to get in his way too much. If he wanted to prioritize the ease of moving around, Akira could just carry her under his arm, but Cheryl kept that to herself. Akira then followed Alpha while carrying Cheryl, who was hugging him tightly. Cheryl felt really happy that someone she loved was hugging her even when she was in that situation. As she thought that she was rather a calculating girl for feeling like that, she smiled bitterly and most of her worry from just now was already gone. Chapter 160, Large-Scale Battle. When Akira was heading to where Cheryl was held, another change happened outside the mansion. A few dozen vehicles went past through the gate that Akira kicked down. Since Katsuya killed the entrance guards, no one was there to stop those vehicles. A large trailer stopped in the courtyard. Its huge backside opened and revealed multiple powered suits under its cover. They were about 5 meters tall with thick bodies and limbs. Those thick limbs gave off a powerful and durable impression rather than simply being heavy. There was also a big gun lined up beside each and every powered suit. The other trailers also opened their backsides, showing the same powered suits and tanks under them, while some of the other trailers started disembarking the soldiers inside them. Those people were from Horias. Rogalt's guess was correct. Horias used the chaos caused by Akira and Katsuya to attack Izant family's base. Horia's commander looked around the mansion and gave his men an order. That info was correct. Let's use this chance to crush the Izant family. Go out there and join the battle. The activated powered suits slowly moved their huge limbs to get up before grabbing the huge gun lying next to them. They then fixed their aim at the mansion in front of them. Right at the next moment, a huge explosion flashed from their torsos. High-caliber rounds hit their large torsos, followed by a loud banging as they were toppling over one by one. The armor platings around the area where they were hit crumbled down and made a loud banging sound when it hit the ground. The one that shot them was a black-powered suit that appeared from behind the mansion. Those robots were designed for agility with light, thin limbs and bodies. It was maneuvering around quickly on the ground with the mobility support device equipped under its feet while carrying huge guns that looked unfitting with its small body. That black robot was Rogalt's powered suit. Rogalt then shouted from inside his powered suit as if to let everyone in that place hear him. "You damn bastard! I knew you would come. I'll crush you here and now." The other undamaged Horia's powered suits and tanks focused their aim from the general direction of the mansion to that black powered suit. But that powered suit maneuvered nimbly to evade the incoming rounds while shooting back at them. Horia's foot soldiers spread out so as to not get swallowed in that exchange. With tanks and powered suits involved, it was no longer on the level of a battle between the slum gangs. Akira watched what was going on from the mansion's rooftop and could not help but frown. What the heck is going on? Just right outside the mansion, there was an ongoing chaos between dozens of tanks and powered suits. Not to mention the cannon barrage coming from outside the mansion by Horia's side, Izant family's powered suits were shooting back at those cannons from inside the mansion. Horia's powered suits flooded the courtyard trying to neutralize Izant family's powered suits, but a black powered suit was blocking them. Quantity-wise, Horia's had the upper hand with their tanks and powered suit. But the black powered suit was obviously a few times stronger than a common powered suit, and it compensated for the lack of number on the Izant family side. It would not be strange to feel a sense of superiority if someone was to stand somewhere high while looking down on the ensuing battle. But since Akira knew very well there was a good chance one of those huge rounds strayed and hit him, he was only able to smile wryly with a stern face. What kind of battle is going on here? They even have powered suits out too. This isn't on the level of a fight between slum gangs. Akira watched the black-powered suit closing its distance against its enemies. It bobbed and swayed, evading the incoming bullets to get close enough before using its chainsaw-like weapon to cut down the cover together with the enemy hiding behind it. Fire sparkles flew everywhere as it cut the whole thing together and left a clean-cut powered suit and cover in its trail. Akira inadvertently asked, "Whoa, that's really something. But why is that powered suit fighting in such close proximity from his enemies? It has a gun with it, right?" Alpha answered his question. The anti-force field armor device works better when it's in close range, you see. Of course, some of the warheads have anti-force field armor devices installed on them too, but it's impossible to have the same negating power in those relatively smaller warheads. Not to mention that it might also be for scaring the enemies by showing its ability to fight in close range. Other than that, it might be its user's preference, I guess. Preference? You still remember back then in Saranthal Building when Shirori cut down the huge monster, right? I bet it has similar equipment to Shirori. There was also Kane who fought the smaller monsters using CQC. Those people who have that kind of preference often have the talent and skill to support it, you see. For them, fighting in close range is much easier and they do perform better in close range. I see, so that's how it is, huh? Akira nodded as if he was fully convinced. From Cheryl's point of view, it looked like Akira found an answer that he just mumbled himself. Although she did find that strange, she felt like Akira would tell her not to ask him if she tried, and since it might even worsen his mood too, Cheryl decided to stay silent. "Akira, let's not spend our time watching them and get out of here. It would be bad if you get involved in that battle." Alpha was urging Akira to withdraw, but he had a conflicted expression as he said, "But I still have that pickpocket to be killed. Like I said, it's impossible for you to hunt for that pickpocket while carrying Cheryl around. Even standing here is already pretty dangerous, you know? Moreover, although I don't know the reason, it seems that a fight is also ensuing outside the base. It would be dangerous if you don't escort Cheryl to a safer place." A battle was also going on outside the fence of the base. It was a fight between Horia's reinforcement soldiers and Rogalt's men that were on their way back after they were told to return to the base. Akira had thought that he could just escort Cheryl outside the fence and then return back to the base, but it seemed that it was no longer a viable option now. Like people always say, if you chase two rabbits at the same time, you'll lose both of them. Your best course of action in this situation is to evacuate Cheryl to somewhere safe and hope that Pickpocket gets killed in the ongoing battle. Akira made a stern face. It might really be his only choice there. But before he decided to just give up and do that, another idea came up in his mind. Akira understood that his plan was unlikely to work. But even so, he was still willing to try. And if it really did not work, he would just give up and retreat. That way it would lessen his regret. "Alpha, I need your help to control my information terminal." "Sure, but what do you need me to do?" After Akira explained his plan, Alpha frowned and said, I'm not even sure that it would work, but I know we're just going to give it a try. And if it doesn't work, I'll give up killing that pickpocket and obediently leave this place. Well, if you would feel better that way, then sure. Alpha operated Akira's information terminal to send a message. Inside a building not too far away from Izant family's base, Viola was watching the ongoing battle between Izant family and Horia's through her binoculars. Oh, they're fighting just fine. Carol was also there as Viola's bodyguard. She then exasperatedly said, "Good grief, you're really an awful woman. But still, although it's true that they're fighting just next to the wasteland, to think that they would bring out tanks and powered suits too. I wonder how much oil you poured for that to happen." Viola replied with an empty smile. "Oh my, you make it sound like I caused them to fight. That's so rude of you. They did that themselves, you know. I have no power to make them fight each other. And even if I do, just imagine how much damage they would cause had they fought in the lower district. So I really want the city management to thank me for making them fight in the slum. But well, since of course I don't have that power, I guess that's meaningless, huh? I'll just leave it as that." Carol lightly smiled. It was obvious that she did not believe Viola at all. Suddenly a notice reached Carol's information terminal. Carol checked the content of that message and raised her eyebrows. She then smiled amusedly. "Viola, I need to leave for a bit." "Oh, but you're my bodyguard, you know. I'm sure you'll be safe in this place. So just stay here. I got a request that might earn me 50 million aurum, you see. If you would pay me more than that, I don't mind staying here though. I'm just staying here since I don't have any other things to do, but I don't feel like I'll get any extra bonus if I continue staying here, you know." "Well, good luck then." Viola waved at Carol. After Carol picked up her equipment that she left in that room and finished her preparation, she then said to Viola, "I don't really care if it's because you planned all of this. But how about you try to be a bit more careful? It's only a matter of time before the fire that you set also gets you burned, you know." Carol then immediately left the room. Viola, who saw that, only mumbled, "Looking at how excited she is, it must be from a guy that she likes or something. Either that or it is some kind of time-limited request." She then smiled amusedly. "Get myself burned, huh? But even without me setting the fire, they already had enough oil mixed that it was only a matter of time before they started fighting though. And it would have been too late for me to run away if I don't know where and when that fire will start." Viola thought that if it was only a matter of time, she could just set it herself so she knew when she had to run away to not get swallowed by the fire. To top it off, she could even enjoy watching the fire too. She was very talented in this kind of thing. Viola thought that her work there was what God destined her to be. After all, she had the right aptitude to do that kind of work, and it was a kind of work that could easily influence someone's habit. Moreover, she believed that it was only a matter of supply and demand, and she was on the side who was supplying. Viola then shifted her focus back to the fight and watched it while smiling. Cheryl was still carried by Akira as she was looking around. She looked slightly scared. She could see powered suits fighting each other and their firepower way outside what normal people could produce. Stray bullets that were more like huge warheads ripped off the mansion and opened a huge hole. If it hit someone, there was no question it would turn him or her into minced meat. Cheryl could also feel her feet trembling. Someone inside the mansion might have been using explosives. Although Akira was protecting her, it did not change the fact that it was scary. And Akira was just standing on top of that mansion. It did not seem like he was going to move anywhere anytime soon. It was not strange that Cheryl found it weird and felt worried. Are we not going to withdraw?" Akira calmly replied. "Yeah, but just wait for a bit here. It's not like I'm just waiting here without any reason, you know." I see, I understand." Cheryl could not pursue any further if Akira said so. After all, she did not have the ability to escape from that place with her own power. If Akira thought of her as a bother, she might get left behind to die there. She did not say anything any further, she just tightened her arms around Akira to ward off her worry. Akira seemed a little disappointed and thought, "That as I thought, it won't work then." Well, I did expect that though. He did that fully expecting that it would not work in the first place. As he was about to make his next move, Alpha suddenly said in surprise. Akira. I know we need to go, right? I'll give up on killing that pickpocket and go back home. No, that's not it. She's here. Akira raised his eyebrows and looked in the direction that Alpha was pointing at. He could see Carol running towards him. Carol stopped in front of Akira and smiled at him. Sorry for the wait, did I come too late? No, it's fine. I didn't expect you to really come though. Carol smiled and exasperatedly said, Geez, that's so like you. Not only did you call me here with just one message, I even happily ran as fast as I could to get to you. That's not how you should react to a girl who did that much for you, you know. Or is it that you're doing it on purpose to hit on girls? Carol was using the seductive augmented suit that she used back in Mihazono Ruin. It would not be strange for other people to think that she was using that suit to seduce someone. Cheryl was so surprised by Carol's augmented suit and how cold Akira reacted to it. But Akira just ignored that and proceeded to confirm something. Carol, that message is just an escort request, you know. Don't make it sound like I sent some strange message to you. And since you're here, it means that you're willing to take it, right? I know it's weird for me to say this since I was the one who sent that request, but I didn't expect you to accept it, you know. Akira sent an escort request to Carol. The content was a very one-sided offer. The reward would be paid later after the request was finished and the amount was open for negotiation. He was also willing to pay for the expense up to some amount, and it had no detailed explanation. To top it off, it only had a coordinate mentioned and a text saying that it was a time-limited offer as if it was only a prank. If it was himself, Akira would have refused that request. In the first place, he could not reach the designated location under the time limit. Akira thought so when he sent that message. Because of that, he was amazed that Carol actually came. But still, it's pretty impressive that you could come here under the time limit. I was somewhere nearby, you see. But well, I wouldn't have been able to come if I wasn't using this augmented suit though. That aside, I didn't expect you to send an escort request, but seeing those powered suits fighting each other over there, well, that's understandable. Well, let's go. Wait, I'm not coming with you. Akira only said that as he lightly pushed Cheryl to Carol. Carol and Cheryl were equally surprised there. I still have something to do here, that's why I can't leave yet. The request is not to escort us, but to escort Cheryl. So, there you have it. I'll leave her to you. Seeing Akira was about to leave after saying that, Carol flusteredly stopped him. I'll wait there. Akira, you're not coming? Are you sure? Yeah, it would be hard for me to do the other thing that I need to do here while carrying Cheryl around. That's why I sent you that escort request. I know it's my fault for not giving enough explanation in that message, but the request that I sent is an escort request, not a request for reinforcement. I sent that request considering my fighting power. If it's impossible for you to do that without me coming along, then just refuse it. No, I'm okay with that, but... I see. Well, later then. I'll be counting on you. Akira immediately left after he said that. Carol and Cheryl looked at each other. Both of them were fully shocked. They could see from each other's expression that the other person was equally confused. Carol then awkwardly said to Cheryl, well, shall we go now? Why yes. Cheryl understood that it was not like Akira abandoned her, but she could not help but to make all kinds of guesses as she made a rather conflicted face. Carol saw that and smiled bitterly. She's having it tough too, as I thought he really doesn't know how to treat girls. If that was the case, then it made sense why he reacted so indifferent toward her. Carol thought so as she escorted Cheryl away from the battle. The other aim that Akira still had left was to kill Alna, so he once again went into the mansion to finish that job. She might as well already be dead, but of course, no one had the leeway to clean up all the corpses in that situation. He thought that it would be enough if he could find her corpse. The inside of the mansion was filled with the sounds of gunshots. Izant family soldiers were trying to fight back the invading Horia soldiers. Akira moved around the mansion while evading both sides. They are fighting both outside and inside the mansion. Well, it's not like they can bring those powered suit inside the mansion, so it's still better than being outside. You might get hit by the stray bullets if you move too close to the outside, so let's only take the route through the inner part of the mansion. Depending on the situation, You might need to break through some walls though. Roger that. Even Akira also did not want to get involved in that battle between powered suits. That was why he did not have any complaint taking the inner route. Although leaving holes inside Izant family's base would bring huge trouble to Izant family, it was not his problem, so he did not care about that. By the way, Akira, are you sure you're okay doing that to Cheryl? I had someone to escort her, so I'm sure she'll be fine. I know how strong Carol is, and she was using that strong augmented suit with a high power consumption rate too. I'm sure she can handle it just fine. But putting that aside, it's not like you can fully trust Carol, right? What will you do if she did something to Cheryl? Akira frowned and said with a serious face. That if something like that were to happen, then that's just how far Cheryl's luck is. It's not like I can protect Cheryl 24/7, and I have no wish to do so in the first place. Once I'm back exploring old world ruins again, I won't be able to rescue Cheryl all the time if something happens to her. So let's just say that this is also a test for her luck, and I hope that she'll do her best for that too. If Cheryl finds it unpleasant that I didn't escort her myself, I don't care at all. I have things that I need to do too. I have no obligation to do everything that she wants me to do. Including this time too, Akira came to Cheryl's rescue, so Alpha thought that Akira had been too invested in Cheryl. Alpha had anticipated that she might need to do something to change that soon, but judging from Akira's reaction just now, it seemed that there was no need to worry about it. Although he might be slightly invested in Cheryl, he had no problem with abandoning her when needed. In the worst-case scenario, he did not even care if she was dead. For Akira, Cheryl was only worth that much. But another problem came up from there. Between saving Cheryl and killing Alna. Akira actually put saving Cheryl after killing Alna on his priority list. He put more priority on killing Alna, which meant that it would be difficult for him to change his priority. Akira would kill Alna, and if Katsuya witnessed it, it would no doubt cause a lot of trouble. Alpha wanted to avoid that. Akira, get into that room. Did you find her? Just get in. Akira went in as he was told to. But there was no one inside that room. No one is here though. Then put furniture to block that door. What's going on here? Akira looked suspiciously at Alpha, who looked back at him with a serious face. All right. Akira thought that there must be a reason why Alpha did that, so he then barricaded the door. Once he was done, he was told by Alpha to wait in the middle of the room, and that was exactly what he did without complaining. His right hand suddenly moved on its own. Oh, Alpha, is that you? It seems that it's working just fine. With this, I can get your support through my augmented suit, huh? But if I'm not mistaken, you said that you needed more time to fully take control of my augmented suit, right? Akira said so and looked at Alpha, who pouted and replied. I really didn't want to do this. I put in a crude control software since it's better than having no support from me at all. I see. Why do you look so displeased then? Personally, I really don't want to use that crude control software, you know. But, since it's better than nothing, I don't have any other choice but to use it. I can give you some support with this, but don't expect anything advanced, okay? Alpha obviously looked really displeased. Akira winced back since it was very rare for her to make such a face. He then said as if to change the subject. I see you. I'll be careful. By the way, why is there a need for me to get in this room and barricade the door? You can't use your augmented suit while I'm rewriting the software. So it's to buy some time in case your bad luck caused someone to attack you while I'm in the middle of rewriting the software. I see. You could have told me, you know. Alpha sent a slightly intense glare to Akira. I'm sure I've told you this before. If you can't follow that level of order without asking me the reasons, then it might be too late. That was also for confirmation, and from the result, I decided that it's better to be able to control your augmented suit, although I would be using that low-quality software. Even Akira understood that Alpha was basically saying if he had followed her order quickly without questioning anything, then there would have been no need for her to install that low-quality software. I see. Since we're here, you should check if you feel anything weird. I'm sure that it would be fine, but since I changed the control software, there might be a different lag time compared to before. Okay. Akira immediately started moving around and testing the newly rewritten augmented suit as if not to worsen Alpha's mood. He moved around, readied his rifle, and checked for any possible uncomfortable sensation from his augmented suit. It's fine, no problem at all. That's good to hear, let's hurry up then. I'm sure you want to finish what you come here for and get out of this place as soon as possible too, right? Yeah, you're right. Let's go. Akira immediately left the room and went to the basement of the mansion to search for Alna. I don't know what's going on, but it seems that she's in a rather bad mood. Is it because of the software? I remember that she was pretty angry when I called her a good alarm clock too. Does it have something to do with that? I have no idea at all. Well, this is not a good time to ask her anyway, so let's just do that after I'm done in this place. Though I might no longer care about this when I'm done here though. And so, Akira decided to forget about it for now. With Alpha's bad mood and her constantly urging him to hurry up, Akira could not notice why she decided to make sure that he was able to receive her support. Chapter 161, A Foolish Small Fry. Rogalt used the chainsaw equipped on his black-powered suit to sever Katsuya's vehicle and raised it up. The spinning blade of the chainsaw spat fire sparks through Katsuya's vehicle. After Katsuya chased Akira with his vehicle, it had sustained a considerable amount of damage from all the shootings. So he decided to retreat. He ran away from the war zone, then moved his badly damaged and slow-moving vehicle to the yard and went to look for Alna. But unfortunately, Rogalt found him first after he defeated the enemy's powered suits. Rogalt's powered suit was able to make short work of Katsuya's vehicle. He went straight for Katsuya's vehicle and cleaved it open through its ceiling. Katsuya was barely able to get out of his vehicle in time. Although he lost his vehicle, he still had all of his equipment while he was lying on the ground, glaring at the black-powered suit. The black-powered suit waved its arm with Katsuya's vehicle still stuck on its chainsaw blade. It then ripped the vehicle into two and threw them away as a display of power. The split parts landed with a loud bang and rolled over the ground. Rogalt used the external speaker to let Katsuya hear him. "You damn brat. Did you really think that you can do something by working together with Horias? Or did you think that by coming in a Drankum vehicle we would be scared of you? That's so unfortunate for you." Although Katsuya was absolutely at disadvantage, he still managed to speak back. "Where's Alna?" Rogalt mockingly replied. "What's the point even if I tell you? You'll die here. It's too much trouble capturing you alive. I'll crush you with this powered suit." Rogalt showed off his melee weapons. It had enough power to easily rip Katsuya's vehicle into two. If Katsuya got hit by it, there was no questioning that he would be squashed. Katsuya imagined that scene and twitched, then yelled back. "I'm asking where's Alna? God damn it, just shut up. I won't spare you even if you beg, or do you think that it's cool to die while thinking about the girl you love? In the first place, that girl is just an excuse for you to attack us, isn't it? I don't know what kind of deal you made with Horias, but it's stupid for you to come and join this battle too. You can go ahead and regret your foolishness when I squash you into minced meat." The black-powered suit swung its melee weapons. The spinning chainsaw let out a deafening ring. If Rogalt swung it down, Katsuya would be minced to smithereens. Rather than fearing for his own death, Katsuya was more reeled up for being mocked. He let his emotion take over as he loudly yelled. "Like hell if I know about Horias. And this has nothing to do with Drankum. I want to save Alna and that's why I'm here." Rogalt stopped the chainsaw that he was swinging downward. He sounded rather surprised as he asked, "You're saying that you don't know them? You didn't come here with Akira after Viola introduced you to Horias. I don't even know who is this Viola you're talking about. You're trying to kill Alna and that's enough of a reason for me to come here." Rogalt reeled back. As the boss of the gang, he was used to reading between the lines. He was confident that he could see through lies. Of course, there were exceptions like Viola, but the little boy in front of him was not a part of that exception. This boy really doesn't know about them, huh? He doesn't know Viola nor Horias. Does that mean that he's not working together with Akira either? And it doesn't seem he's lying. Rogalt then continued. He obviously sounded slightly confused and troubled. "Let me get this straight. So basically you have nothing to do with those Horias, you have nothing to do with that Akira, and you came here all on your own decision, correct? Although you came here in order to save Alna, you did not even try to sneak in. Did you really think that you can save her by doing something like this? Are you sane? Tidadis. Katsuya wavered. Rogolt was clearly able to see that through the camera on his powered suit and confirmed that it was not a fake reaction and that he was not trying to hide something. Rogolt's laugh could be heard through the speakers of his powered suit. You're really stupid. So you came here without even giving it a proper thought first, huh? Stupid people like you are usually just small fries who die after doing something equally stupid. So basically you're just lucky to stay alive until now, huh? Rogolt's anger mostly died down after he laughed hard. He regained some of his calm and cleared up his mind. He had no plans to fight Katsuya if it could be helped. If he had another choice for the benefit of his gang, he would definitely pick that choice. He then changed his communication line to call his men. It's me. How's that Alna? Is she alive? The men that he told to keep Alna hostage replied. She's with me right now and she's still alive. At first, we were planning to take her near Katsuya and use her to threaten him, but since we can't contact him, we don't know where he is right now. At the moment, we're in the middle of fighting Horias while looking for that Katsuya. If it's about Katsuya, he's right here with me. Tell her that this call is connected to Katsuya and make her scream for help and make sure it could be heard from this call. Alna's voice could be heard coming out from the powered suit speakers. Kei Katsuya? Are you there? Katsuya immediately reacted to Alna's voice. Alna, are you alright? Really came to save me. Thank you. Alna's voice was cut short by Rogolt. Just like you heard, that girl is alive. You came here to save that girl, right? Aren't you glad? So here's a deal. You follow my orders from here on, and I'll guarantee the safety of this girl. I also won't kill you here. This way, you and that girl will survive. Isn't that great? What do you want me to do? First of all, I'll have you kill those Horia's guys. Like hell I can tell which one of them is which. Set your information terminal to catch the signal from our broadcast frequency. We'll tell you where to go and what's your target from there. Katsuya frowned and had a pained look. That if I kill them, you'll return Alna back to me, right? No, that's not everything yet. I'll have you do other things too. From what I heard about you, you're earning a lot of money, right? So I'll have you pay me a lot of money too. What? Rogolt added more intimidation in his voice when he saw Katsuya reel back. How many of my men do you think you have killed? I won't let that slide unless you kill 100 people for every one of our men that you've killed. And money too. How much money do you think I spent on this battle? So don't think that I'll accept just a small amount of money. And if you refuse, we'll kill that girl. That girl is only worthy for making you obey us. If you won't obey us, then she's good as dead to us. That's for you too. We can kill you anytime, you know. And don't ever think that you're safe just by running back to Drankum, okay? Leaving those hunters from the front line aside, common hunters around this parts are no threat against this kind of powered suit. Most of what he said were bluff, but threatening was important for successful intimidation. Putting the result aside, presenting a realistic possibility of causing damage was more than enough as a threat. In order to not give Katsuya any time to think, Rogolt thrust the chainsaw on his powered suit at Katsuya. The big spinning blade went past right in front of Katsuya. Either you obey me or die here. You have 5 seconds. If you don't give me any answer, I'll kill you here. 3, 2. All right. Katsuya had an extremely pained look. Rogolt pulled his chainsaw away from Katsuya. You've made the right choice. Go back to the mansion and kill those Horias. Don't forget to open your channel for our signals too. Now go, make sure to work hard out there. Otherwise, consider that girl dead. Katsuya still had a pained face as he went back to the mansion. He was also thinking of saving Alna if she could spot her somewhere, or more like, he used that as an excuse to tell himself to return back to the death zone. Rogolt then said to his men, "It's me, as you just heard, don't kill that girl. Or at least, make sure that she's alive as long as Katsuya is still alive. Don't try anything funny, It would be bad if you kill her by mistake. Treat her like a guest. And send some people to accompany Katsuya to make sure that he fights Horias. Roger that. When Rogalt was about to disconnect, he remembered something and asked. By the way, I wonder how about that Cheryl? My call was cut off midway. Should we try to look for her? Only if you have the leeway to do so. Taking out the Horias comes first. There's no need to go out of your way to look for her. I'll continue killing the Horias outside. If you can't handle any of them, just bait them to the courtyard or any other places where my powered suit can reach you, like outside the mansion or just outside the hangar. Pass this on to the other men outside the base too. Rogalt cut the call and returned back to the courtyard to continue killing Horias. It might be because Horias was prioritizing the battle outside the base that it seemed they were pulling their men back from the mansion. Of course, Rogalt's men did not let that chance slip away and targeted those retreating soldiers. The black-powered suit once again prowled the dark night as it returned back to the courtyard. Not too long after that, a scream could be heard from one of the enemy soldiers. And no one told me that we're going to be facing something like this? That man was shooting at the black-powered suit, but all of his bullets just bounced off from its armor. The black-powered suit swung its chainsaw and turned that man into a blob of meat in one go. Idiots. I don't know if they're here because Horias paid them or something, but do they really think that they can fight quality with quantity alone? Or these people are basically like that stupid boy, coming here without giving it any thoughts first. Rogalt continued killing his enemies there while thinking if Akira was also one of those stupid people. Akira was running through the mansion when Alpha suddenly said to him, Akira, you sometimes act like a foolish small fry, don't you? He twitched and looked a little surprised since he did not see that coming at all. That was out of the blue. The thought just suddenly crossed my mind, you didn't realize it yourself. Small fry usually refers to those weak people who love to pick a fight, right? To be honest, I'm more on the side who usually gets picked to a fight though. It's not like I proactively pick fights against other people after all. That's why I don't think that's the right description for me. Then how about the foolish part? Akira looked away. He knew that Alpha was correct. He himself understood that it was not an exaggeration to call him a fool for raiding Izant family's base by himself like this. But another side of him was urging him not to accept it. If he retreated now, he felt like he would be pushed back to the state when he was still living in the slum alley. That fear and feeling of insecurity pushed him to come to this place. Alpha silently stared at Akira before saying, Well, I guess it's way too late for me to say it, huh? That aside, I found Alna. Let's go and finish this fast. Oh, you found her? All right then, let's go. This way. Akira thought something was a bit strange as he followed Alpha's guide. Alpha, for some reason I feel like you're suddenly rather supportive, or is it only my imagination? You won't return back home unless you kill Alna, right? So I guess I have no other choice but to get you to finish her and get away from this place as soon as possible. Of course, if you decide to retreat here, that would be for the best though. Alpha was smiling at Akira as if she was pressuring him. Akira's frowned a bit. I see, I'll hurry up too. Just like Alpha, Akira also wanted to finish his business there as fast as possible. Since he felt like it would only get him in more trouble if he said something there, Akira just shut up and started running. Alna was held in one of the Izant family's hangar. The hangar was built large enough to house several powered suits. There was also maintenance equipment inside the hangar to do maintenance for those powered suits. Alna was shoved behind those equipment and there were several men around her guarding the area. One of the men guarding the hangar looked at Alna, who was hanging her head down, and said, But still, I didn't expect this girl could be used as a hostage. That Katsuya guy is a famous hunter from Drankum, right? I heard that the city management also recognized his contribution to the city and he even got invited to some parties in the inner wall as well. I know that Drankum is using him for publicity, but he's basically not your usual hunter, right? So why would such a hunter come to this place just to rescue this slum girl? Like hell if I know, something might have happened between them. I can understand it in Cheryl's case. That girl's dress and outward appearance are not on the same level as those girls that you can find in the slum city. That dress, Although she might have gotten that from a hunter, with that outward appearance, it would not be strange for some people to get so invested in her. But this one here is just a slum girl. If it was me, I would have just abandoned her, no question about it. Well, different people have different tastes for women. That Katsuya might be just a very earnest person and something happened in the past that made him owe something big to this girl here. Is it that big to the point that he's willing to antagonize us? No idea. It's just a guess, honestly speaking, I have no idea why either. Alna was listening to their talk while hanging her head low. She felt guilty for making Katsuya come to rescue her, but at the same time, she also felt happy for that. Then suddenly a question came up in her mind. Why would Katsuya even go that far for me? Just like these guys said, he has no reason to go that far for me. So why? Alna kept her head low while thinking. The guys guarding her did not pay her much attention since it was also helpful to them if she would just obediently sit there. Akira was aiming through his CWH anti-material rifle from the rooftop of the mansion. He loaded a special bullet with high piercing power beforehand as he aimed straight at one of the hangars, or to be more precise, at Alna who was inside that particular hangar. Thanks to Alpha's support, he could see the interior of the hangar together with the predicted trajectory line of his bullet. Alpha was right beside Akira. She then said with a serious face, "I'll watch out for enemies so you can focus on finishing your job here." "Alright, I'll be counting on you. Don't expect too much from my aiming correction support, okay? Like I've explained before, the control software in your augmented suit is still a crude one. Just aim carefully with your own skill as if you don't have my support at all. If you miss your shot, the enemies would discover your position and it would be a huge pain in the neck. I know this is where I need to get super serious." Akira gathered his focus and used all of his senses for aiming as he was slowly adjusting his aim that swayed greatly with a slight move. The moment before he pulled the trigger, he compressed his time perception to its limit, extending and distorting the banging sound coming from his CWH anti-material rifle. In that slow-motion world where he compressed his time perception to its limit, he could hear the sound of his heartbeat stretch to infinity. In that strange silence, a bullet flew out from the muzzle at high speed and a flash of light sparkled accompanying that bullet. The bullet ripped through the air, straight into the hangar wall, and passed through some equipment inside that hangar as it sought its target, Alna. But it went about 30 centimeters beside her. Akira made a stern face as he inadvertently said, "Damn it, I missed. Next shot quickly." "I know." Akira immediately released the next shot. Each bullet that he released left a hole on the hangar's wall at the same time it illuminated the dark courtyard with a flash of light. Alna was frozen in shock when a bullet just passed close by her. But the other men there immediately reacted to it. One of them grabbed Alna by her dress and pulled her down to the floor. The guards immediately reconfirmed their current situation. An attack? Did someone slip into the hangar? Another guy checked his information-gathering device for any signal. No signals nearby. It's from outside. A stray bullet then? But the wall is pretty thick, you know? Another bullet flew right past Alna. Alna inadvertently shrieked. Then another bullet flew by, hit one of the equipment, and left a fire spark. One of the guards immediately grabbed Alna and urged her to move. The incoming bullets landed one after another as it chased them while they were relocating themselves. It's an enemy attack. And they can see us inside the hangar. One of the guards grabbed his hand grenade and threw it. It blew up and filled the hangar with smoke, but that smoke was cleared right away. But right after that, Akira's shot started to miss by a large margin. That hand grenade was actually a cheap jamming smoke grenade. Although it could not inflict much direct damage, it was enough to disturb the enemy's information-gathering devices outside the hangar's wall. Akira had a stern expression plastered on his face. The interior of the hangar that was visible to him until now suddenly went blurry. Damn it! Did they do something inside there? Alpha calmly explained. It's the effect from the jamming smoke inside that hangar. You should be able to have a clear vision inside, but it's impossible to check the interior of the hangar from outside. Then there's no other choice but to storm the hangar. As I thought, I need more training to be able to shoot relying only on my own skill. You can train as much as you want later, but first, we need to welcome the incoming guests. A guy suddenly jumped out of the hangar. He was using a heavy augmented suit. Akira immediately sniped that guy. The force of the bullet threw that guy straight back into the hangar wall. But that guy, with his back still stuck on the big crater in the hangar's wall, aimed his minigun at Akira and started shooting back. Bullets showered the mansion and destroyed a part of the mansion, especially around Akira. Akira flusteredly got away from the barrage. Alpha! That guy survived CWH anti-material rifle, you know? He knew that he could take that shot, that's why he came out in full view. It's not like it didn't damage him at all, so don't stop shooting. As Akira was focused firing at the guy with a heavy augmented suit, another guy came out from inside the hangar with a grenade launcher. He aimed it at the rooftop and pulled the trigger. Frag grenades drew a beautiful arc on the sky. They did not explode immediately and instead got stuck on where they landed. Akira already slipped away in order to escape from the minigun barrage. He was hiding in the enemy's blind side. But frag grenades suddenly started raining down on him. Alpha let Akira know where the incoming grenades would land. They landed and exploded one by one behind him, but he was able to get away from the explosions. Some of the grenades exploded close to him. But thanks to his force field armor-equipped coat, he was able to get away uninjured. But of course, his energy reserve quickly whittled down with every explosion. That was dangerous. It's not like that guy is only randomly shooting at me. How in the world he did that? The first few shots were not grenades, but mini information-gathering devices, those that stuck on the walls and floors. Akira looked around. It was true that there were small devices sticking on the rooftop. He could not help but frown when he saw that. So those things, huh? Those are the things that Elena-san used during our exploration to Yanazuka Station ruin, right? So basically they always know where I am, huh? You've gone through a fight where your enemy can clearly see you during the training with Ario and the other children, remember? There's no need to panic and just handle it calmly. Don't compare them with Ario. Those guys are super strong, you know? The difference in our equipment is just too big. It's still better than having me as their commander, no? So stop complaining and get to work. Basically you want to say if I'm going to complain I should just go back home, right? I got it already, geez. Akira desperately evaded the explosions as he was conversing with Alpha. But Alpha did not reply to his remark there. Akira and the soldiers from Izant family were engaging each other while constantly knowing each other's location. Akira prioritized to keep moving so as not to get shot by staying in the direct firing line of the enemy's minigun while shooting back with his A4WM automatic grenade launcher. If he could use the mansion as a cover, he could avoid getting shot by the minigun just fine. And of course, the enemies were also shooting back at him with their grenade launchers in the middle of that fight. The more firepower they were using, the more money they spent in that battle. Since the mansion was built next to the dangerous wasteland where monsters were roaming freely, it was made with pretty strong material to withstand the attack from monsters. If it was made of common materials, the mansion would have been blown to smithereens by now. Eventually, Akira ran out of A4WM ammo first. When Akira was about to reload a new magazine to his A4WM rifle, Alpha suddenly said to him, "Get down." Right at the same time, Alpha moved his augmented suit and Akira did not fight back at all as he let his body be thrown back. When that happened, he saw a dim blue blade fly past under him. If Alpha had not moved his body, his leg would have been severed. Thanks to Alpha's support, Akira noticed another enemy was running towards him from the floor below. But he didn't expect them to try to cut his leg from below. After all, it was rare to find people who had a talent for melee combat, and it was even rarer to find those people who had good enough equipment to do so. The blade that extended from below the floor chased Akira. Although it only extended as far as Akira's thigh, it was clearly aiming for Akira as if not to allow him to stay in one place for too long. Akira desperately avoided the incoming grenades and bullets as well as the blades that were chasing him. He had no leeway to reload his A4WM automatic grenade launcher. His A4WM automatic grenade launcher was out of ammo while his DVTS minigun did not have enough piercing power to shoot through the walls. His CWH anti-material rifle was too long to aim directly below. But even so, it was not like he could just leave the enemy below him alone. So in order to open up some distance from the floor to be able to aim his CWH anti-material rifle straight below, Akira lightly jumped. Don't. Alpha's was too late. Akira was already off the floor and was in the middle of swapping his A4WM automatic grenade launcher to his CWH anti-material rifle. Another enemy suddenly appeared from the other side of the rooftop and aimed his huge gun at Akira, who was in midair, while the enemy under him readied his blade to welcome Akira when he landed. Akira had no way to evade both of them. If he prioritized the enemy on the rooftop, he would be welcomed by blades the moment he landed. If he prioritized the enemy below him, he would get shot by the other enemy. Akira understood that very well as he made a grim face. Oh crap! If my legs get cut, I would lose my mobility. And when that happens, I would be just a sitting duck. I have no other choice but to ignore that other guy. But still, how much firepower does that big gun have? Can I survive a direct hit from that gun? In that deadly situation inside a slow-motion world, Akira immediately made his decision and gritted his teeth. But Alpha suddenly intervened. She controlled Akira's augmented suit and changed his course of action. When Akira noticed both of his arms started moving on their own, he understood that it was Alpha and was surprised by that, but he immediately matched his movement with her. As he was still floating in the air, Akira had his left hand aiming his CWH anti-material rifle right at the enemy below him, while at the same time his left hand reached for his DVTS minigun that was dangling on his body and immediately pulled down the triggers on his both hands. The bullet from Akira's CWH anti-material rifle forced the enemy under him to move away from his position, while the kickback from Akira's DVTS minigun that he wasn't even aiming at anyone shifted his body midair, making the enemy that was aiming at him miss their shot. A powerful shot ripped through Akira's coat. If Akira had got hit by that, he would have been fatally wounded. Akira did not release the trigger of his DVTS minigun as he shifted its aim to the enemy who just released that shot. That particular enemy was riddled with bullets as he was blown back and fell down from the rooftop. The moment Akira landed, he immediately ran away from that place. That was dangerous. If I took that straight, I might as well be dead. Alpha, thanks for the help. Alpha then made a suggestion to Akira with a serious face. Akira, the enemies are stronger than I expected. That one guy too, he must have only fallen down and not dead yet. Let's retreat for now. Do you mean retreating from this place? Akira had a grim look on his face. Risking one's life was different from doing suicidal action. His resolve was leaning towards something so reckless that it was closer to suicide. If it was a worthy gamble, then it was still acceptable, but that was not the case if it was straight suicidal. And the extreme situation there pushed Akira slightly past that line. If Alpha gave another push, Akira might actually give up the idea of killing Alna there. But Alpha did not do that. She smiled and replied to him. I know you don't want to do that no matter what, right? So I won't pursue it any further. That's why we'll take the next best choice. Retreat for now and I'll rewrite the control software to get a better control. But since your augmented suit would be rendered useless while rewriting the software, that would be a dangerous course of action. But I concluded that you will have a better winning chance that way rather than keep on fighting in this state. Since I'm not telling you to fully retreat, you won't say no to this, right? Looking at Alpha, who was smiling at him, Akira could not help but to lightly smile back. All right, let's take a temporary retreat. It's great that you would listen to me. I don't want to die after all. And it's helpful to get a better winning chance too. I was planning to give you more reasons to convince you to retreat if you had said no there. Let's hurry up then. Akira smiled wryly at Alpha and immediately left that place. Chapter 162, Testing Luck. The people who just fought Akira near the hangar were talking to each other through their communication devices. Did he run? No, a temporary retreat? What should we do? Should we chase after him? The guy with the blade asked, but the guy with the heavy augmented suit stopped him. Oh. It would be bad if he's planning to divide us into smaller groups. Not to mention, I'm using a heavy augmented suit. You might be able to chase him, but I don't believe that's the case for me. The guy that was riddled with DVTS minigun's bullet and fell down from the floor was still lying on the ground. His augmented suit had injected his body with battle stimulants to keep his body and mind ready to fight. He then pushed himself up while still dazed. Damn it, the heck is wrong with that boy? He's not normal. If I'm not mistaken, that face? He's one of the guys that the boss was planning to take control of. Judging from how he accurately sniped us while we were inside the hangar, he must be carrying a pretty high-quality information-gathering device. I bet his other equipments are more or less of the same quality, and his skill must be good enough to match them too. A call suddenly reached them. It was from those guys inside the hangar. How's the situation over there? We're fighting one boy, I think it's that Akira. Although we were able to repel him, we weren't able to kill him. We have one man injured here. Hey, can you keep on going? Of course. This much of an injury is not enough to drive me away from the battle, you know. The injured guy replied in a high spirit. But he then followed up with a calm voice. But it's also true that boy is indeed strong. I was only able to survive since we're ganging up on him. To be honest, I don't want to fight him in a one-on-one fight. He's way more than I can handle. So, what to do? Want to let the boss know? The other guys did not reply. They had their own pride and reputation to uphold too. Although Rogalt did tell them to ask for help if they encounter enemies whom they could not handle. If they asked for help just because they could not handle a single young boy, people would definitely question their abilities. But if they were caught off guard and got Alna killed, it would be a huge disaster for them. After all, Akira almost got Alna during the previous surprise attack. The guy inside the hangar understood that all of them were at a loss on what to do next, so he then said, "Well, for now, let's group up. We can decide whether to report it to the boss or not later. First of all, we need to treat anyone injured and refresh our ammo reserve." Unlike the hunters who fought in the wasteland with limited ammo and supply, these guys were fighting in their own base. So they did not equip their rifles with a high-quality extended magazine. After all, they could always refresh their reserve in their base. So rather than using an extended magazine that did not increase their firepower at all, it was far cheaper to be using their usual magazines. That was also true for their energy packs too. They also had used a considerable amount of bullets to fight back Akira just now. So they decided to return back to the hangar to refresh their supplies. Katsuya was fighting the Horia's people who were invading the mansion. Just like in Akira's case, Rogalt had paid a lot of money to Viola in order to be able to control him too. Katsuya had the skill and the equipment to make that piece of information worth the money. He did not have any trouble fighting back the Horias, as in a matter of fact, it was a rather one-sided fight. The guy accompanying Katsuya, who also doubled as his observer, was amazed to see Katsuya's skill from up close. This boy is pretty strong for just a young hunter. No wonder the boss wanted to be able to control him. But if he's this strong, then why would he go so far just for that girl? If he only accepted that deal to be able to run away from the boss, he could have escaped once the boss left him alone. But since he's not even trying to do that here, it means that he's really fighting for that girl. I really can't understand him at all. But well, different people have different tastes in women, so I guess I'm in no place to say anything about that. It's all good and well as long as he's obeying us. It's great to be able to take it easy. After Katsuya had finished all the Horia's men in that area, he just stood there with a grim expression. It was not like Horia's men were being hostile to him. Katsuya was threatened by Rogalt and had no other choice but to follow his orders. Horias, who came invading the mansion, were there to kill other people right from the start, so it would be their own fault if they got killed instead. Even if Katsuya told himself so, it did not lighten his feeling of guilt at all. Countless reinforcement requests from the other Izant family's soldiers reached the Observer's information terminal. The battle in the mansion had been going on for some time now. With all the corpses already lying around the mansion, the number of people fighting in that area should have been reduced by that much too. But with the Izant family's men who were outside the base returning back to their base, they were also bringing along Horia's soldiers that were chasing them. Using his powered suit, Rogalt was fighting the enemies outside the base. If he spotted any tanks, he would prioritize taking them out first. While at the same time, it was impossible for him to hold back the enemies that were invading from the other parts of the fences that had been torn down. The area was filled with Izant family and Horia soldiers as well as the former hunters, whom they paid to fight for their causes, fighting against each other. The observer thought for a bit before he gave an order to the other guys near him. Good grief. I'll take that boy to the east side of the mansion, you guys go to the west side. You're going alone? Are you sure? This boy doesn't need a bodyguard, you know. I can just let this boy take the front while I'm just observing him from behind. This damn guy, taking it easy like that. It's one of those special privileges I get for being this boy's observer, yeah. He jokingly laughed. Katsuya sent a glare at him. They immediately went to the west side of the mansion, leaving Katsuya and his observer behind. The observer guy then said to Katsuya, "Hey, get a move on, I know." Katsuya replied brusquely and followed the other people who went before him. Akira was gathering his focus in one of the rooms inside the mansion. Alpha was going to start rewriting Akira's augmented suit's control software. They had already finished their preparations. Since it was impossible to use his CWH anti-material rifle without his augmented suit, Akira just left it on the floor with the other things that he could not use without the help of his augmented suit. He was only carrying H and A2D assault rifles that he could use just fine without his augmented suit and held one each on his right and left hand. The entrance to the room was barricaded. The lamp in the room was already destroyed during the fight, so the room was pitch black. There were corpses scattered around on the floor. And if he gathered his focus, he could hear gunshots echoing. The mansion was right in the middle of the war zone of that battle, and Akira was planning to deactivate his augmented suit in that room. Alpha made the final confirmation to Akira. I'll start updating the control software of your augmented suit. You won't be able to use your augmented suit at all while I'm doing that. There's quite a large portion of the software that I need to rewrite, so once I start, even if you try to reboot the augmented suit because something came up, it'll take about 1 minute until you can use your augmented suit again. So, are you ready? Yeah, you can start. Akira could feel his augmented suit suddenly turn slightly heavier. With his augmented suit completely turned off, it did not provide any support to him at all. If someone attacked him in that situation, he would have to fight back with his own power. But the enemies that he just faced were able to tank a direct shot from his CWH anti-material rifle and was able to survive a barrage from his DVTS minigun. If he encountered them right now, it would be game over for Akira. So it was, in a sense, a test for his luck. Alpha was still monitoring the surroundings for enemies. Akira's job there was to keep himself hidden and made sure that he could quickly react if something were to happen. In that pitch-black room, Akira could hear the sound of gunshots, screams, and footsteps coming from the floor below and the ceiling above him. As he breathed deeply, he felt like the world was strangely running in slow motion. Akira kept telling himself to keep his calm and not to focus too much on the sounds coming from his surroundings to make sure that it would not dull his focus. That was when he said, "By the way, it's thanks to you that I can see clearly in the dark like this, but I wonder how about the other guys?" Well, they would be able to see just fine too if they are using high-class night vision. Although it won't be as good as my support, they should be able to see enough as not to lower their fighting ability. Akira looked at the dead corpses lying on the floor. Some of them were indeed equipped with such night vision. But most of them were not using anything like that. You're right, they do, although it's not all of them. That kind of thing is pretty expensive, right? It depends on its quality. Night vision is also a type of information gathering device. Some of them might be using other kinds of information besides optical information to increase the accuracy of the imaging process. There are mass-produced night visions for hunters who want to explore dark ruins. I'm sure that kind of night vision equipment is relatively cheap. But they're still pretty expensive, right? I don't know about the people of this base and those who are attacking this place, but since they have this kind of equipment, they must be pretty rich, right? Not to mention, they have those powerful soldiers and those powered suits too. The amount of money that I'm earning must be nothing to them. The 500 million orum that Akira received from that one request in Miyazono ruin was not a small amount of money. But that was not even close to enough to hire those powerful men and buy equipment for all those soldiers, not to mention those powered suits too. Akira could not even imagine how much money he would need for all of those things. Akira basically picked a fight against someone with enough power and money to be able to pay for all of those things. He did not regret it at all, but it was still rather discouraging when he thought about it. Alpha lightly smiled. Well, I don't think it's the right thing to do to compare how much one man can earn to how much an organization can earn though, but it might be a good idea to aspire to earn that much too. It won't be strange for a first-class hunter to be earning around that much, you know. So let's keep working hard. First-rate hunters, I do plan to work hard, but I have no idea how long it would take until I can be earning that much money. Akira replied back rather ironically after he was reminded of his current situation. But Alpha smiled at him and told him that it was not necessarily correct. Oh my, it might be sooner than you think, you know? You only got 300 orum in your first exploration and now you're already earning 500 million orum for one request after all. If you keep this up, you'll be able to easily earn more than 10 billion orum by next year. And once you get there, you'll be one of those big earners. Alpha once told him that anything less than 10 billion orum was nothing than a small amount of money. Of course, Akira understood that such a comparison did not make any sense at all. Akira smiled as he thought that once it reached that amount of money, even Alpha would not call that its small amount. You're right, I guess I'll keep working hard until I can reach that point, huh? If that was enough to discourage him, he would not be able to finish Alpha's request to him. Akira thought so as he picked himself up. Suddenly Akira's expression turned grim. Alpha was also making a serious face. Akira, get yourself ready. Yeah, I know. There were already some people passing through in front of the entrance to that room. When that happened, Akira would hold his breath to hide himself. But this time, some of them were trying to break into that room. Whether they were only trying to save their friends or search and kill their enemies, either way, they were Akira's enemies. After all, he was neither a part of Izant family nor Horius. Well, I guess it's too much to expect a respite with my luck, huh? Buy as much time as you can. I'll also hurry up and finish rewriting the control device of your augmented suit. But don't expect too much. I think it'll still take some time until you can reboot your augmented suit even if I do so. Roger that. Akira aimed both rifles on his hands at the barricaded door. He then gathered his focus. The moment the door was blown open, Akira immediately started shooting. A few guys stormed into the room. But Akira did not have enough firepower to deal fatal injuries on those people. Amidst that confusion, Akira was desperately fighting back those guys. Akira compressed his time perception to its limit. Thanks to Alpha's support, he could clearly see the trajectory of the enemy's bullets as he did his best to evade them. Akira could feel the big difference in his movement without his augmented suit. From his perspective, he was moving so slowly as if his body had lost its mobility. With that difference in the moving speed without his augmented suit, Akira put most of his effort into making up for that difference. Akira was evading the incoming bullets while aiming his rifles at the enemies. Alpha had given him the orders in which enemy he should shoot and how he would do that. He tried his best to follow that order in spite of his current limits. When he was not fast enough to follow that order, he paid that failure with a bullet in his body. But thanks to the coat he took off and set in the maximum output beforehand, Akira was able to withstand a few direct shots. But of course, his energy reserve had to pay for that. He could only keep that up for a few minutes even without taking any bullets. If Akira stopped moving there, he would only be able to keep that force field armor up for 2 seconds. Every time bullets flew out from his rifles, he could feel kickbacks assaulting his arms. Depending on the armors that his enemies were using, Akira might not even have enough firepower to pierce their armors. Both of Akira's rifles were loaded with powerful bullets that he could control well without his augmented suit, but still, the kickback was enough to damage his arms. He was only able to keep that up because the medicines that he took beforehand kept healing his damaged arms. Akira bravely jumped the gaps in between his enemies and used the enemy in front of him as a shield while he aimed at another person. The guy that he shot lost his balance. Akira used that opening to quickly thrust the rifle on his right hand at that guy's throat and pulled the trigger while he used the rifle in his left hand to shoot the other enemy behind him. The guy in front of him lost consciousness from that point-blank shot, so Akira kicked him away and aimed both of his rifles at the other guys. The barrage from Akira was able to break their balance as they fell on the ground and sprayed bullets randomly inside that room. The combination of Akira's skill and Alpha's command was barely able to secure a victory over those guys. The people that he just defeated were lying on the floor both inside the room and the hallway outside the entrance to the room. But most of them were not dead, they were only rendered unconscious. Once everything was done, Akira then fell on his knees. Alpha shouted at Akira, pulling his consciousness together right when he was about to faint. "Hurry up, get on your feet. Get some medicines first, quickly." "That okay?" The exchange did not even last a minute, but Akira had squeezed all of his physical and mental strength in that exchange. Akira's movement was severely dulled as he was reaching for his medicine inside his coat, and he was still a bit dazed. But strangely enough, he could not get his medicines, and when he looked at his arm, he found that some of his fingers were bent in an unnatural way. Akira smiled wryly and used his still functional fingers to take out his medicines and swallowed them while gritting his teeth against the pain assaulting his body. His broken fingers were slowly returning back to their original shapes in a rather forceful manner. He then slowly pushed himself back up. "Some of them are still alive, so you need to make sure that they're really dead. Hurry up. If they get up, you would have to go through that fight again. That wasn't enough to kill them, huh?" Although these bullets are usable without an augmented suit, they are powerful, and I shot them from a point-blank range, you know? These guys are pretty strong. Remember that some of them even survived a direct shot from a CWH anti-material rifle. Aren't you glad that these guys are weaker than that guy? As Akira picked up his rifles, an indicator could be seen from his vision telling him which one he should kill first. So he walked toward the guy with the highest priority. But still, I feel like my bad luck is making me fight incessantly against stronger enemies, you know. Those guys that I fought when I went to save Cheryl were nowhere near these guys. Is it that they were especially weak? To be honest, I think it's way too late for you to be complaining about your own bad luck. You have a point there. Alpha was giving a rather conflicted smile at Akira, so he replied back with a bitter smile. Just like the other guy that Akira shot down, the guy who was lying on the ground returned back to his senses thanks to his augmented suit that injected him with multiple battle stimulants. But when he looked around to confirm his current situation, he already found Akira standing in front of him with a rifle extended straight to his head. Akira used both of his arms to keep his rifle stable when he pulled the trigger. The guy was frozen still as a bullet blew off his head and instantly killed him. Akira immediately moved to the next person on his priority list and killed them without hesitation. From their point of view, it could be said that they were more unlucky than Akira to die in that place. So then, how's my augmented suit? Is it not ready yet? I'm trying my best here, but it'll still take some time. It's taking too long. It might be a good idea to get out of here first, out of the base. It's safer outside, right? Well, I'm pretty sure that it's quite safe if you go that far, but with your bad luck, I feel like you'll encounter that black-powered suit before long, you know. That's why I didn't tell you to do that. Although, it's fully possible for him to appear in front of us even if we stay here. Akira looked super annoyed and said, That's true. Rather than fighting that black-powered suit with my augmented suit, I would gladly fight the guys inside the mansion even if it means that I don't have the support from my augmented suit. Akira remembered how the black-powered suit was moving around the battlefield when he looked at it from the rooftop of the mansion. A powered suit was a powerful piece of equipment. It was not something that one would fight with normal equipment. Not to mention, that powered suit was stronger than a common powered suit. Of course, he was questioning why these people had that kind of powered suit in their base. But now that it was there, it was not like he could do anything about it. He just blamed it on his bad luck and stopped worrying about it anymore. Akira reloaded new magazines to his rifle and replaced the energy pack in his coat with new ones. He then took some medicines and hid himself in one corner of the room. He was breathing silently while feeling the nanomachines from the medicines spread through his body. He calmly let his body and mind take a rest while waiting for Alpha to finish rewriting the software in his augmented suit. But that resting time was immediately cut short. Not because Alpha finished, but because another enemy appeared. Akira, get out of the room and try to shoot him. It would be bad if you let him get near you. Akira jumped out of the room with rifles in both of his hands. He quickly aimed at the guy who was on the other end of the hallway. When Akira saw who that was, he could not help but frown. Why is that guy in this place? Just keep shooting, don't get in his range no matter what. Akira immediately pulled the triggers of his rifles, releasing a barrage against that guy. That guy immediately crouched his body and used a big-sized blade to shield himself from the bullets. The bullets generated sparks when they hit his blade. That is the guy who tried to cut my leg, right? Is he here chasing after me? Don't stop shooting. You have no winning chance against him if you fight him up close without your augmented suit. Though unfortunately, your bullets won't be able to pierce through his armor. But at least it's enough to slow him down. So hold him back with bullets. Actually, some of Akira's bullets passed through the blade and hit that guy's body, but that guy kept his calm and firmed his footing. Although he could not push forward against the incoming bullets, it did not seem that he was about to run away either. Akira frowned. Is that guy waiting for me to run out of ammo? Likely so, but you can't stop shooting, okay? If you slow down even for a bit, he will immediately close the distance. Without your augmented suit, it's impossible for you to run away from him. So just keep on shooting for now to buy some time. So either I run out of ammo first or you finish rewriting my augmented suit's software first, huh? Basically, it's another test for my luck, huh? It won't even be a test of luck if you don't properly aim at him. Keep your focus on shooting at him and don't show any openings. I know. Akira desperately kept on shooting at that guy. He deliberately aimed at the points that would easily break that guy's balance as he kept that guy from coming any closer. If he was using a normal magazine, he would have already run out of ammo by now, but thanks to the expensive extended magazine that he was using, he could somehow survive that long. As he was thinking how lucky he was for preparing those beforehand, he noticed another issue that he was facing. My arms. Can they hold out until I run out of ammo? The kickbacks were damaging both of his arms while the medicines that he took beforehand were continuously healing them. He made his resolve and firmly held his rifles with both of his arms. That resolve was Akira's lifeline there. But of course, that did not help his arms at all, otherwise, he would not even need his augmented suit. He could not use his CWH anti-material rifle or his DVTS minigun without his augmented suit. Of course, that was not the case if he was a superhuman, but Akira was not one. If other people would even suspect me of trying to be a superhuman, it means that I should have more strength than a normal human. So please hold out. Akira wished for good luck as he held down the triggers. It was only a matter of time before the result of his wish came out. The guy, who was hiding behind his blade from Akira's bullets, confirmed that he had the upper hand and smiled. That guy, Toralt, was indeed waiting for Akira to run out of ammo just like Akira had guessed. Toralt actually did not come there for Akira. After Akira retreated, he discussed with his friends what to do next. It would be hard for them to fight someone as strong as Akira while protecting Alna. But if they asked for extra help, it would hurt their reputations. As such, they wanted to finish Akira by themselves without involving their boss if it was possible. They could just make a deal with the guy observing Katsuya to bring Katsuya somewhere close by and let him fight Akira. Since Katsuya did not want Alna dead, he would give his best to fight Akira too. Toralt and his friends decided to let Katsuya take on the dangerous job while they could just protect Alna in safety. That way, they would be able to deal with Akira without much trouble. So then Toralt decided to move alone to find and make a deal with Katsuya's observer. The reason why he would go that far was to make sure that it would not leak. After all, his boss would know if he used the wireless communication. And even if Rogold asked him why he went alone, he could use chasing Akira as an excuse. Toralt thought so as he went alone into the mansion. That was when he encountered Akira by pure chance. He used his blade as a shield from the barrage instinctively. After all, his blade should be able to hold a few shots even from a CWH anti-material rifle. He was originally planning to temporarily retreat once Akira ran out of ammo, but the impact from the incoming bullets made him change his decision. Too light, what's with this sudden drop of firepower? Torvald glanced at Akira. Edge assault rifle? Why is he using that? Did he run out of ammo for his big guns? That level of firepower was barely able to inflict him any damage even if he was to take them head-on. Such leeway allowed Torvald to check on Akira. Akira was shooting at him while gritting his teeth and looking very nervous. His arms were shaking while supporting the guns in both hands. Looking at that, Torvald lightly smiled. I see now, is it some kind of trouble with his augmented suit? I bet he can't use his big guns even if he wants to, right? From the impact of the bullets and type of the rifle that Akira was using, Torvald could make a guess on how much kickback Akira was resisting. If Akira was using an augmented suit, that level of kickback would not even affect him at all. So looking at Akira, Torvald could make a guess that Akira's augmented suit was not functional. Torvald smiled because of his sudden good luck. Lucky! If I can kill that guy, it'll give a good boost to my reputation. I'm sure that no one would know even if I kill him while he has no functional augmented suit. So then, what's the next plan? He's a little too far. If it's only this much, I can just resolve myself and take some bullets head-on while closing into him. So, should I do that? No, wait, I'm okay right now because I'm using my blade to shield myself from the bullets. Without it, if I get shot on my legs or arms, it would definitely take away my mobility. Of course, it won't kill me, but he might use that opening to run away. I need to get closer first, or at least wait until he runs out of ammo. Even if he's using an extended magazine, it's only a matter of time before he runs out of ammo if he's shooting at me like that. If he loses his balance before he runs out of ammo, I can just use that opening to jump on him. Torvald was slowly closing into Akira while still using his blade as a shield. With the help of his augmented suit, he had a longer swing range than normal. If he jumped at Akira before slashing down, he could easily trim a few meters between them. It was only a matter of time before Torvald thought that he was close enough to Akira. Akira kept shooting at Torvald, who was slowly closing in. But he could not step back to open up some distance between them. He had no leeway to put his power on something else other than holding his rifles. If he wavered even for a bit, he felt like his opponent would immediately jump on him. Then finally, Akira's assault rifle ran out of ammo. Akira, who noticed that, was rather flustered. As the force of the kickback from his rifle was gone, he immediately lost his balance, and the kickback from his A2D rifle broke his balance even more. Akira could see Torvald suddenly close the distance between them. The compressed time perception allowed Akira's eyes to follow Torvald's movement, but his body was nowhere fast enough to react to it. He could see Torvald had his pale blue blade raised up, ready to split him into two. With its length, that blade would hit the ceiling first before hitting him, but Akira knew very well that it would hardly hinder that sharp blade. Without his augmented suit, Akira had no method to evade the incoming blade. Akira understood that the blade would cut him into two in the next moment. The time stretched into infinity as if it was completely stopped. In that frozen world, Akira and Torvald looked at each other's eyes. Torvald was sure of his victory, while Akira already accepted his defeat. But in the next moment, that assumption was completely flipped over. As Torvald swiftly swung his sharp blade down through the ceiling and right at Akira, Akira slid his body to the side even faster than that and evaded the blade. At the same time, Akira used the momentum that he had from evading that blade to spin and delivered a kick to Torvald's head. The 350 million Aurum augmented suit squeezed more than its original power due to Alpha's control. Torvald received that kick head-on, like literally on his head. His body was blown straight to the wall. His body was even slightly planted into the wall from the impact and created a big crater on the wall. He was still confused by that sudden turn of events, and in that confused state, the last thing he saw was Akira diving through the air with both legs aimed at his body. Both of Akira's legs landed straight on Torvald's head, leaving a big splatter on the wall. Torvald's life was blown to pieces together with the wall behind him. After he landed, Akira still looked flabbergasted. But when he saw Alpha nodding in satisfaction, he returned back to himself. But he was still confused since he could not process what just happened. The augmented suit is pretty strong, and the improvised control software is pretty accurate too. Wait for a sec. What is it? If you have any questions, let's get yourself ready first. You need to get your rifles and other equipment you left behind in that room. Then you should treat both of your arms too. Right. Akira was still confused, but he knew that he needed to move. He hurriedly returned back to the room where he left his equipment just like he was told to, and picked up all of his equipment that he had left on the floor. He then used medicines to heal as much as he could. After he did all of that, he was mostly calmed down. Alpha, when exactly did you finish rewriting the control program? Around when you were in the middle of shooting at that guy. Akira frowned. Thought so. You should have told me, you know. I thought I was going to die there. But Alpha smiled at him as if it did not bother her at all and replied casually. It's not like I did that to bully you, you know. If I had told you, the enemy might have been able to guess it from the change of your behavior. That was why I didn't tell you. Thanks to that, we were able to catch him off guard and finally kill him, right? So I think it was the right decision not to tell you back there. Akira understood Alpha's argument. But that was not enough to make him accept it. But at the same time, he did not have any other ideas on how to get out of that situation. Not to mention that his hardship just now was the result of his selfishness, so he was just reaping what he had sown. That thought made Akira give a conflicted look, but his anger toward himself immediately changed his expression. Alpha smiled and tried to cheer Akira. Thanks to the time that you bought there, I was able to make a good improvisation on the control device. With this, not only can I give you support to increase your fighting power, I can help you calibrate your aim too. The next time you try to snipe at that pickpocket, you'll be able to accurately snipe at her as long as there's no disruption. So cheer up, okay? Akira looked at Alpha, who apologetically smiled at him, so he returned with a light smile and decided to forget about that for now. You're right. I guess it means that it was worth the risk, huh? Alright then, let's go. As Akira pulled himself together and left the room, Alpha pointed at the blade lying on the ground. Akira, let's take that. It was Toralt's blade that was on the ground not too far from Akira. It had lost its pale blue light and did not seem that sharp any longer. Is it still usable? Yep. Performance-wise and security-wise, it's still functional. You can use it for melee combat. Just leave it to me. Is that so? Alright then. Akira picked up that blade. He also picked up the part that fixed the blade from Toralt's body. After that, Alpha told Akira to connect his information terminal to that blade. Is there any meaning in doing this? I'm rewriting its control device just like what I did to your augmented suit. It's okay to take it off now. Let's equip that thing to fix the blade on your body before we go. Akira then equipped the blade. With this, he had an assault rifle, A2D assault rifle, CWH anti-material rifle, DVTS minigun, a 4WM automatic grenade launcher, and foldable blade with him. He was basically fully armed. He would not have been able to move at all or even crushed under their weight if it was not for his augmented suit. I feel like I'm carrying too many weapons. Akira smiled wryly. Alpha then mischievously said, if it's getting in the way, you can discard some of them, you know? No thanks. Akira replied back firmly and started running. Chapter 163, Broken Promise. One of the guards, who were guarding Alna in the hangar, suddenly frowned and said, Toralt got killed. All the other guards near him could not help but react to that. He's dead? It's Toralt we're talking about here? Are you sure? Are you sure you didn't just lose connection because of jamming smoke or something else? The person who said that Toralt was dead shook his head. His vital sign has flatlined. Judging from the last information sent across, although it's only just a guess, he might have gotten his head crushed. The vital sign check is done through the augmented suit and is also sent through it. I wonder if he took on a warhead head-on or something. Was it a surprise attack? No, he's too smart to get caught off guard. It should be near impossible to launch a sneak attack on him. And if he was in a pretty bad situation, he should have run, or at least called for help. Yeah, that's exactly why we sent him alone. But to think that he got killed even before he could call for help like this. Their faces turned pale. Although they could not go as far as to say for sure that Akira was the one who killed Toralt, most of them thought that was the case. Then the guy who was responsible for leading them said, "We have no other choice here. I'll ask the boss for help. You guys are okay with that, right?" No one there objected. On the other side of the mansion, the guy who was responsible for watching Katsuya called Rogolt. "Yes, boss, it's me." "Yes, this brat is pretty useful. Those small fries are no match for him. So, I just need to take him to the hangar, right?" "The other way?" "I see. Roger that." That guy closed the call with Rogolt and yelled at Katsuya. "Hey! Don't just stand there. Let's go to the next place." "Did something happen in the hangar?" Katsuya casually tried to gather more information, but the guy raised his voice even higher. "It's none of your business. You just need to do what I say." "All right." Katsuya replied without even trying to hide his displeasure and followed that man. The battle inside the mansion was still going on. The interior of the mansion was already scattered with corpses. The difference of the skill, equipment, and luck between the people who were fighting there led them to two different outcomes. Those who had worse equipment or lacked skill, or did not have enough luck were all turned into cold corpses scattered around inside the mansion. The ones who were still left alive inside the mansion were those who had survived that natural selection. As such, even Katsuya had a hard time fighting against them. The guy who was responsible for keeping Katsuya under his watch kept yelling at Katsuya, "Put your back into it. If you don't work hard enough, there's no meaning in keeping that girl hostage, you know?" Katsuya still had his displeased face on him as he put himself out a bit more, but the more he moved forward, the more dangerous his position was. But thanks to that, he could take out his enemies faster. Seeing that, the other guy relaxed and said to him, "You should have done that right from the start. You damn brat." Katsuya had a pained look on his face as he listened to the other guy yelling at him. But even so, he still gave his best fighting there. One of his enemies suddenly contacted someone from behind who sent a warhead straight at Katsuya. Katsuya was able to evade it as it flew past behind him and blew up next to the guy who was keeping watch on him. Although it only injured him lightly, it really scared him. He then sacredly and flusteredly ordered Katsuya, Hey! Come back here. We're retreating for a bit." That guy was telling Katsuya to return to be his shield. Seeing how Katsuya hurriedly returned back to him, his only thoughts were that he would be safe since he had someone strong next to him and became careless in being wary of Katsuya. But Katsuya suddenly aimed his rifle at that guy's head. Of course, that guy was so dumbfounded, but the bullet that landed on his face right at the next moment turned his face into an unrecognizable mess. Katsuya then shot some bullets to suppress the enemies that he was having a hard time fighting against just now and hurriedly left that place. Judging from the disruption in my information-gathering device after that warhead exploded, it must have some kind of jamming smoke inside it too. With this, no signal should be able to reach this place. I can use this opportunity to make them think that he was killed by the enemies. Or at least, it should buy me some time before someone notices. After he left that place, Katsuya ran as fast as he could towards the hangar. Judging from that conversation, although it's only my guess, Alna must be in the hangar. And she must be under attack too. If I don't go and rescue her now, I might be too late. Katsuya only obeyed Rogolt's men, thinking that by doing so he would eventually find a window that he could use to rescue Alna. And he believed that this was his only chance. Katsuya already knew where the hangar was. Back then when he asked the other guys with him about Rogolt's powered suit, they happily told him all kinds of information about that powered suit, including the hangar where it was stationed. He originally asked that question trying to figure out the weakness of that powered suit, but it turned out that it was also useful for something else too. Just wait there. I'll definitely save you. Katsuya used the full power of his augmented suit to run as fast as he could. When he guessed who might be attacking Alna, he could not help but worry. Akira was also running towards the hangar, but at that time, he was still outside the mansion. He was frowning because of the fatigue. Alpha, who was floating next to him, noticed it and asked him, "Akira, the hangar is just ahead, but are you okay?" "My both arms still feel a bit weird. Other than that, I'm also having a slight headache." "Leaving your arms aside, that headache must be because you overused the time compression. Try your best not to faint, okay?" Akira smiled bitterly. "I know. If I faint, it'll cut off your support, right? But still, my arms are okay, huh? I thought that I don't feel any pain because of the painkillers and they're actually still injured right now while the medicines that I took are trying to fix them. Is that the reason why I'm feeling this weird sensation?" Alpha lightly smiled. "For your arms, well, even if they get torn off, I can still move them by controlling your augmented suit, so it should be alright. That's why it's not that important right now." Yikes, that doesn't sound okay at all. "Can we take a short rest?" Akira was joking when he said that, but Alpha just smiled and stared back at him without saying anything. So he said while smiling bitterly, "I get it already. You want to tell me that if I'm going to complain, I might as well withdraw from this place, right? But with all that I've faced until now, and since you can control my augmented suit to some extent, it would be a waste to leave now. So help me out, I'll give my best to finish this as soon as possible and I'll go straight back home after that." "In that case, let's hurry up. It'll put your body in some stress though, so endure it, okay?" "Alright." Alpha controlled Akira's augmented suit to force him to run faster. Akira could feel slight pain coming from both of his arms. With the current stress, his arms were trapped in the cycle of healing from the medicines and damage from the stress as he was blazing through the wasteland. She did not tell Akira to stop nor to take a rest at all. It was all for the sake of encouraging him to withdraw from that place instead of going for Alna. Although they had different motivations, both Akira and Alpha had the same goal, to kill Alna as fast as possible. The guards inside the hangar quickly noticed Akira with the help of their information-gathering devices. "Oh, here he comes. This signal must be from that brat. Get into your post. Don't worry about ammo. We need to hold out until the boss is here." The guards inside the hangar started setting up their portable walls. They bunkered themselves between the portable walls and the hangar's walls in anticipation of the enemy's attack. The one with the heavy augmented suit stood guard outside the walls, while the rest were taking cover inside the walls. All of them readied their weapons in the direction of the incoming signal. They were only able to get the rough location of Akira. The mini information-gathering device that they used had a small range, not to mention, they spread those around to avoid a surprise attack. "How long before the boss arrives?" "He said that he'll come once he's done with the tanks and the other powered suits." "Why the heck is even Horia's here too? Do they always have that much money to spend?" "Hell if I know." Their conversation was suddenly cut short by a huge explosion that left a big hole in the hangar's wall. It was blown off by countless grenades that came from the outside. All of the guards inside the hangar immediately turned toward the direction of that explosion. The guy with the heavy augmented suit did not spend any second. He quickly released a barrage in that direction with his minigun, while the other guys who were hiding behind the walls kept shooting the incoming grenades down through the gaps between the walls. Explosions and gunshot immediately filled the hangar. That frenzied shooting happened for about 10 seconds. The bullets and the explosions only served to widen the hole on the wall until they stopped. Now that they had calmed down, the guards inside the hangar started to nervously check for the location of their enemy. But they did not find any corpse around the hole nor in the direction of the hole. Right at the next moment, a loud explosion echoed through the hangar. The guy with the heavy augmented suit found his minigun blown off to pieces. He shuddered and could not help but to lower his guard for a sec there. But Akira did not let that slide. He used that small opening to jump in through the hole. He used his CWH anti-material rifle on his right hand to snipe the guy in the heavy augmented suit and his DVTS minigun on his left hand to suppress the guys behind the wall as he stormed into the room. His augmented suit did not have any trouble in holding back the kickback from both guns. He then kept on shooting through the gaps of the big equipment scattered inside the hangar. The guy with the heavy augmented suit discarded his already destroyed minigun and screamed in anger. "God damn it! Give me another one." Once he got another heavy weapon from one of the men behind the wall, he immediately started shooting again. Although by doing so he would be destroying the equipment inside the hangar, he did not show any hesitation at all. Akira kept on moving around inside the hangar while shooting at the guys behind the portable wall. He used his DVTS minigun to release a barrage on them or his A4WM automatic grenade launcher to rain them with grenades. But it did not seem that the portable walls would come down anytime soon. Akira could not help but to make a stern face. That thing is pretty strong. I've been shooting at it for quite some time now, you know. Alpha frowned and replied. This place is a hangar for powered suits after all, so they might be using portable walls designed to be able to withstand attacks from powered suits. Akira remembered the power of the melee weapons and the guns of that black powered suit. If those portable walls were designed to be able to hold out against that level of firepower, no wonder why they were still standing strong. But that did not make his current situation any better, so he still had a stern look on his face. Even if that's the case, it doesn't mean I didn't do any damage at all, right? Of course, they don't have much durability left. So keep on shooting. Roger that. Just like Alpha said, it did not take long for the portable walls to hit their limit. The moment their force field armors were down, they were turned into just simple metallic walls that offered almost no defensive value against bullets. Although most of the barrage from Akira only ricocheted off the armors of the guy with the heavy augmented suit since he had retreated behind the portable wall, Akira's CWH anti-material rifle did not find any resistance in plowing through them. Eventually, the guy with the heavy augmented suit could not take it any longer. A bullet ripped through his armor and straight to the guy's torso. Even after 3 shots of battle stimulants and medicines, he could not save his own life. The other guys who realized that they had lost one of their friends shot back at Akira in a frenzy, but of course, it was not enough to hold Akira back since he had regained Alpha's support now. The portable walls that had hit their limits were quickly shredded to pieces while the grenades made a short work of them. The explosion also blew off some of the guys behind the walls and rendered them unconscious, but those showered with bullets drowned in their own blood and died there. Those who were still alive started thinking of running away. They grabbed Alna and put their bets on the small chance that they could sneak away from Akira, who was shooting at them from the other side of the mostly destroyed portable walls. Unfortunately, they lost that gamble. But that was because of something that neither Akira nor they were expecting. As Akira came out from behind the destroyed portable walls, chasing for those people, he could not help but frown when he saw what was in front of him. The guys who were running away from him were already lying dead on the ground. Furthermore, not too far from them, Katsuya was hugging Alna. Katsuya reached the hangar a bit after Akira. He noticed Akira was fighting against the Izant family soldiers inside the hangar, so he decided to take a detour to avoid them as he sneaked into the hangar. After that, he hid while waiting for the right time to come out. The adrenaline rush from the fight just now and the surprise from that sudden turn of events prevented both of them from reacting to what just happened. Akira and Katsuya just stood there, looking at each other. Both of them did not give any friendly look at each other. But unlike Katsuya, who was looking at Akira with obvious hostility, Akira's expression was more of an exasperation. Akira sighed. You again? Or is that it's your hobby to get in my way when I'm already so close? I guess I'll try to say this to you one more time. Akira sent a sharp gaze at Katsuya. Give her to me. I refuse. Katsuya refused without showing any fear and tightened his hug on Alna. Seeing that, Akira's expression changed from exasperation to questioning, as if he could not understand the person in front of him. That I really can't understand it. Why are you trying so hard to protect her? I can understand why you did what you did back then. At that time, I wasn't using an augmented suit and I didn't carry any powerful weapons. It was fully understandable that you told me off just with a little intimidation. I'm sure I only amounted that much in your eyes back then. But that's not the case right now, is it? Akira slightly moved both of his rifles as if to show them off to Katsuya. Since then, I gathered enough money to buy new weapons and a new augmented suit. These things cost me about 400 million aurum. I don't know how much your equipment cost you, and they might be better than mine, but at least the gap between our equipment has already considerably reduced. Not to mention, you have someone pulling you down and you have no friends with you right now. Or is it that you still think you can easily win against me even in this situation? Katsuya slightly raised his guard without saying anything back. Akira looked at Katsuya with confusion. Even if you can easily win against me, what exactly do you get from saving that girl to make you even come to this gigantic base all by yourself? Is she actually a rich lady from some big family or something and you're offered a huge amount of money for rescuing her? Katsuya looked at Akira with scorn and yelled at him. It's not for money. I'm sure someone like you will never understand it. Then, is it like you actually knew her before and you're indebted to her, then she meeting you in the lower district street the other day was not a coincidence, but it's because you told her to come to you if she's in trouble or something. That was the first time I met her. All of your guesses are wrong. Akira did not believe that Katsuya lied there. Because of that, he just could not understand Katsuya as he was making a rather troubled face. He then said in a rather serious voice. So why then? It's not for money, not because you're indebted to her, and she's not your friend. I can't understand why would you go this far for a total stranger. Akira's gaze was sharp. It was as if he was trying to see through something that he could not understand at all. Katsuya felt slightly pressured under that gaze, but when he felt Alna shaking under his arm, he made his resolve and yelled at Akira as if to shake off his fear. It's because I've promised her that I'll save her. I don't need any other reason. Akira looked slightly surprised there. Then his expression changed as if he finally understood what was going on, although he still found it surprising. You're indeed a good person. Someone who had the pride of fulfilling just an oral promise, not because of money nor debt. For Akira, it was something understandable. As a matter of fact, it was something that he could respect. Even more so when it was a goodwill promise to save someone. Hostility vanished from Akira's gaze for a few seconds. Katsuya was taken aback by what Akira suddenly said. Akira's short sentence was nothing more than just a compliment, and he felt that too. His resolve slightly wavered thanks to that. But Akira's next sentence completely reverted it. Unfortunately, you won't be able to keep that promise. Akira was there to kill Alna. Respect was not enough to change his mind. There was no ill will nor hatred in his eyes. But he was looking at Katsuya with hostility simply because Katsuya was blocking him from killing Alna. Two people stood there, confirming each other's intention. One came there in order to kill Alna, while the other one came there to rescue Alna. And both of them were just one step away from accomplishing their goal. Even the slightest hesitation would lead to certain death. If any of them made a move, they would be able to kill their opponent, but if any of them made any slight moves, it would get them killed. Because of that, both of them only stood there without making any moves as the tension slowly rose between them. But a third party suddenly appeared in that situation. A black-powered suit broke through the shutter and stormed into the hangar. Akira's intuition told him to get away from that place, but due to the tension from just now, he could not move his legs that quickly, and the same happened to Katsuya too. That small opening was enough for that black-powered suit to close its range on both of them. Rogolt saw Akira and Katsuya through the external camera of his powered suit and immediately yelled in anger. Damn brats! I knew it, both of you are actually working together, huh? Taking me for a fool like that, I'll kill both of you. In his head, Rogolt thought that Katsuya only accepted his offer in order to buy time while Akira went to save Alna before regrouping. Because of his misconception, there was no chance to straighten his misunderstanding now. Akira understood at least that much. Katsuya also thought so, but his train of thought was different from Akira, so he made a suggestion to Akira although it was against his will. Hey, let's work together here. How about a truce until we can do something about that powered suit and get out of this place? Akira replied back instantly without any hesitation. No thanks. Katsuya was dumbfounded. He did not expect that Akira would refuse in that situation. Are you serious? I'm here to kill that girl. Something like this is not enough for me to change my priority and help you save her. If you really want my help no matter what, that would be after that girl is dead. Akira replied so casually. But if Katsuya would accept that proposal, he would not be in that place in the first place. So Katsuya inadvertently yelled back. Are you kidding me? The pointless exchange was forcibly cut short when the black-powered suit raised its arm. The chainsaw-like weapon made a loud ringing sound as its teeth spun fast. Akira and Katsuya inadvertently looked at that chainsaw, then that powerful-looking chainsaw came down at them. Its first target was Akira. Akira matched the movement of his alpha-controlled augmented suit to evade that chainsaw and jump away from that place. Just a split second after he jumped off, the chainsaw came down at the floor where Akira was standing a few milliseconds ago. It left a huge crater on the floor and threw pieces of the floors all around the area. Some of the big pieces hit the equipment inside the hangar and made loud banging sounds which showed how hard they were thrown. If Akira got hit by that, there was no question about it, he would have turned into minced meat. He could feel a chill run down his spine as he made a stern face and evaded the incoming pieces of the floors inside his distorted time perception. Why is he coming for me? Shouldn't he prioritize taking on that guy since he has someone slowing him down? But Alpha replied back calmly. I'm sure he plans to kill everyone, so he decided to go for you first since you have nothing slowing you down. Isn't it a better idea to go for the one whom you can kill for sure first? That kind of decision varies from person to person, you see. So it's not like I can do anything about it even if you complain to me. For Akira, it was normal for another person to aim for him first given the option. So he was not really that surprised when it happened, he just ran as fast as he could toward the hole on the hangar's wall. Let's run into the mansion first. I'm sure that black-powered suit won't come chasing for you all the way into the mansion. How about that guy then? I'm sure he'll run into the mansion too, we'll kill that girl there. And if he doesn't? If he decided to run outside the mansion, I'm sure that black-powered suit would catch up with them and kill both of them. If that happens, it means that you'll have your work cut short. Akira jumped out through the hole and exited the hangar. Immediately after that, the black-powered suit forced its way through the same hole, chasing after him. There was no need for Akira to look back to understand what happened, he just kept on running toward the mansion. He then jumped and broke through one of the glass windows of the mansion which was already cracked from all the fighting. Akira found himself in one of a big hall. As he went straight to go deeper into the mansion, he could see Katsuya and Alna also jump into the hall from the other side. Akira, who noticed that, immediately shot at both of them out of pure reaction. But his aim was interrupted by Alpha. Because of that, his shot landed away from Alna on the wall next to her. Right at the next moment, a huge blade suddenly grazed the air right in front of Akira. The black-powered suit cut into the mansion from the outside with its huge blade. But that attack did not only cut through the wall, it simply destroyed the whole wall. Akira could not help but frown. If you want to kill that pickpocket, do it once we are deeper inside the mansion. Got it? Alpha controlled Akira's augmented suit to get him back on his feet, and Akira immediately blazed into the mansion after that, away from the black-powered suit's melee range. Behind him, the black-powered suit exchanged its melee weapon with a heavy rifle. Akira was still running as he forced his hand to shoot his A4WM automatic grenade launcher behind him without even looking back. Of course, the grenades did not have enough firepower to destroy the black-powered suit. But the explosions were enough to disrupt its aim. The black-powered suit released a powerful shot using its gigantic gun. It went right past Akira and hit the wall in front of him, turning it into a pile of rubbles. Akira used the hole made from that shot and vanished into the mansion. He could not help but frown after witnessing the power of that shot. What the heck was that? It's not something that you would normally use against normal humans, you know? It was a warhead designed to fight gigantic monsters and powered suits. So, judging from that, it's indeed not something that you would use against normal humans. If you have the time to be surprised, you need to hurry up. If you get shot by that, no amount of medicines would be enough to save you, you know. Akira ran as fast as he could into the mansion to get away from the enemy's line of fire. Rogolt was furious inside his powered suit. Even after he used his prided powered suit, both Katsuya and Akira were able to get away from him. That fact really ticked him off. He opened a line to all his men and yelled an order to them. I'll send you the location of those brats. Find them and kill them. If any of you encounter them, immediately send your location to me. I'll snipe them from outside the mansion. If you can't handle them, drive them outside the mansion and I'll take care of the rest. Y'all got it? The black-powered suit made a loud sound as it moved away. It patrolled around the mansion while using its information-gathering device to scan the inside of the mansion. And when he found some of Horia's men inside the mansion, it angered him even more, so he cut up the mansion wall. His powerful blade turned the furniture together with the Horia's men, who were even using a sturdy augmented suit, into mincemeat in an instant. Chapter 164, The End of the Hunt. Akira was running through the mansion, going after Katsuya and Alna. He used the A2D and AH assault rifles on both of his hands to repel any enemies he encountered. The reason why he swapped to those rifles was because Alpha told him to do so. Since he was using rifles with low firepower, he took more time to fight each and every enemy he encountered. Say, Alpha, my augmented suit is already functioning, right? So why am I using these rifles? If you use the other rifles, the firing sound would draw in more enemies. Not to mention, they think you're a strong opponent. So there's a good chance that they would give up on killing you and instead, leaving the rest to that black-powered suit. Although it is hard on you, it might be better to let them think that they would have their chance if they keep buying time. But it's slowing me down, you know? At this rate, they might get away from me, no? Alpha smiled just like usual and said, "It'll be fine. He has someone slowing him down. So they should not be able to move that fast, and he can't shoot us either. That's why, I'm sure he'll have no choice but to fight back rather hardly, which would draw more people to him, and that will slow him down even more. We'll catch up with him sooner or later." Akira did not stop shooting even while he was talking to Alpha, and after listening to her explanation, he understood why it would be fine to use assault rifles in that situation. Alpha did not lie there, but she also did not tell Akira everything. Even with his assault rifle, he would have a good chance of killing Alna even if Katsuya tried to shield her. Akira did not even notice that fact. Katsuya peeked out from one of the rooms inside the mansion and shot at an enemy just ahead of him who was carrying a powerful gun. He could hear screams coming from that direction mixed with the gunshots from his own rifle. Katsuya was cornered. He had a stern look on his face. He kept mumbling curses and complaints. He still had Alna next to him, but since she was not using any augmented suit nor had she ever trained or experienced combat, she could not move as fast as him. Then to top it off, more and more enemies were swarming him due to Rogalt's order. He had to protect Alna in that situation. Even for him, he was having a hard time fighting the incoming enemies. Not only was he cornered, but he also had no way to escape. He already had his hands full protecting Alna after evacuating her into that room. Alna looked in pain, seeing how Katsuya was having a hard time protecting her. The kind stranger that she clung to by pure chance back then, and right now, he was still desperately trying to protect her. That thought turned her feelings toward that stranger to love. And the fact that person was trying to protect her because of a mere promise without any benefit at all only strengthened her feelings for him. Then something clicked inside Alna. "Katsuya, it's fine, it doesn't matter now. Thank you." Katsuya looked at Alna in surprise. "What do you mean? I'm really happy that you came here for me. I think that you've already saved me enough. It's fine now." "What are you talking about? Just leave me behind and get away from here. Without me slowing you down, you can at least escape from this place alone, right?" Katsuya was dumbfounded while Alna smiled bitterly. "Why would you even say that? It's fine, don't worry. If you keep saying something like that, I would get angry, you know?" Katsuya lightly said so to Alna while trying not to worry her. But instead, the smile vanished from Alna's face, which only left her with a pained look. She then started crying and confessing to Katsuya. "I'm sorry. I've been lying to you. I took it. I was the one lying. I stole Akira's wallet. Then he noticed it and started chasing after me. That was when I bumped into you. I lied to you so that you would protect me. I'm really sorry." Seeing how shocked Katsuya was, Alna smiled bitterly at him. Alna felt really guilty towards Katsuya, who was trying to rescue her. But she always thought that if she told him the truth, he would abandon her to her fate. And with Akira ordering a search for her, she would lose her life if she didn't have Katsuya's protection. That was why she could not bring herself to tell him. Although she felt guilty about it, she could not deny that she was also happy that he came for her. But now that she was in love with him, she prioritized his life more than her own. If Katsuya died because of her wrongdoing, she would not be able to forgive herself. I'm not worthy of your protection. That's fine. Alna tried her best to make Katsuya abandon her. She did not even care if that would make him hate her. After she confessed everything, she looked down. She had nothing left. She only smiled mockingly at herself. She was only getting what she had sown. Katsuya, who saw her miserable state, made his resolve and clearly stated, "That doesn't change anything, Beth. As I said, I've promised you, so I don't need any other reason. I won't take back my promise just because of something like that." Katsuya smiled, trying to cheer Alna up. Moreover, well, trust is a crucial thing for a hunter, and I'm aiming to be a great hunter. That's why, although it might sound weird, even if you lied to me, I'll still keep my promise. That's why I won't let you die. Even if you don't want it, I'll still protect you. Alna shuddered, emotion flooded her heart. And also, well, it's true that stealing is bad, but I don't think that's enough of a reason to kill you. I'll try to talk it out with that guy. So don't worry, it'll be fine. You have my promise, so just believe me. Katsuya said so and smiled kindly. Alna nodded without saying anything. Tears were still running down her cheeks as she tried her best to smile. Right at the next moment, Katsuya felt something approaching, so he quickly jumped off. The black-powered suit readied its rifle and aimed it at Katsuya. Rogalt used the information sent by his men together with his own information terminal to lock down on Katsuya's position. Although it was nothing but a crude approximation, with the firepower of his rifle, there was no need for him to snipe precisely. Damn brat. Running your mouth like that. Now die. Fueled with anger, Rogalt operated his powered suit. A huge bang echoed. His rifle that rivaled the firepower of a tank shot released a warhead straight into the mansion. It easily broke through multiple walls and left one big continuous hole through the mansion. Katsuya was able to barely avoid the warhead. Although he was shocked by the destruction left behind, he immediately went back to secure Alna. "Alna, are you all right?" Although Alna was lying down on the ground, she was unhurt. She was so horrified that she was not able to immediately reply to Katsuya. But she was at least able to nod to let him know that she was fine. Katsuya's expression relaxed slightly. He was relieved to know that Alna was fine, but what happened next left him aghast. Akira suddenly jumped into the room through the hole left by that warhead. That sudden change of event caused Katsuya to freeze, and that was enough to dictate the end result. Akira kept Katsuya suppressed with the rifle on his left hand without even looking at him, while Akira's gaze, as well as the rifle on his right hand, were fixed on Alna. Inside that compressed time perception world where everything was running in slow motion, Akira and Alna locked gazes at each other. Akira pulled down the trigger, showered Alna with bullets, and Katsuya had no means to stop him. Akira kept on shooting at Katsuya to keep him suppressed and escaped from the mansion through the hole left by Rogalt. Katsuya was only able to see Akira run off without doing anything. The one that pulled Katsuya back to reality was Alna's weak voice. The moment he heard it, Katsuya immediately ran toward Alna and confirmed that she had been wounded. Although she was fatally wounded, she was not dead yet. Judging from the locations where she was shot, it seemed that Akira intentionally did that. Katsuya did not notice that far, but judging from the blood on the ground, he knew that Alna did not have much time left. Medicine. Katsuya pulled out medicine from his pocket, but he immediately detected enemies coming from the direction of the hole and started shooting at them. He then shouted at those people who were taking cover behind the wall around the hole. "Don't get in my way." He could not treat Alna in this situation. Katsuya understood that and picked her up with his arm and slowly dragged himself away from that place while keeping those men in check. He thought that no enemies would come from the direction where Akira just left, so he tried to retreat there while protecting Alna. Alna coughed out blood and her body gradually turned cold. She would die soon. There was no chance to save her now. Although she understood that, she did not feel fear at all. The happiness of being held by someone she loved and the fact that she would no longer slow him down was stronger. As her vision slowly turned dark, she could see Katsuya still desperately trying to protect her. It made her fall in love deeper with him and regret the fact that Katsuya had a pained look on his face. She felt cold. She wanted to feel warmth during her final moments at least. Alna squeezed the last bit of power that she had to raise up her hand that was already soaked with her own blood. Katsuya, who noticed that, tried to call her name. Unfortunately, she could no longer hear anything, but even so, she could still feel the warmth on her palm and smiled happily. Alna's arm gracefully fell. Her life ended there, in the arms of her loved one. Katsuya realized that Alna was gone. He understood that trying to treat her wounds while shooting at the guys attacking them would not help at all. He was extremely frustrated as he softly placed Alna's body down. Katsuya's scream echoed through the mansion. Once it died down, he was filled with rage and disappointment for not being able to save her. And in order to remove the main source of the reason why he could not save Alna, he pushed his rare talent to full bloom. Rogolt's men, who had gathered in that place due to an order from Rogolt, were thunderstruck at how Katsuya suddenly turned so strong as if he was completely a different person. Although they had the upper hand, it did not take long for that to be overturned. The mansion was filled with flying bullets, and it was only a matter of time before it stopped. Akira went through the hole that Rogolt opened and escaped the mansion. He then used the full power of his augmented suit to propel himself up to the rooftop of the mansion, then ran toward the opposite side and jumped down onto the courtyard. He then kept on running towards the entrance. Cheryl was saved and Alna was dead. He no longer had any reason to stay there. The only thing left was to get out from that place alive. Of course, picking a fight against the Izant family would entail a lot of problems later, but he shelved that for another time. He could take his time thinking about it once he was out of there. Akira kept on running as he thought so. Alpha, I just want to confirm something though, that girl is dead, right? There's no way she might be saved, right? Akira had shot Alna following Alpha's instruction. He thought that it should be enough to kill her. But he also knew that there was a treatment that could save someone even after that person lost half of his body, or expensive medicines that could save someone from certain death, or many other ways to survive that level of injury. That was why he was not so sure. Alpha smiled and replied, "You're such a worrywart. Don't worry, it's true she might be able to survive using expensive medicine and proper treatment. But I'm sure he wouldn't have the leeway to do it in that situation. But is there any reason why I can't kill her right away there? A shot on her head would guarantee her death, you know. If you blow her head or kill her with any means that make it obvious that she's dead, I'm sure that boy will immediately leave Alna behind and chase after you, to kill you. That's why we did that. If we let her alive, although only for a few seconds, it's obvious which one that boy would prioritize. If that's the problem, isn't it easier to just kill that boy or at least wound him too? In that situation back there, although I might not have been able to kill him, I should have been able to at least injure him, right? If we did that, the rest of Izant family soldiers would focus on hunting you down. In the worst-case scenario, you would have to fight the whole gang on top of that black-powered suit all by yourself. Now that you mention it, that does make sense." Akira agreed with that argument too, so his displeasure and doubt were gone. Even if that boy tries to chase after you once the girl is dead, he would have to face Izant family's men first. So let's get him to buy some time for us while we escape from this place. Akira was still running as he glanced back. Inside that mansion, Katsuya should be fighting the Izant family's men as well as that black-powered suit. As he imagined that scene, he thought that it must be a huge pain in the neck, as if it was none of his business. Well, even if some of them might still come at me, at least that powered suit won't be coming for me. Although I do feel bad about it, let's have him buy us some TI dash. Akira immediately frowned. In order for the black-powered suit to chase after him from the other side of the mansion, that black-powered suit would need to go all the way around the mansion. That was why he thought that there was no way that black-powered suit would come for him. And even if it did, it would take some time for it to go around the mansion. But his feeling of safety was immediately betrayed. He could see the black-powered suit standing right on the top of the mansion. You gotta be kidding me? He must have used the full power of his powered suit to get it on top of the mansion. Although, in order to do that, it seems that he had no other choice but to leave some of its heavy weapons behind. It has no ranged weapon at all. That melee weapon is the only weapon that it has at the moment. That's not even the problem here. The black-powered suit jumped down and landed with a big bang. It then jumped with a power that was enough to shake the ground as it headed right toward Akira. "You damn brat. Do you think I'll let you get away?" The black-powered suit moved around while reading its chainsaw. The countless teeth of its chainsaw raised a deafening sound as it started spinning. Akira's augmented suit increased its output to its limit as if it did not care how much burden it would put on Akira's body. Akira just ignored the stinging pain from both of his legs as he kept on running as fast as he could. But of course, it was no match against the high-speed powered suit. The distance between him and the powered suit was slowly shrinking. "Alpha, can we do something about that thing?" Unlike Akira, who obviously looked very worried, Alpha only looked slightly concerned. She then casually said to him, "It can't be helped then, let's fight it." "Are you serious?" Akira was wide-eyed, but Alpha smiled and replied, "Get yourself ready, you at least have a better chance fighting it rather than keep running from it like this." Akira smiled wryly. "Alright, I get it. If resolving myself is enough to do something about it, I'll resolve myself as much as you want. That's my responsibility, after all. And the rest would be my responsibility. So just leave the rest to me. We don't have time to waste, let's prepare ourselves before it catches on to us." Akira was running at high speed when he used his augmented suit to immediately stop himself. Right at the same time, he reloaded a new magazine to his CWH anti-material rifle, and then threw it down on the ground together with his A4WM automatic grenade launcher and DVTS minigun. He then took out the foldable blade that he had obtained from the mansion, grabbed it with both his hands and expanded it. Once it was fully unfolded, its blade started to give a faint bluish glow. Right in front of Akira, the black-powered suit raised its chainsaw while blazing straight at him. Seeing that, Akira took a deep breath and readied himself. Rogalt then yelled from inside the powered suit, "Die!" The black-powered suit swung its powerful chainsaw down with a huge force. Akira, who was inside the slow-motion world, swung his foldable blade as vigorously as he could. The moment their blades made contact, blue light flashed from Akira's blade. It then turned into dust and carried away by the wind. While at the same time, the force of the collision threw Akira's body back. With that one exchange, although Akira was fighting a powered suit with only his own flesh and his augmented suit, it was able to push the black-powered suit back. Normally, it would be nothing strange if that one attack crushed Akira. There were two reasons why it did not. First of all, Rogalt had spent most of his energy on fighting all the powered suits and tanks in the previous fights. Because of that, his powered suit could not exert its full power. While the other reason was because Alpha modified the blade to use all its available power for one swing. The only thing that maintained the blade's sharpness was its energy. Due to modification from Alpha, it used all of its energy in one go, way above what that blade could withstand. Thanks to that, it increased its destructive power to its utmost limit. Although it turned into dust right after that, it was able to withstand that exchange against a powered suit. And with the help of Alpha's support, Akira swung it with a technique that rivaled a swordmaster. While his body was blown backwards, Akira quickly grabbed his DVTS minigun and CWH anti-material rifle and immediately started to shoot using his DVTS minigun. Although most of his bullets hit the powered suit, it barely caused any damage at all. Rogalt was surprised by what happened but immediately regained his composure. After reassessing his situation, he readied himself and quickly went for another attack. Unlike Akira, who had lost his blade, the black-powered suit still had its weapon just fine, and it was powerful enough to easily crush Akira. From the external camera of his powered suit, Rogalt could see Akira aiming another shot at him. This time, Akira was using his CWH anti-material rifle. Akira pulled the trigger. The bullet that was shot in a point-blank range hit the black-powered suit and released a loud bang. Right at the next moment, Rogalt immediately lost the power output of his powered suit. Akira's shot had destroyed his powered suit's energy generator. When the powered suit stopped moving, Akira nimbly maneuvered away while picking up the rest of his weapons before running away from that place. Akira was running like a madman when he threw a question to Alpha. Alpha, that should be enough to stop that thing, right? To be more precise, you just sniped its generator and temporarily stopped it. If it has a spare generator, it can immediately swap its generator and start moving again. So I don't think stopping it is the right word to use in this situation. Wadash. Even that wasn't enough. It's a matter of fighting a tank only with an augmented suit, or like fighting a powered suit only with a human body. The power gap is simply too big. But even if it has a spare generator, it'll take some time to replace the destroyed generator. So you should have enough time to run away, that is, as long as you don't stop because you're tired or something. Alright, I get it. Akira smiled bitterly and started running again. He then jumped over the fence with the help of his augmented suit, and just kept on running away from Izant family's base. He finally was able to escape that place. The rear side of the black-powered suit opened. Rogolt came out from it. His face was deep red. He looked absolutely furious. He kept looking at the direction where Akira ran away and mumbled, "That brat. He got away." Rogolt jumped off from his powered suit and checked the hole on his powered suit. It was the hole left by the bullet that destroyed the powered suit's generator. I bet it's a powerful anti-force field armor bullet. It was able to pierce through my powered suit's force field armor after all. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to do that. As Rogolt had predicted, Akira actually used the anti-force field armor bullet that he bought as a lucky charm and a trump card. It was a high-quality bullet that cost him 5 million aurum per shot. He only bought one bullet just to be safe in case he had no other choice but to go against a powerful monster, like that one huge creature that he fought back in the Saranthal building. Akira himself did not expect that he would be using that bullet so quickly. But still, even if he shot that in a point-blank range, normally, that would not be enough to destroy my generator. So how? Rogolt frowned. He did not want to believe the explanation that came up in his head. Unlike armor plating, the force field armor of the black-powered suit was the type that continuously consumed energy and extended out its force field. Since it would consume too much energy if he kept moving, Rogolt usually only stood still when he was not in a fight. And even in the middle of a battle, he would lower the force field for parts that were unlikely to get shot in order to save energy. Otherwise, it would consume too much energy to maintain. Focusing the force field armor only at the points where they were receiving shots was something that only skilled users could do, and one of the indicators of a high-quality control device was whether it could accurately predict incoming shots and only expand the forced field in those locations. But this automatic adjustment from the control device usually had some particular quirks. In some cases, it might cause the force field to focus only on one point and leave another location more open for an attack. Rogolt remembered how Akira used his DVTS minigun to shoot a barrage on his powered suit. If it was in order to damage his powered suit, then it would have been a pointless action, but what if he did that to manipulate the automatic adjustment control of Rogolt's powered suit? If Akira did that to focus the force field armor in one place and open a weak point in another place to shoot at, if that was all true, then it would explain how Akira was able to snipe the generator. Although it was possible theoretically, it was actually almost impossible to execute. It would have been possible with the combination of a huge amount of bullets and a powerful information-gathering device that could precisely calculate the small changes in the force field armor in order to create a concentrated force field and opening a weak spot. But in order to do that, Akira would have to analyze and calculate a huge amount of information, which would have been impossible. Rogolt rejected the solution to his question that came up in his mind. He then lightly shook his head, just to blame that on his bad luck, and decided to stop thinking about it. Rogolt shook off his thoughts from what just happened and looked at his powered suit one more time. Seeing how his prided black-powered suit was rendered to that state, anger started to well up again. That brat wrecking my powered suit like this. I'll definitely kill him next time. Unfortunately, you won't be able to do that. A woman's voice abruptly replied to Rogolt. Rogolt immediately pulled up his rifle and released some shots in the direction of that voice. Although there was no one there, his bullets ricocheted and made a sound as if they bounced off a metallic object. A blade was floating in the air there. When the owner of that blade took off her camouflage, it revealed a girl smiling amusedly. She had a metallic cyborg body covered under a camouflaging coat. Both of her arms were armed with blades. It was Neria. Neria and Rogalt made eye contact. Right at the next moment, Neria suddenly dashed and closed the distance between them. Rogalt made a rough approximation of how strong his opponent was by judging from how she moved just now and how she blocked his shots. He quickly decided that his rifle would not do him any good and threw it away. Instead, he grabbed 2 knives behind his hip and readied himself. When he unsheathed his knives, blades extended out and they turned into swords. Rogalt had talent in CQC. That was why, during the battle against other powered suits, he was always using melee weapons, and of course, that talent also translated very well when fighting against another human. As a matter of fact, his skill with the blade allowed him to distinguish himself in the Eastern District where guns were a norm. Nelia and Rogalt exchanged blows for just a split second. By the end of that exchange, they were standing past each other with their backs facing each other. "See, it would be impossible for you." Nelia smiled and said so. Behind her, Rogalt was sliced into 4 pieces with a cross centered on his throat. Not only did he get beheaded, but his head and body were also split cleanly into 2 halves. His body parts fell down and painted the ground red in blood. Now that her job was finished, Nelia looked in the direction where Akira ran off to. She smiled amusedly, which even looked like she was ecstatic. But still, although it hasn't been that long since the last time, to think that he has become strong enough to defeat a powered suit with only an augmented suit. It was really unfortunate that I wasn't able to seduce him back then. Nelia once again activated the optical camouflage of her coat. Her figure was slowly swallowed into the scenery and vanished completely. It would be great if I can get another chance to try to seduce him, although it would be hard to do that in my current situation. Seriously though, what should I do with you? She did not feel anything wrong with seducing someone that she would try to kill 5 seconds later. Nelia, who had such a distorted way of thinking, had a regretful expression on her beautiful face. But that face also quickly vanished from the views, leaving behind the non-functional powered suit and the dismembered corpse of its user. Horias, the gang that was at war against the Izant family. Inside its base, in its boss room, the report from Horia's soldiers echoed through the room. "Boss, these guys are too strong. We'll be wiped out at this rate. Tell us what to do." "Boss, are you there? Whether we group up or retreat, just give us something." "Damn it. Is it not connected? What the heck is going on here?" Their boss was unable to give them any orders. After all, he had a bullet on his head and he was already dead. Horia's already sent most of its men to attack the Izant family. Its boss was left only with a handful of bodyguards in the base. And those bodyguards, like their boss, were already dead. Both Horia's and Izant family had some similarities. First of all, both of them were huge gangs with a lot of members. The boss of the respective gang held a ton of influence. Because of that, it was extremely difficult for the members of those gangs to rise up against their boss. So right now, with both sides left with no boss, their men had no other choice but to fight to the death, save for some who ran away at the very last second. Izant family and Horias, the 2 Goliath gangs in the lower district of Kagomayama City. With the loss of their boss and their men, the money that they spent in that battle, both of them were effectively destroyed in a single night. Chapter 165, Negotiation with Viola. When morning came, another group arrived at the Izant family's base. They were the people from Drankum. Although the battle last night happened in the area between the slum and the wasteland, Kagomayama City could not just ignore it. So they dispatched Drankum there in the morning to check on the situation. Drankum had another reason why they had to come there. It was because one of their vehicles was destroyed around that area. When that vehicle was destroyed, its control device sent its last record back to Drankum. Before the city management got suspicious that last night's battle had something to do with them, Drankum decided to investigate the incident prior to the request from the city management. When Shikarabi arrived there, he looked around the courtyard and frowned. It must have been one hell of a battle. Now that the morning light shone the whole courtyard, the scene looked like hell. Corpses were scattered all over the places, he could see pools of blood formed in various places, and the whole area was filled with the nauseating smell of blood. Yamanobe looked around in slight amazement. Whoa, this here? I'm pretty sure the body count can easily reach a few hundred. Depending on how many bodies we can find inside the mansion, it might even go up to thousands. And I don't see any dead monsters at all, it's entirely a fight between humans. Geez, honestly though, we have more than enough monsters to kill in the wasteland, there's no need for them to kill each other, right? Velga checked the wreckages of powered suits in the courtyard and hummed. They were even using this kind of thing to fight each other. These guys were pretty invested in this, weren't they? 100 or even 200 million aurum won't be enough to pay for this stuff, you know. Including the fuel and ammo that they consumed last night, it might easily go beyond 1 billion aurum, no. After the three of them exchanged opinions about how horrendous the scene in the courtyard was, they immediately moved on to finish why they came there. They searched for Drankum's vehicle among all the wreckage in the courtyard. Once they found it, it was already sliced in half. They then ripped the inside of the vehicle and extracted its black box. It should contain all the information until the vehicle was destroyed. Shikarabi checked the damage on that device. Well, it seems that it's still intact. But even if it wasn't, it's not our fault. Velga looked at the sliced vehicle and said, "Was it sliced with a huge blade or something? I guess one of those powered suits must have had that, huh? So where's the guy who was inside it? Shikarabi, did you find anything?" "Nothing. I can't say anything about the user unless we check the record inside this device first. I don't even know who might have been inside. I heard that whoever took this out used it without asking for permission after all. Well, since it's basically turned into a pile of metal, the insurance won't be able to fully cover it. I don't know how much the gang would have to pay for it, but the guy who used it would not be able to get out of it unscathed, that is if that guy is still alive." Now that they had completed their mission and recovered their priority target, they made a call to Drankum. Drankum told them to get back to the base as soon as possible to check the record inside that device. So Shikarabi went and conveyed that to Velga and Yamanobe. That was when Yamanobe noticed Yamina and the other girls. Yamina, Eri and 10 other Drankum members entered the mansion. Yamanobe raised his eyebrows and said, "Those are from Katsuya's team, right? I don't see Katsuya with them though." Velga also noticed them, but he noticed something else too. Isn't that Nergo? What is he doing there with that group?" Shikarabi frowned and obviously sounded rather annoyed as he said, "Don't know and don't care. Just leave them be, we have nothing to do with them." Seeing how Shikarabi's mood turned worse the moment Katsuya's name came up, Yamanobe and Velga smiled wryly. There was no need to keep souring Shikarabi's mood by talking about that subject. So they decided to just move on and leave that place. Yamina and her friends heard from Mizuha that there was a good chance Katsuya went to that place alone. That was why they came there to look for him. The scene inside the mansion was more or less as horrendous as the courtyard. Although Yamina and her friends were already used to killing monsters, they never witnessed the leftover of a battle between humans that was this bad. More than half of them had a pale face and were filled with terror as they continued searching the inside of the mansion. The only one who was completely fine was Nergo. Since the group was mostly made of girls, Nergo was sticking out since he was a battle cyborg. Nergo had rifles in all of his forearms. He was leading the team in front of Yamina while checking the safety of the surrounding area. Yamina then apologetically said to him, "I'm sorry for making you do this. Although it was a request from Mizuha-san, I feel bad for making you help us in doing something this dangerous." But Nergo replied in a bright tone, "Nah, don't worry about it. Katsuya-kun did save me back then, so I still owe him some. I'm more than happy to help." Nergo looked at how the other guys were doing while he said so. Some of them seemed thankful, some others had no particular reaction, while some were simply people who did not express much of their feelings through their faces. Nergo closely observed every single one of them. "By the way, Although it might be weird to hear this from me, but if you want, I can search this place alone, you know? I know that you girls are hunters, but I'm sure this scene is too much for you girls since you're still young. If I find something, I'll contact you, so you girls can just wait outside the mansion. Yamaina thought that Nergo was simply being considerate to them. If Katsuya was really inside the mansion, judging from how bad the scene inside the mansion was, it would not be strange to find him dead. And if that was true, more than likely his body would be in a pretty bad shape. It would be too much to let herself and her friends see that. Yamaina thought that was why Nergo said so. Although Yamaina understood that possibility very well, she still replied firmly. No, that would be asking too much from you. So we'll come too, we'll be fine, that I see you're pretty brave. Nergo did not say anything more after that as he returned back to his search. It would be fine if we find him alive. But to be honest, if he's already dead, I want to secure his body though. Well, I have my own reputation to hold in Drankum, so it's better if I act for the sake of our long-term goal. Nergo made that decision in the back of his metallic head. They went deeper into the mansion. There they got a signal from Katsuya's information terminal. But when they tried to make contact, there was no reply. So they prepared themselves for the worst-case scenario as they used the data from that signal to look for Katsuya. When they arrived at the source of that signal, they saw a room filled with dead bodies. Katsuya was on the floor, looking down in the middle of that room. They immediately swarmed Katsuya and asked him if he was all right. But Katsuya did not reply back. He kept his head down with a dark expression. Eri, Nergo and Yamaina took a step back and scanned the room. Yamaina looked around and frowned. The room was filled with dead bodies. The floor was basically covered in blood. Eri was even slightly surprised when she counted the number of dead bodies in the room. That's a lot of dead bodies, is it all Katsuya's? Maybe, but not all of them. Moreover, among the dead bodies, Yamaina looked at a particular dead body and made a saddened face. It was the body of a girl that was lying not too far from Katsuya. It was Alna. After seeing that, Yamaina understood what was going on. Katsuya came to rescue Alna and failed. It must be the reason why he was so depressed. Yamaina cut through all the girls that surrounded Katsuya. She then crouched in front of him and said to him, Katsuya, let's go back. Katsuya still looked down without replying back. We need to bring Alna back. Katsuya raised his face. But he still did not reply. Yamaina understood that it was all he could do at the moment, so she grabbed Katsuya's shoulder and got him on his feet. Katsuya did not resist. Yamaina sent a glance at Eri. Eri nodded as she pointed at Alna's body and said to the rest of the girls, We'll take her too, help me. Alna's body was soaked with blood. Her face was wiped clean of blood, but her body was soaked with her blood as well as the other people's blood who were killed near her. The girls frowned seeing that body. Eri's gaze turned sharp. The girls there winced back. That was when Nergo suddenly said, It's fine, I'll do it. Nergo pulled out a body bag from his backpack and gently put Alna's body inside it. Eri, who thought that Nergo was going to carry Alna's bloodied body, thanked him. Thank you. Don't worry about it. Like I said before, I'm fine with it. Carrying dead bodies around was not a strange thing for hunters. Because of that, Eri did not find it weird that Nergo was carrying a body bag with him. Looking at Alna's dead body that was carried carefully, Katsuya mumbled while still crying lightly, that I wasn't able to protect her. Yamaina, who heard that, smiled both sadly and gently at him. That I'm glad that at least you're all right. Katsuya then left the room with Yumina's help, while Eri was carefully carrying Alna's body in her arms. The other girls followed behind her. Nergo was the last one left inside the room. He scanned the room once more and thought, all of these dead bodies are probably because of that boy. It's pretty impressive to do this all by himself. I thought that his reputation is actually because of that thing, but I guess I need to revise it, huh? Well, it doesn't really matter. Even if that's true, it doesn't change my plan much. I need to confirm it with the others too, so I'll shelve this for the latter for now. Nergo left the room soon after. Katsuya and his group left the mansion after that. They then boarded the armored APC parked outside the mansion and went back to Drankum's base. Katsuya was sitting on the long bench inside the APC in between Yamaina and Eri. He still looked very depressed, but after leaving the battlefield, he regained some of his composure. But that gave him a leeway to think about something else, and his head used that leeway to remember a certain sentence. Even when he tried to shake that sentence off his head, it still would not leave him alone. As a matter of fact, his efforts only made it ring louder in his brain. Katsuya inadvertently mumbled in resistance against that voice that was ringing inside his head. Damn it. Unfortunately, you won't be able to keep that promise. That one sentence from Akira kept on playing on replay inside Katsuya's mind. Akira was sleeping like a dead log on the bed in his house. After he returned back from Izant family's base, he just put down his heavy weapons randomly on the floor, kept his augmented suit and his coat back in their original cupboard, dragged himself against the tiredness and the sleepiness assaulting him to finish his bath, took a heavy dose of medicine, and finally crawled to his bed. There was no doubt about it that he was exhausted after what had happened last night, so Alpha did not even bother to tell him to finish doing maintenance of his rifles before going to sleep. Akira woke up in a dark room. It seemed that the sun had already set. He must have slept the whole day. But even inside that dark room, he could still see Alpha clearly. Morning, Akira, or more like, it's already evening though. Akira's brain had not fully woken up yet as he was thinking of taking another snooze. I don't mind if you want to sleep again, but you had a call from Ario and Carol while you were sleeping, you know. They also left a text message, so you can check it out if you want. It was rare for Ario to call him. As Akira thought so, the curiosity helped him wake up. He pushed himself up, reached for his information terminal, and checked the message. Akira frowned when he read the message. Ario was asking about Cheryl's whereabouts in that message. And checking from the timestamp, that message was sent after Akira sent Carol to escort Cheryl. That she's not back in her base, huh? After that, he checked the message from Carol. It said that Carol still had Cheryl with her and for him to call her as soon as he could. So then Akira tried to make a call to Carol, who immediately picked that up. Oh, you finally called me? Weren't you taking too long there? Sorry, a lot of things happened after that. So then, is Cheryl still with you? Yep, she's here with me. You didn't escort her back to her base. I did consider that, but my request was to take Cheryl to a safe place, right? It's true that my request might as well be done once I escorted Cheryl out of that place, but I thought that if I took her back to her base while the slum was still engulfed in that battle, she might get injured or even killed if there were any following battles after that, and that would definitely cause trouble later. Personally speaking, I want to finish my request by handing her back to you, you see. That's why I still have Cheryl with me. I see you have a point there. So then, if it's possible, can you come here as soon as you can? Are you okay right now? Well, I don't mind keeping her with me if you want, but keep in mind it'll cost you more the longer you leave her with me, okay? Akira smiled bitterly after hearing Carol's happy voice. Alright, I'm coming now. Where should I come? I'll send you my location later. I'll be waiting for you. Carol left Akira with that rather inviting line before closing the call. Akira lightly sighed and drooped his head. As his brain started to wake up, he remembered all kinds of stuff inside his head. That I wonder how much should I pay Carol this time? How much are you planning to pay her? I don't know the market price, but I'm planning to limit it to 50 million aurum. Although he would have to negotiate with Carol about the reward, he had decided not to pay her more than 50 million aurum. So in short, Akira would only pay that much money even if it made Carol think that she deserved more money for the work she did. I never thought that someone who likes to butt into others' business without being asked to would say something like that. But well, I guess that was the suitable word for someone who would do something just to regret it later though. Aren't you glad to have decided the upper limit of the reward beforehand? Can't agree more to that. Alpha smiled mischievously at Akira, who replied with a bitter smile. Akira thought that he would be meeting Carol near his house, or somewhere in a cheap inn or maybe a tavern. So he was surprised when he checked the coordinates of the location sent to him by Carol. It was located far away from the location where he picked her up before going to Mihazono Ruin last time. Although he did find it weird, started his preparation to head there. He took his augmented suit and protective coat out of the cupboard and put them on. That was when he noticed that the holes on his protective coat were all already fixed. Oh, they're all fixed. That's pretty amazing. The cupboard is equipped with an automatic repair system. I also put in a little bit of medication there too. It should have done the maintenance for your augmented suit and coat. You can even do that too, huh? That's really convenient. But because of that, you'll need to replace the repair cartridge that you got when you bought that augmented suit. Make sure to buy a new one later. I see. How much it costs, by the way? About 10 million orum. Akira froze. Don't forget that there are still medicine, ammo, energy pack, and other consumables that you need to buy too. My money. Akira remembered that Carol also changed her augmented suit depending on what she was doing. Up until now, Akira always thought that it was better and safer to keep using the better augmented suit all the time, although it meant that he had to regularly pay more for the upkeep. But now he was not so sure if that was the best thing to do. Akira finished his preparation. He brought along his AAH and A2D assault rifle as well as his CWH anti-material rifle, and of course, he also carried some spare magazines too. He then headed to the Kugamiya City Lower District. He did think that he might not need his CWH anti-material rifle, but he decided to bring it along anyway just to be safe while leaving his DVTS minigun and A4WM automatic grenade launcher behind as not to increase the chance of anything bad happening. I've completed rewriting the control software, so you have my full support this time. Well, in the worst-case scenario, let's just run away. Of course. Although Akira did not ask her, Alpha did say what to do in the worst-case scenario. So he just smiled bitterly at her, said so, and went to Kugamiya City Lower District. Carol, Cheryl and Viola gathered inside Viola's office that was located in an office complex building in the Lower District. Viola had other offices too. She had one in the slum, one near the inner wall, one was open and easily recognizable in public, one was located in a rather secretive place. She kept changing one office to another depending on her situation. Carol met up with Viola while bringing along Cheryl with her, and then Viola suggested they go to one of her offices. After Carol finished her call with Akira, she then conveyed that to Cheryl and Viola. Cheryl was relieved to know that Akira was all right. Her worried face that she had up until now was completely gone. Unlike Cheryl, who was sitting on the guest chair, Viola was sitting not too far away from Cheryl on her own office desk. Even after she heard that Akira was coming, she still had her usual smile. Carol came next to Viola and asked her a question. Viola, are you sure you want to be here too? Yep. Viola replied with a smile without asking Carol what she meant by that question. I see. Carol deliberately did not tell Akira that Viola was also there. Viola also noticed it as well as the meaning behind it. But even so, she still decided to stay there. Carol thought that if Viola decided so, then it was not her place to say anything to Viola. Akira eventually arrived. He lightly scanned the area and felt that it seemed to be safe before entering the building. When Akira entered the office, Carol and Cheryl immediately welcomed him. Carol had her business smile when she welcomed Akira, while Cheryl smiled happily for being able to reunite with him. But even before he was able to reply to both of them, he noticed Viola. His expression immediately turned slightly stern as he asked, Carol, sorry, but can we talk about the reward a bit later? Sure, but is there any problem? It's nothing big, just a small thing that I need to attend to first. Cheryl thought it was weird since Akira immediately left her behind and went inside the office room. But when she noticed that he went straight to Viola, she smiled bitterly, although she also felt slightly happy at the same time. Cheryl had gone through a lot of trouble after Rogolt detained her. It was nothing strange if Akira wanted to complain to Viola since she was the source of all of that trouble. Of course, she herself had also complained to Viola, but Viola just gave her a light smile and a cheap apology. If Akira was the one to do that, Viola should not be able to give the same reaction. As Cheryl thought so, she had a mischievous smile on her face, which was rather rare for her. Cheryl was not mistaken there. But Akira actually was planning to do more than just sending some complaints to Viola. In contrast to that, Carol understood well what he was about to do. The difference between her and Cheryl's understanding was shown in their faces. Carol was not smiling there. Akira stood in front of Viola, who was still smiling like usual. Viola said. Right. Yep, you can just drop the honorific. I see, thanks for the info about Cheryl and that pickpocket. I'll at least give you my thanks for that. You're welcome. I'm glad that my information was useful to you. Viola was smiling like usual, while Akira had a stern and serious face. Both of them were looking at each other without saying anything for a few seconds. That's so then, I have a question for you. About this incident, I have no idea how far this thing has been going on, and this is just my guess, but I feel like you've been manipulating me. That would be a misunderstanding. I don't know where you got such a misunderstanding from. If you tell me, I would be able to give you an explanation. Is that the thing that you wanted to ask me? Not really. Even if I ask you, I feel like you'll just come up with an answer that makes sense just to convince me. And of course, I don't have the ability to see through it even if you lie to me. I feel like you would just trick me and leave it as it is. That's why I won't ask you. But instead, answer me this. Sure, what is it? Akira raised his arm, his rifle now aimed at Viola. If you're in my position, do you think it's better if I kill the person in front of me now? Cheryl was dumbstruck by what just happened, while Carol's expression did not change at all. Even after pointing his rifle at her, Viola did not show any change in her expression. She was still smiling like usual as she calmly answered Akira's question. Nope, I don't think so. Why? There are many reasons that I can come up with. Let's see, Akira, do you know what is postmortem program? Yeah. It's simple then. If you kill me, you'll get a bounty put on your head and it'll be as high as all of my current assets. Although I look like this, I'm pretty rich, you see. So don't think it'll be something as small as 1 or 2 billion aurum, okay? If I have to add more, judging from the mediator company that will put that bounty under my request, not only common hunters, even big organizations would be hunting you, you know. Anything else? Akira replied almost instantly. Viola was taken aback seeing how he replied without showing any hesitation, but she immediately returned back to her usual smile and said, Oh, that wasn't enough for you? Let's see then, how about the person next to your lover is my best friend? I see. Gunshot echoed, a hole drilled through Viola's chest all the way to her back. Viola looked aghast as she slid down her seat and fell to the floor. A pool of blood started to form around her. Akira lowered his rifle and looked back at Carol. So, I should fight you now, right? Akira's expression was completely casual. There was no hostility in his eyes at all. But there was also no sign of him trying to avoid the upcoming fight. Cheryl was shocked by that sudden turn of events, but Carol, who was next to her, just smiled and said calmly, Well, Viola indeed paid me to work as her bodyguard, so it's not like I can just let this slide without doing anything. I see. Akira only said so as he turned his whole body toward Carol. But before he shifted his state of mind to battle state, Carol suddenly said, But I'm not paid enough to fight you. So to be honest, I want to avoid it if it's possible. But since I already got paid, I can't just leave without doing anything either. So, if you're okay with it, I want to do something to earn that pay but without fighting you. Kira thought for a bit. He recognized that Carol was a strong fighter. He had no idea what she was going to do, but if it meant that he did not have to fight her, then that would be for the better. Very well. Thank you. Carol smiled and said so. She then went to Viola, opened the drawer close to her, and seemed to be searching for something. It should be around here. There it is. Carol took out a half-spherical mechanical device from inside the drawer, brought it to Viola, and crouched down. She then took off Viola's cloth to expose the bullet wound and placed that device on top of that wound both from the front and back. When Carol turned the device on, the hole in Viola's chest started to slowly close up. Akira walked next to Carol and looked at it with interest. What are you doing? An emergency treatment. This is an automatic treatment kit. It's usually used on a hunter who's wounded so badly to the point that there's no other way but to replace the wounded area with a prosthetic. Originally, it's used to keep that hunter alive until they finish installing the prosthetic. This thing is pretty expensive, you know? Carol placed a similar thing on Viola's neck. A thin tube came out from the flat part of the device and it went straight piercing into her neck. After about 10 seconds, Viola opened her eyes and coughed out blood. Akira was stunned to see someone that he thought he had killed return back to life. That's pretty amazing. It can save your life even after getting injured that badly, huh? Alpha smiled and explained to Akira. It depends on the treatment and your first reaction to it. You witnessed something similar back in Kuzusuhara Ruin, remember? There was someone who treated a person who had lost half of their body as a badly injured patient. From his point of view, a hole from a bullet might even be a slight injury. You're right. I remember that guy also told me not to treat an injury on a hunter and on common people as the same thing though. People died when their time came, but their survival chance changed greatly depending on how quickly their injury got treated. Akira had a rather conflicted feeling when he thought about that subject. When Viola finally stopped coughing, she looked around and understood what just happened. Carol, could you have done something more about this? Viola looked at Carol as if she was blaming Carol, expecting her to have eliminated the hostility there by now. But Carol did not seem to be bothered by that at all. She just casually replied, I at least have erased the result of you screwing up your negotiation. I did my job, so you're on your own for the rest. Akira pointed his rifle at Viola again. This time, he was properly aiming for her head. I'll get to the point, anything else? Viola smiled wryly. She was a bit scared, her face started to go pale. She went silent for a few seconds as she was thinking about what to say. She then smiled, which could be interpreted as both bluff and no worry. That I don't know the reason why you spent so much money on Cheryl's gang, but I bet you didn't really calculate the return that you can get from that investment, right? I can help you with that part. I can give advice to the leader of the gang or lend them my connection or money. If Cheryl's gang can earn quite a lot of money, I'm sure that you'll get some benefit out from that too. So, what do you think? Akira stared back at Viola without saying anything. One more question then, were you trying to kill me in that incident? That includes asking someone to kill me, or provoking someone to kill me. No, I didn't do such a thing. Alpha. She doesn't seem to be lying, but it may not be the complete truth. After listening to Alpha's guess and Viola's answer, Akira thought about it one more time. He then said to Viola while still having his rifle pointed at her. Very well. Work hard to make me not regret this decision. The moment I think that I should have killed you, I'll hunt for your head. The same thing would happen if you try to mess with me too. You get that? Viola sighed. Alright, I don't want to die after all. I'll give my best to be useful. Alpha. Yep, she doesn't seem to be lying there too. Akira finally lowered his rifle, seeing which Carol lightly smiled and said, You're done, right? I guess I can finally talk about the reward with Akira now. Akira, now that I have handed Cheryl to you, this will end your request to me. Are you okay with that? Sure. Well now, I'll need to carry Viola to hospital. Akira, see you again next time. Carol lightly smiled and said so. She then pulled Viola up and dragged her out of the office. Akira looked a bit troubled. Carol, don't we still need to discuss your reward? That won't be necessary. Or more like, I'll get Viola to pay for that. So you don't have to worry about it. Voila looked obviously displeased. To be honest, that has nothing to do with me though. It's your fault in the first place, isn't it? Not to mention, you said you'll be helping Cheryl's gang from now on. So just think of it as an apology for messing with them. Good grief. Very well then, I'll do it. Akira looked a bit troubled by how Carol was taking it so lightly. Are you sure you're fine with it? Yeah. If you're bothered by not paying me, you can invite me for a meal later with the money you were planning to pay me. Or you can invite me to search for relics while paying for my expense, or even paying for my side job too if you want. Either way, I would be happy to accept it. I'll be waiting for your call. Carol smiled provocatively and said so before she left the office. Akira still had a stupefied look on his face as he saw Carol and Viola off. One of them just got shot and then meekly accepted a demand from him, while the other one was someone that he almost fought against after he shot her close friend. He was speechless at how both of them were taking it very lightly. That was also the case for Cheryl. She could not hide her surprise with how fast the situation changed there. After both of them were left alone in that place, Akira and Cheryl looked at each other. The mood was a bit awkward. Well, let's just head back for now. I'll take you back to the base. Yes, thank you very much. Akira and Cheryl left that office while still feeling slightly awkward. Akira thought that Carol, who was on Viola's side, would do something after taking Cheryl hostage. Although his guess was incorrect, he did expect that Carol would do something that he did not expect there. Chapter 166, Those Who Work Under the Shadows. The battle between two large gangs, Izant family and Horia's, had, of course, affected the slum city. Sounds of gunshots filled the slums. Ario and the other children in the gang made use of the portable walls they got from Katsuragi to barricade themselves inside their base and were able to get through the night. But even so, it still caused a huge ruckus within the gang that Ario and Alicia were barely able to calm everyone down since they were officers in the gang, but everyone in the gang were still anxious even right now. They were unable to contact neither Akira nor Cheryl, and that fact really caused chaos inside the gang. They went through the night reminded of just how large both Akira and Cheryl's presence was inside the gang. It was then that Akira and Cheryl suddenly appeared. Akira was weirded out at how big the welcoming cheer was, as the children gathered around him. Cheryl tried her best to calm everyone down to no avail. Akira was planning to head straight back home after getting Cheryl back to her base. But Cheryl thought that it would cause even more chaos inside the gang if Akira left, so she asked him to stay for the night. She then told the supervisors to give her their reports of what had happened while she was gone. The other children had a lot of questions they wanted to ask Cheryl, but after she reprimanded them, and looking at how Akira was slightly annoyed by the ruckus, they regained some of their composure and eventually returned to their respective jobs. Cheryl, couldn't you at least contact these guys? Carol-san told me not to. She said that since the request from you was to get me to safety, it was just to be safe in case someone else other than you used that call to locate me. Of course, I tried to call you too, but I wasn't able to. Sorry about that, I was a bit preoccupied during that time. Akira felt bad saying that he was so tired that he slept for the whole day, so he came up with another excuse. But that was no lie, he was indeed rather busy after leaving Cheryl to Carol. Please don't be, I'm really happy that you came to rescue me. And also, about Viola, thank you for making her help run the gang. Cheryl tried her best not to show her insecurity or displeasure on her face. At the moment, Cheryl's gang had not given any benefit to Akira. It did not even have the prospect of giving any profit to him. Cheryl herself understood that very well. That was why, if Akira told her that Viola would lead the gang in order to turn the gang profitable for him, then she could not refuse. Cheryl could no longer live without Akira. So in order not to get abandoned by him, she planned to do everything she could to make the gang useful to him. She felt really insecure about the matter regarding Viola. Akira then spoke to Cheryl with a rather serious face. By the way, I'm sorry for asking you this after deciding it without even consulting with you, but, Cheryl, can you keep an eye on that Viola? Keep an eye on her? Yeah, tell me if she tries anything funny. I'm sure it'll be easier to watch over her if she's close. And also, if you don't find her useful at all, you can go ahead and kill her. After all, that is the condition she accepted for sparing her life. If you find it hard to kill her, just tell me the reason why you need me to kill her and I'll do it. Okay. I'll be relying on you for that one. Akira was a bit weirded out at how Cheryl replied with such vigor. But he did not think too much about it after that. Cheryl was so elated that Akira actually had no plans to replace her position in the gang, and she resolved herself not to disappoint him as she replied firmly to his request. Alpha had another question that was different from Cheryl about Viola. Akira, are you sure that you're okay with that matter in regards to Viola? Do you think I should have killed her instead? Akira thought that Alpha was against it, so he was surprised when he heard that question. If Viola was telling the truth there, he would have a few billion aurum bounty on his head. Although she might be exaggerating, it did not change the fact that a bounty would still be placed on his head. But if Viola was lying, Akira thought that Alpha should have caught that from Viola's expression and told him about it. That was not what I meant, I just find it strange that you were rather lenient there. Compared to the matter with that pickpocket, You even raided into a big gang's base just to kill her, right? Well, I did shoot her once with the intention to kill her. So, if that was not enough to keep her in check, I'll think about something else when it comes to that. Akira believed that the reason why he spared Viola's life was because he already felt better after he shot her once with the intention of killing her. Moreover, although he was manipulated by her, she did not do anything to directly kill him. But in truth, there was another reason why Akira spared her that he himself did not notice. That reason was because Akira wanted to know if he could protect himself without increasing the body counts. He had always believed that if he spared his enemy, that person would definitely come for revenge later. Also, he was convinced that he was simply not strong enough to have the leeway to spare his opponents. Akira wanted to find a way other than killing his opponent. Although it might be cheeky of him to have that desire, he could at least try. Of course, it was a completely different matter whether his desire would come to fruition or not even if he tried. Viola was lying on the hospital bed. Her wound was already treated, her life was no longer in danger. She should be fully recovered after a few days of resting on the hospital bed. She was having a chat with Carol, who was sitting on a chair not too far from her. But Carol suddenly threw a question at her with a rather solemn expression. "So then, Viola, what are you scheming this time?" Viola frowned. She looked a bit offended. "That was out of the blue. You intentionally let Akira shoot you back then, didn't you?" Although Carol said that so casually, her tone was telling Viola that she was sure about it. "I know you're not that stupid. You knew well what would happen if you met him. You were the one who told me to go to your office with Cheryl, remember? Although you have many offices, that one has a hospital nearby, and I know that you have an emergency kit and where to find it in that office. You intentionally said all of that in the first half of your negotiation with Akira, didn't you? Had Akira aimed at your head back then, you would not have provoked him like that. You knew what I would do, that was why you let Akira shoot you. And by doing that, it would remove most of his grudge against you, right? Then with his grudge mostly gone, you can make an excuse to get involved in Cheryl's gang saying that it would bring benefit for both Cheryl and Akira." Carol smiled rather ominously. "In the first place, putting Akira and Cheryl aside, if you were planning to trick me too, you could have done something better than that, right? Or is it that you have dulled?" Viola faked a surprise and smiled. "You're thinking too much. If you hadn't saved me back then, I would have been dead by now. I do think that you're my friend, but let me tell you this, I don't believe what you said there at all since I know you very well." Carol could easily tell that Viola was scheming something, but she could not tell what it was. Viola might actually be tricking her into thinking that she was scheming something. And if she tried to pursue her suspicion, she might find herself being manipulated by Viola without realizing it. After all, up until now, Carol had seen so many people fall for that trick up close. Carol smiled smugly. "Well, in the end, my potential customer did shoot you after you tried to mess with him, so I guess I'll let that slide. Though I bet I would get shot because of that too. I have no plans to do that though, but if you're okay with that, then I won't pursue this subject any further." Viola and Carol smiled at each other. Someone suddenly knocked at the door. A few men came in without even waiting for a reply. Then the representative from that group showed his ID card and said, "Viola Alhans, I presume? I'm Indu from Kagomayama City's Long-Term Strategy Department, Public Order Section. We have some questions regarding the huge battle yesterday." Indu's men stood in front of the door as if to close Viola's escape route. Seeing that, Viola sighed. Carol then said to Indu, "I have nothing to do with this though, so, can I leave?" "Of course. In the first place, I would have asked you to leave since you're not involved in this matter. Although it's a simple investigation, the subject that we are going to discuss is not for the public's ears." "I see, later then, Viola." "Oh my, that's so cold of you. You didn't know." Viola said that as a joke, so Carol replied with a joke too. Carol left the room while lightly waved at Viola. Half of the men guarding the door also left the room together with Carol and guarded the door from outside. Indu looked sharply at Viola and stood in front of her. Viola still had her usual calmness. "So then, I just need to answer your questions, right?" "That won't be necessary, it was just an excuse to come here." Of course, I'll forge a document for that too, but don't worry, I'll handle everything. Then why are you here? I'm here to listen to your report. There's no need to come all the way here by yourself, you know? I can just send you the report later, right? It's an order from the guys in the upper echelon. Well, it's no surprise since the battle was bigger than we expected and we heard that you got hospitalized soon after. Not to mention, we have also received a report saying that Drankum also went to check the place where that battle happened. So, we want to confirm the current situation as soon as possible. After he said all of that, Indu looked slightly exasperated as he said, "But well, what can I say? To think that you can cause such a big battle just from a small rumor about a certain hunter who got his wallet stolen by a pickpocket, you're pretty good." Viola smiled smugly. That was nothing more than a trigger. A rather volatile boy, just like a landmine. So I would rather have you appreciate all the preparations that I've done to make sure that the fire would burn strongly. Kagamayama City usually did not bother much about the power distribution around the slum city which was next to its lower district. Even if a large battle occurred there and numerous people got killed, the city management normally did not intervene at all. But they could not ignore it if it had reached a certain scale. And that Izant family and Horias had grown too big and too strong for the city management to ignore. Both gangs had survived numerous conflicts, grew bigger, and attained enough money and military power to maintain the gang. To the point that their influence had even reached the commercial district in the lower district and had enough money to buy, arm, and even use powered suits. But it was all good up until that point. After all, rising high as an organization was a commendable thing even from the point of view of the corporate government that ruled the Eastern District. The problem was that their existence was disturbing the public order in the city. Their activities were against the law and they were doing illegal businesses. And with the rather barbaric people of the outer wall with powered suits living close to the inner wall, it was no surprise that it bothered the people from the inner wall. It would have been well and good if it increased the worth of living inside the inner wall, but unfortunately, they only lowered it. In the worst-case scenario, some people from the inner wall might even decide to move out because of them. There were cases where such a strong organization worked together with the nationalists. The nationalists would then send that organization powerful augmented suits as well as sneak some of their agents in and eventually enlist their help during a huge battle. Even if it did not go that far, buying powered suits from the nationalists was enough to help the nationalists to collect money. So their existence only caused worry for the people in the inner wall. Once it reached that point, the city management could not afford to just ignore them. Power-wise, the city management could easily crush that kind of organization using the city's defense squad. After all, that squad was prepared to even withstand a fight against ginormous monsters. An organization that just rose to power from the lower district was no match for that squad. But the problem was the expense. Of course, dispatching the defense squad was no cheap thing. So if that kind of organization had become big enough trouble for the city management to dispatch such a costly defense squad, they would look for the one who was responsible for not curbing it. Because of that, the city management was looking for a cheaper alternative, and that would be letting the gangs that were disturbing the public order in the city destroy each other. Of course, it would not come for free, but it was indeed cheaper than dispatching the defense squad. So, Viola received that job from the city management. Basically, it was outsourced to her. Viola had manipulated various organizations and people to their own doom. Some of them were out of requests from the city management. Such a track record earned her quite a reputation from the city management's point of view, which in some cases she was even feared for her skill. Even the ruckus that happened recently between Izant family and Horias was actually connected to the city management, but there were only a handful of people in the city management who knew that. So the people who sent that investigation request to Drankum were the city management people who were unaware. Of course, Indu was one of those who knew. But even he was listening to Viola's report while feeling fear in his heart. After all, Viola had done some preposterous things to complete that request. That aside, this might have nothing to do with this matter, but we lost 3 of our agents. Do you know anything about them? Is this a request to investigate from the city management? No, just a casual talk. I see. Unlike in the inner wall, the lower district is a dangerous place. They might have done something stupid and got themselves involved in a fight or something. Like what? Let's see. Maybe like boasting their connection with the city management and trying to get their hands on a woman who is not interested in them. That kind of connection might be enough to help them seduce someone, but it is nowhere near enough as a threat, you know? And it seems that many people don't understand that well enough, so there's a good chance they got involved in a fight because of some stupid reason. I can really understand why the city management spends money to make sure that hunters behave well. It's an important thing after all, right? Viola smiled as if she was hiding something, seeing which Indu was barely able to keep his calm. Cheryl was sitting in her personal room with a serious face. The reason was the information from Viola, whom she was talking with through her information terminal. Is this information true? It's not like I'm going to tell you to trust me, but well, I do feel guilty for what I did to you, you know? I even let you hear about this before I tell Akira as a token of apology from me. They were talking through a call, so they could not see each other's faces. But Cheryl was so sure that Viola was smiling right now, she could imagine Viola smiling with her usual gentle smile while scheming something behind it. Is this a threat to me? Of course not, like I said, it's an apology from me. By the way, if I have to add anything, Akira had already finished off Alna. That's why, I'm sure that he won't be that bothered even if you tell him that you know about it. Of course, that is if he doesn't notice it on his own and misunderstands thinking that you're intentionally trying to hide it from him. Cheryl shivered when she remembered back then when Akira was in a very bad mood. That day, Akira, who was in a horrible mood, said in front of Cheryl that he would kill that Alna. And now, if she did not handle this situation well, in the worst-case scenario, Akira might direct that killing intent to Cheryl's gang. Cheryl was trying her best to maintain her calm. Suddenly Viola said with her usual calm voice, "We're just going to take the initiative here. I just thought that it would not sour Akira's mood that much if you let him hear it from you. Of course, I won't be forcing you to do it though. But, if you won't do anything, I plan to tell Akira myself. After all, I need to give Akira some useful information as an apology to him too. You know that well too, right? So that's it, later then. Wait. What is it? I'll do it. Thank you very much for sharing this information. You're welcome. Viola replied with a happy voice before closing the call. After that call ended, Cheryl was barely able to hold back herself from screaming out of anger. Cheryl then called Nasha to one of the rooms in the base. When Nasha came in, Cheryl, Alicia, and Ario were already waiting for her inside the room. Cheryl and the other two had a grave expression on their faces. The mood was rather heavy. Nasha could feel the heaviness of the mood as she slowly and sacredly came forward. Boss, I heard you have something you want to talk about with me." Cheryl looked at Nasha. She then said with an extremely stern face and firm voice, "I'll get straight to the point here. Did you tell Alna about Akira?" Nasha went pale. It was so obvious that there was no need for her to answer that question. Cheryl and the other two made an even sterner expression when they saw her reaction. Their slight hope that it was a mistake was completely crushed. Nasha was a nice girl. She did all her job earnestly, and she got along well with the other members in the gang. Recently, she was even given the responsibility to supervise some of the other members. Cheryl, Ario, and Alicia trusted her. That was why it came as a big shock for all three of them. "So that's true, huh? Come in." With that signal from Ario, some of the other gang members came into the room. They immediately surrounded Nasha and froze. They were only told to come in and secure someone that might anger Akira. They did not know who that someone was. So no one expected that it would be Nasha. Those children looked conflicted as they looked in Cheryl's direction. They could feel the heavy air coming from her, so they started securing Nasha, although they still had a pained look on their faces. Nasha did not fight back at all. Nasha just stood there with her head down. Both of her arms were grabbed by the other children to make sure that she won't be able to do anything. Looking at that, Alicia worriedly said to Cheryl, "Cheryl, so, what do you plan to do with her?" Cheryl could understand Alicia's wish to help Nasha if it was possible. But if she tried to cover for her, it might put her and her gang in danger. Nasha used the money that Alna stole from Akira to join Cheryl's gang. She then helped Alna to run away even after Akira made such a frightening expression. At that point, Cheryl could no longer protect Nasha. Moreover, Cheryl also had come to know that Akira only stayed behind after leaving her to Carol in order to kill that Alna. He wanted to kill Alna so bad that he would jump into a battlefield that was filled with tanks and powered suits. She could not tell how far his killing intent would go, whether it would include people who helped Alna get away, or if it would even include those people who were not able to prevent that, or if it would include people that he thought protected anyone involved in that matter. When Cheryl thought about that, there was no way she could protect Nasha. Cheryl did not say anything as she took out her information terminal. She paused for a bit to get herself ready before initiating a call to Akira. "It's Cheryl. I have something to talk about. Is this a good time?" The mood inside the room tensed up. Everyone was looking in Cheryl's direction. Cheryl was apologizing while trying to explain what was going on to Akira. When she did that, Akira did not say anything back. He did not say anything that sounded as if he was surprised or angry. Not even a slight reply to let Cheryl know that he was listening. He was just silent. It was even dubious if he was properly listening or not. Cheryl could not bring herself to ask Akira if he was listening. She could not tell if Akira was trying to calm himself down, or if he was too angry to say anything back. She could only pray that it was not because Akira had abandoned the gang as she kept on talking. After she explained everything, Akira then said, "That I see. Alright, I'll head there now." "I understand, we'll be waiting." Akira ended the call there. Cheryl sighed in relief. Alicia then worriedly asked Cheryl a question. "How was it?" "Akira is coming." Cheryl only said that. Alicia wanted to ask if there was a chance to save Nasha, but after seeing Cheryl's reaction, she decided not to. Not too long after that, Akira came into the room. All the other children that surrounded Nasha stepped back all the way to the wall so as not to get involved in Akira's fury. Nasha had completely given up hope. She was scared, but not to the point that she was shaken up. She had resolved herself knowing that something like this might happen the moment she joined Cheryl's gang. "I'm sorry, Alna. It seems that this is the end for me. I hope that you at least can live well." Nasha smiled lonely at the thought of Alna. Akira stood in front of Nasha. "So this one is Nasha, right? Let her go." The guys who were holding both of Nasha's arms released her and stepped away just like the other children. "Come." Akira only said that and headed to the door. Nasha did not follow him. She only stood there with a bewildered face. She thought that he would kill her there. So Akira turned around and said, "I don't mind dragging you out though if you prefer that." Nasha still had a bewildered look, but she started following behind him. Akira then left the room with her. Cheryl and the other children could only see them leave without doing or saying anything. They were only standing there, looking slightly confused since Akira left without blaming anyone at all. Inside the Drankum base, Mizuha was yelling in anger. The reason was the person that she was on a call with. "Viola, it's pretty bold of you to call me after what you did." Mizuha's anger was obvious from her voice, but in contrast to that, Viola replied back calmly and casually. "Oh my, you didn't find my service satisfying? I did finish your request almost perfectly, you know? Alna is dead, not because she simply vanished, but because she was killed and there was a corpse to prove it. So, there is no doubt that she's dead for good. And since the reason for her death is because she got swallowed in the battle between Horia's and Izant family, no one would expect that it had anything to do with you. So what is it that you don't like about?" Mizuha was really annoyed at how Viola was playing innocent there. She was trying to be careful not to raise her voice too high. "Don't kid with me. I didn't say anything about telling Katsuya about that and sending him into that battlefield. What the heck were you thinking? What were you going to do if he got killed there? Are you planning to make an enemy out of me?" "Oh, about that, huh? I have nothing to do with that matter, you know. It's not a part of my job after all. Do you really think that I believe you? Well, I won't tell you to believe me. But it's the truth. Moreover, whether it's a person or an organization, anyone who antagonizes me, they all end up dead, you know. After all, It would be a hassle to deal with them if they ever come for revenge later. So like, do you want to get killed or the whole Drankum gang destroyed by tomorrow or something? No. Thought so. Moreover, if you didn't want Katsuya to get involved, you could have sent him for a hunter job somewhere far away for some time, no? You should have known that something would happen the moment you put that request for me. That's why I didn't warn you at all, and you would still blame that on me? Well, though I'm sure it's not that simple with Drankum involved though. Mizuha twitched. She did not have anything to counter that argument. If she said that it was Viola's fault, then in turn it would mean that it was Mizuha's own mistake for not being able to predict that. Since she did not want to admit it, she came up with another excuse. Katsuya is already assigned to another job in Kuzusuharu Ruin Frontline Temporary Base. And Kagomiyama City thinks highly of him. That's why I can't just suddenly assign him to another job. Is that so? But that's your problem, right? So, even if you tell me so, it's not like I can do anything about it, right? After a short pause, both of them were trying to probe what the other person was thinking. After that, Viola sounded as if she had given up and decided to step back. Well, putting that aside, since you're not happy with my work, I don't feel like taking my reward just like this too. So, it's okay if I transfer it back, right? But with one condition. One condition? What is it? Tell me how Katsuya discovered Alna's location that day. I'll give my reward back to you as a payment for that info. I might even give you some bonus too, depending on how much details you can give me. Mizuha was a bit surprised by that request. What are you scheming this time? It was you who told him, right? As I said, it wasn't me. I don't know who or what organization did that, but the one that I sent there as the trigger for that battle was only Akira. Akira was the only one that I told about Alna's whereabouts. I didn't say anything to Katsuya or anyone around him that might let him know. But even so, Katsuya did go there and made a mess of my plan. Because of that, I ended up in hospital after Akira shot me. I'm still in the hospital even right now, you know? Really? I would be really happy if you come to visit me though. Viola was telling Mizuha to come and check it for herself if she was suspicious of Viola lying. And with that, most of her suspicion about Viola letting Katsuya know about Alna's location had also vanished. Viola then added, if everything went as I planned, I wouldn't be in the hospital right now. That's why I want to know the reason why someone would want to mess up my plan by telling Katsuya where Alna was. Of course, I'm planning to investigate it further myself. But it's easier for you to investigate within Drankum, right? And even if I'm planning to ask Katsuya myself, it would be easier if you're the one to do that for me, right? Viola sounded as if she had a grudge against whoever told Katsuya about Alna. Mizuha's suspicion reduced even further. That's so, it really wasn't you? Yeah, I didn't tell Katsuya anything. I have my reputation to be held as an information broker, you know. I won't do something as stupid as leaking the information after a contract like that. My information is always correct. That's why people keep buying information from me even after they know the bad rumors about me. You do know that well yourself, no? Mizuha took some time to think. Even if Viola might put in some of her personal opinions in her information, she would never leak any information and the information itself would always be correct. It was as if she was standing at an intersection and there was a trap if she went to the right. She was properly told so by Viola, so if she went to the right without trusting Viola, she might as well get hurt. But if she trusted Viola and went left, she might find a worse trap and get hurt even worse than if she had gone right. But if she believed someone else, went to the right and avoided the worst trap on the left, it felt like Viola then would happily take whatever treasure that she could find on the left. Viola's bad habit was how she manipulated people with correct information. Mizuha herself knew that very well. Which meant that she must be telling the truth when she said that she did not tell Katsuya anything about Alna, or at least, that was what Mizuha thought. Very well. Either way, Drankum will do our own investigation too. We'll send a copy of the report to you too. Is that good enough? We have a deal then. Thanks. By the way, I already returned back the reward that I received, so you can go ahead and check it. I'll transfer more if you can give me good info. That's it then, bye-bye. Viola closed the call. Mizuha checked her bank account and confirmed that she got back the money she had given to Viola. It was as if Viola knew that Mizuha would accept her condition. Mizuha felt slight displeasure after realizing that Viola had completely read her, but she immediately moved on to something else. If it was not Viola, then who told Katsuya about Alna? Mizuha could feel slight anger for whoever was it who sent Katsuya to that dangerous battlefield as she immediately planned her investigation. Chapter 167, Balancing the Scale. Nasha followed behind Akira. She was looking at Akira's back while walking through the street of the slum city. Akira did not look back at all as he kept walking forward. It might be a good chance for her to run away. But Nasha did not harbor such thoughts. She had no wish to do so. Akira knew that she was not following him when they were back in Cheryl's base even without looking back. That was why she thought that Akira must know whether or not she was following him at the moment, and it might be futile to even try to run away in such a situation. Nasha had already given up. Because of that, she did not have the will to fight back. She was only following behind Akira without saying anything. Akira hopped on his vehicle that he parked close by and said, "Get in." Nasha obediently climbed to the driver's assistant seat. Akira then drove out from the slum and into the wasteland. It had been a few minutes since Akira and Nasha left the city. Akira did not say anything, but he looked slightly annoyed as he was driving the vehicle. Looking at him, Nasha got even more confused. Some hunters would only kill people in the wasteland, so at first, Nasha thought that Akira might be bringing her out to the wasteland just to kill her. But it already had been a few minutes since they left the city. If Akira was planning to kill her and dump her body in the wasteland, they were already far enough from the city. Eventually, she could not hold back her curiosity. "Where are we going?" "Well, to Narahagaka City." Narahagaka City? You've never heard of it? It's a city to the west of Kagomayama City. Although it's not as big as Kagomayama City, it still has a wall protecting it. Well, you can think of it as a smaller version of Kagomayama City, or so I heard. Though I asked you if you've ever heard of it, to be honest, I only came to know about it recently too. So I don't know much about that city either. How about you? I've heard that name before, but nothing more. I see. Their conversation ended with that. Nasha got even more confused and stopped the conversation there. Silence returned back between them. With time, Nasha's confusion pushed her to ask another question. What are you planning to do with me once we arrive there? Nothing. That's not right. I'm planning to take you there and leave you in that city. Leave me? I'll head back straight home after I drop you in that city. You might hate me for leaving you in a place that you know nothing about, but that's just how it is. Sorry about that. If I leave you somewhere nearby, I feel like it'll only cause trouble later on after all. Or more like, that kind of thing has already happened once before. Akira casually pointed at the rucksack that he put in the back of his vehicle. And it's not like I'm going to leave you in an unknown place so that you'll starve to death. I'll at least give you some money, a gun, and some clothes. You can take that rucksack with you. But that's all I'll do for you. Then you can do anything you want. So, sorry, but you'll have to do everything by yourself after that. Nasha opened the rucksack and looked at its contents. It was true that there were some hunter clothes and a gun inside. Even though I did tell you that you can do anything you want, I don't recommend going back to Kagomayama City. Cheryl and her gang also have their reputation to maintain, so I'm sure that they won't ignore you if they spot you, and I have no plans to tell them to let you go just because I spared you. Nasha was surprised. She looked at Akira and at the rucksack alternately. She looked completely flabbergasted. You're going to spare me? Why? Akira hesitated. Well, it's fine, isn't it? It's just out of a whim. Nasha seemed to be thinking hard. She then said with a rather stiff expression, "Please tell me. Is it really that important?" "Yes, so please tell me." Just think of it as a weird guy making a weird decision. Please tell me. Akira looked at Nasha in the eyes and slightly squinted his eyes. That if you keep pushing your luck, I might change my mind, you know. Nasha replied while looking straight into Akira's eyes. That it doesn't matter, please tell me. Nasha still asked for an answer, although Akira said that he might kill her if she kept pursuing that subject. Kira was a bit surprised by it, but he could feel that it was not something that he could just ignore, so he sighed and said as if he was confessing, "It's just balancing out the scale." Nasha did not expect such an answer at all. She tilted her head in confusion. "What do you mean by that?" "I killed your best friend. So to balance that out, I'll spare your life." Nasha froze. She then said with a shaking voice, "You killed Alna?" "Yeah, I did." Nasha felt a storm of emotion struck her. Her best friend was killed, and the person who killed her best friend was pitying her right now. It stirred her emotion even more. "Are you saying that you feel guilty for killing Alna, but since you had no other choice but to kill her, you'll spare me in her place? Is that what you mean when you said it's for balancing the scale?" "No. I did kill her because I wanted to, and it's not like I'm sparing you because I feel guilty for it." "Then why?" Nasha raised her voice. She looked at Akira with hatred and vengeance, but Akira was not surprised at all. As a matter of fact, he was completely calm. But that only served to stir her emotion even further. With her emotions brimming, Nasha looked away from Akira for a split second. That was when her eyes wandered to the gun inside the rucksack. She immediately reached for that gun and released the safety trigger while glaring at Akira. But even so, Akira did not show any reaction at all. "I killed your best friend, so I won't tell you not to hate me. But don't think that I'll just let you kill me. If you want to give it a try, although you know the outcome, then be my guest." Akira pointed out the power gap between him and Nasha and stopped her. But his next sentence changed that. "And also, although it might be weird for me to say this, do you think that Alna wants you to go that far to avenge her death?" Nasha's anger welled up again. She was on the verge of pointing the gun in her hand at Akira as she screamed as hard as she could at him. "You know nothing about Alna." "Yeah, that's why I'm asking you, since you must really know her well. You're her best friend, right?" Akira looked straight at Nasha, who was staring dagger at him. He was seriously asking Nasha a question there. Nasha was taken aback to the point that it erased all of her anger. She was baffled and was shaking while making a very confused face. Akira looked straight at Nasha without saying anything. Nasha imagined Alna's figure from all the memories that they had together. That Alna in her mind threw a sad smile at her and said something to her. Nasha stopped shaking. She then pointed the gun in her hand at Akira with a pained face. A gunshot echoed through the wasteland. The bullet went and vanished into the distance. Akira had slightly shifted Nasha's hand right before she pulled the trigger. Nasha lightly smiled. She somehow looked relieved. But even after that, Akira still did not do anything to her while having a flat expression. The smile vanished from Nasha's face. She looked slightly confused and said with a pained voice, "Kill me already. Just kill me. I shot at you, you know? Are you still going to spare me?" Akira did not say anything as he shook his head. "Sorry, but I'm already strong enough to know whether my life is in danger or not. If you want to kill yourself, you can do it on your own. And if you fail even after that, I'll at least warn you not to do that again." Nasha fell on her knee. In the end, she could not save her best friend, and she could not die in the same fashion as her best friend died. All kinds of feelings were mixed inside her heart as she started screaming and crying as if to vent her anger and sadness. A few minutes later, they were still midway to Narahagaka City. Nasha had cried herself out to the point that she was too tired to keep crying. After venting all of her emotion through her tears and crying her eyes out, she finally calmed down and just sat there silently on the driver's assistant seat. Nasha once again looked at Akira and mumbled with a small voice, "That what's with that balancing the scale?" "Before I answer that, I want to confirm something first. That Alna, your best friend, was she the kind of girl who would tell you to avenge her death, although it's hopelessly impossible?" Nasha shook her head. "That no, it's something that I did out of my own volition. I'm sure that she would tell me to just forget it. She might even get angry at me if she knew that I tried." "I see, she must have been a kind girl." "That yes, she was." They then continued talking calmly. "About balancing the scale, huh? Well, it's basically just about testing luck." "Testing luck?" "Yeah, for some reason, it seems that I have very bad luck, you see. Thanks to that, I've gone through a lot in the past." Basically, it was as if Akira was taking a gamble. He then continued. It's about that time when I killed Alna. There was someone really strong protecting her, and he is also a kind person. Although he has no debt nor has been offered a reward for it, he gave his best to protect Alna. Since he even went that far, he and the girl he was protecting might as well be good people, but even so, I still killed Alna. If I kill a good person, it feels like it'll bring some bad karma on me later. That might be the reason why I have very bad luck. As a matter of fact, I did encounter something really troublesome right after I killed her. I would have been able to evade it if I had given up on killing her. So, well, I guess I just reaped what I sowed there. Nasha was really happy to hear that someone did that much to protect her best friend. But at the same time, it also made her feel sad knowing that Alna had done something so that someone would still want to kill her despite having someone like Katsuya protecting her. Then why didn't you spare her just like how you did to me? Akira felt that Nasha was not blaming him, she simply just wanted to know, so he answered her question honestly. That I couldn't, it's a matter of my personality. Even if you ask me why I couldn't do that, I don't think I can come up with anything that might convince you that I see. It doesn't matter how strong they are, people will die when they get unlucky. That's what I believe. The reason why I'm sparing you is simply because I think it might improve my bad luck, even if it's only by a bit. So basically, I am doing this for my own sake. Although I said it's for balancing the scale, I don't think this is anywhere near enough to accomplish it. But it's still better than nothing. That's all the reason I have. I don't do this because of any other profound reasons or anything. It was an absurd reasoning. It might be true that Alna was killed because she was unlucky and Nasha was spared because she was lucky, but Nasha still felt something did not feel right. Was there really no other way for Alna? Was killing her the only choice you had? As I said, it's a matter of my personality, so it's not like I can do anything about it. No, that isn't what I meant. I mean like, if something else, no matter how small it is, if there was anything that could have been done to save her life, let's see then. Akira tried to think of all kinds of scenarios where Alna might have been saved. If only Alna did not aim for Akira that day, or Akira did not lower his guard, or Alna was not able to steal Akira's wallet, or if Alna did not meet Katsuya, or Katsuya did not protect her that time, or if Katsuya did not push Akira back and triggered the domino effect which led to Alna's death, if that failure did not spread out as a rumor that discredited Akira, if only that rumor did not cause the robbers to attack Cheryl's base, or that Alna did not get kidnapped by Izant family, or if Katsuya came sooner to save Alna. Akira put out all the scenarios where Alna might be saved. After listening to everything, Nasha had a sad smile as she said, "So, even with all of those possible scenarios, Alna still got killed? That would mean she's really unlucky. Do you know that Alna is a really good pickpocket? No. She's really talented in stealing wallets. Because of that, all kinds of people tried to get their hands on her to make her steal for them. Alna was having it hard too. But there's nothing commendable about stealing others' money, right? She might have gotten that bad luck because of all the bad things that she had done up until now. If only I had stopped her sooner, she might have got luckier, and she wouldn't need to die." Nasha felt so frustrated by her inability to help. Although she had already cried her eyes out, she started to tear up again. Akira did not say if that was true or not, he just kept quiet. Akira and Nasha reached Narahagaka city right around evening. He dropped Nasha in front of the hunter office near the city wall. Nasha had already changed to the clothes that Akira gave her. It was rather shabby-looking hunter clothing. It was a suitable cloth for someone who would visit that hunter office. It was rather good clothing for someone from the slum. Compared to her previous clothes, people would ridicule her less with that attire. So then, well, it might be weird to hear this from me, but be well. Yes, Akira-san. You too. After they exchanged a rather formal-sounding goodbyes, Nasha looked at Akira with a serious face and said, "I think I hate you. You killed Alna. I might carry this grudge until I die." Just like Alna, who did all she did because of reasons, Akira also had his reasons for doing what he did. If a hunter had a bad rumor spread which lowered his or her reputation, it might turn fatal for that hunter. That was why Nasha understood that there were things that a hunter like Akira could not back off from. Although Nasha did not do it intentionally, she also helped spread such horrendous rumors about Akira. Not only did she use the money that Alna stole from Akira to join Cheryl's gang, she also leaked the information about Akira to Alna to help Alna escape. Normally, it would not be strange if Akira wanted to kill her, but he still spared her life. But even so, thank you very much for sparing me. Nasha did shoot Akira, cried her eyes out, and talked all kinds of things with him. One good thing about it was that she was able to move on from her best friend's death. Although it was not like all of her grudges were gone, at least it was enough to help her to stand back on her feet. She bowed deeply at Akira as thanks. Akira did not expect to be thanked, so he was really surprised. After that, he looked slightly sad as he smiled and said to Nasha, "You're also a nice person." "Is that so? I did try to shoot you, you know. Even nice people sometimes have to do extreme things too. But even so, that's not enough as a reason to let someone steal my wallet or kill me. That's all there's to it." "Is that the reason why you killed Alna?" "Yes, half of it." "Then what's the other half?" "The other half is that I didn't have the leeway to spare her life because of my personality, how cowardly I am, and how weak I am. If only I had been strong enough, well, I might have let it slide with a kick. By then." Akira was about to leave, but Nasha suddenly stopped him. "Before you go, can I ask you to convey a message for Cheryl-san? I'm really sorry for betraying her trust. After all, I don't think I'll ever meet her again." "All right, I'll let her know. Thank you very much." Nasha saw Akira off until he completely vanished from her views. After that, she started walking away firmly. Cheryl was in her private room when a call reached her. "That I see, so you left Nasha in Narahagaka City, huh?" "Yeah, sorry for doing that without consulting with you first. I'm sure we could have found a better alternative if I did. So, sorry about that. Please don't be. If Akira is okay with it, then I have no complaint about it either. So please don't worry about it." Cheryl was not lying when she said that. She was relieved. She was actually waiting nervously until Akira called her. She had no idea what kind of deal Akira made with Nasha, but judging from the call, it seemed that they were able to find a peaceful solution. It even sounded as if Akira had a good impression of Nasha. Judging from there, it did not seem that Cheryl and her gang were in any danger at all. Cheryl was thankful to Nasha for that. "And there's a message from Nasha. She's sorry for betraying your trust. So there, I already told you. Though it might be weird for me to say this, there's no need to hold a grudge against her any longer, okay?" "Yes, if you said so, then I have no problem with it." Cheryl replied back firmly. Akira was a little bit weirded out by that. "All right then. Well, you can do whatever you want to handle the rest after this. If it might cause trouble in the gang, you can just say that I killed Nasha and dumped her body in the wasteland. I don't know anything about that kind of thing, so that part would be fully up to you. If anything comes up, just give me a call, and also, I'll visit the base again sometime soon. Later then. I'll be waiting for you. Can I ask one thing? How did you know that Nasha is Alna's close friend?" Not too long before you gave me that call, Viola called me first and told me all kinds of things." Cheryl gasped. Akira could clearly hear that. He smiled bitterly on the other side of the call and said, "She even told me to rethink how to deal with your gang if you tried to hide this matter from me even after all I had said. But it seems that I don't need to worry about that, huh?" "Oh, of course." "Right, later then." Akira ended the call. Cheryl was about to scream, but she was barely able to hold herself back. During the last incident, Cheryl had seen so many instances where Akira showed how ruthless and merciless he could be, how he always shot first and asked questions later. But after he spared Nasha, Cheryl could see a glimpse of Akira's kindness, and she was really happy about it. Cheryl was so happy up until the point where Viola's name came up. It all made sense now how calm Akira was when she told him about Nasha during that call. Akira already knew everything even before she had called him. And since she did contact him about that afterwards, Akira did not have any reason to be angry now. That was dangerous. Is that what Viola meant when she said about taking the initiative? But didn't she say that she won't say anything to Akira if I choose to tell him myself? Good grief, just how evil is that woman? Cheryl took a deep breath to calm herself down. She then summoned Ario and Alicia, and she decided to tell Alicia and Ario about Na. After all, they looked really worried, so Cheryl thought it might be a good idea to let them know and to make them not overly scared of Akira. She also told herself to make sure that Ario and Alicia knew how bad Viola was. Akira was still on the way back to Kagomayama City. The sun had already set and the city was still far away. Since he was using a rental vehicle, he took a big detour evading areas with a good chance of encountering monsters. After he called Cheryl, Akira noticed Alpha was staring at him. What? I thought I've been together with you for quite a long time now, but your way of thinking is still a big mystery to me. Are you sure you're okay with that? Is there anything bad with sparing her? Well, it's true that she might change her mind later and decide to kill me. But when that happens, I can just kill her. To be more precise, Akira wanted to know if he was still that weak to the point that he should have killed Nasha instead of sparing her, and although he did it mostly unconsciously, he did think that it should be alright since Nasha was a nice person. That's not what I meant. You let Viola live and even took Nasha all the way to Narahagaka City, so you could have spared Alna too, no? That way you would not have needed to fight that black-powered suit and get into all of those troubles, right? So I'm just wondering how you made all of these decisions. Akira smiled bitterly. He also looked slightly annoyed. Sorry about that. I didn't think that it would cause this much trouble. Though it's already too late, now I can understand why Elena-san and Sarah-san warned me. No, that's not right. I don't think even Elena-san and Sarah-san knew that it would cause this much trouble. To Akira, Alna was the evidence of his weakness. He feared that he would return back to the slum if he kept making the same failure. The reason why he wanted to kill Alna no matter what was also because he wanted to wash himself clean of that fear. And with Alna dead now, his state of mind returned back to normal. I feel bad for being rude to Elena-san and Sarah-san, although they were only worrying about me. Akira sighed. He sounded slightly sad. Sarah's and Elena's warning was correct, and he ignored that. He felt like he should apologize to them. Alpha smiled and tried to cheer him up. If you feel bad about it, then you should be more careful next time. That way you would not worry other people too much. Of course, that includes me too. Of course. Akira returned Alpha's smile with a bitter smile. By the way, what's your plan with Katsuya? Katsuya? What's about him? You did fight each other back then. If you want to be more careful to avoid any possible extra trouble, it might be a good idea to just forget about him even if you actually don't want to. Akira nodded in agreement, but his face immediately changed as if to say that he actually did not care. I see, so that's what you meant, huh? Rather than forgetting about him, I actually don't care about him in the first place though. After all, the only reason I fought him was simply because he was blocking me from killing Alna. It's not like I have a grudge against him that I want to kill him or anything like that. So it depends on what he is going to do. Personally speaking, I don't really care about him. After he said that, Akira's face turned serious. But if he comes at me for revenge, then I have no other choice. I'll kill him too. Alpha smiled as if to lighten the heavy mood oozing from Akira. I see. In that case, just to be safe as well as to prevent him from trying to do that, you need to become stronger. If you are strong enough, I'm sure he won't even try to come at you. So let's get better equipments for the sake of that. Akira lightly smiled. The heavy mood that was oozing from him right until now had completely vanished. I already spent 400 million aurum for my equipments and it's still not enough, huh? At least, one thing for sure, it's not enough to accomplish my request. I still need you to work hard for that one too. Roger that. It seems that I still have a long way to go. Akira lightly smiled as he kept on driving through the dark night. He had become strong enough to get out from the slum and traverse the wasteland. But that was still not enough. Akira could not even imagine just how strong he needed to be. Yanagisawa was staring at an empty space. There was no one there, but from Yanagisawa's point of view, he could see many faces of hunters through the augmented reality display that he was using. Yanagisawa focused on one person. When he did that, Detailed information of that hunter came up in the information terminal on his hand. Are you the one? Yanagisawa mumbled so as he thought of all the factors that supported his guess. He then considered all the factors that denied it. After doing all the calculations and summing up the result, he then said, "That would be a no." The information about that hunter vanished and was replaced with the information of another hunter. Is it you then? He did just like last time and concluded, "That would also be a no." Yanagisawa kept doing so for a few times through information about different hunters of all ages and genders, cyborgs and non-cyborgs. Are you the one then? Just like last time, information of a certain hunter was displayed on his information terminal. This time it was Akira, a young hunter from the slum. Let's assume that he can connect to the old world domain, then let's assume he met one of them when he went to Kuzuzuhara Ruin and made a contract with them. Due to that contract, he got help to find relics, then he used the money that he got from selling those relics to buy equipment, and eventually, they invited him to that place. The beguiling ghost, it's a rumor that I spread to help people find them. He has become so strong as a hunter so fast, which might as well be thanks to that contract with them. Everything makes sense here. Compared to the other hunters up until now, Yanagisawa came up with a lot of factors to affirm his guess there. But his expression then turned slightly more serious than usual and continued. But although he's strong, he's far away from being strong enough to go to that place. So it's doubtful if they would make a contract with someone as weak as him. But let's assume here that they did. It's strange that he almost got killed these many times. That emergency request from Katsuragi. That encounter with the relic thieves. That time when his vehicle was eaten by that bounty monster. Then that battle in Saranthal Building, as well as the battle that happened yesterday. It won't be strange for him to get killed on any of those occasions. If he's in contract with them, they would have done something to make sure that the people that they're in contract with would stay alive by keeping them from getting in those dangerous situations. So he wouldn't meet this many dangerous occasions. In conclusion, he doesn't seem to be the one. If I have to say, it's more like he's one of those gifted people who then got his talent bloom when he's still young, then got lucky enough to find old world relics and reach success as a hunter. It's a rare case, but not impossible. Yanagisawa listed all the factors that denied his guess and finally made his conclusion. Then that would be a no too, I guess. Yanagisawa thought that he still needed more materials to decide. So for now, he kept Akira's name on the candidate list. The list had already been filled with so many names. Yanagisawa then moved on to the next hunter. Are you the one then? Yanagisawa looked closely at the information displayed in front of him. It was about Katsuya, a hunter from Drankum. The gang has always been thinking of him highly, but lately his performance has been increasing significantly. In the past, his name had even come up in the reports to the city management, but now some of the people in the city management even recognize his strength. Judging from the numbers, it can even be said that it's as if he's a completely different person. If he's someone who can connect to the old world domain and get in a contract with them, that would explain the sudden increase in his performance. After listing all the factors that approved his guess, just like before, Yanagisawa started listing all the factors that denied his guess. But he only got this strong after that battle in Mihazono Ruin. No, is it when he was fighting in that battle near the Saranthal Building? Either way, it's not when he was in Kuzuzuhara Ruin. None of them should be in Mihazono Ruin. Or at least, there's no past record of finding them in ruins other than Kuzuzuhara Ruin. Although putting my trust on the record without much evidence is a bad thing, I cannot just ignore it either. Moreover, he's still far from being strong enough to go to that place. If I have to say, it sounds more like something happened in that battle near the Saranthal Building that triggered his growth. It's not a rare thing for hunters to be pulled out of their slumps because of some kind of trigger. When Yanagisawa was about to make his decision, something piqued his interest. Saranthal Building, huh? And this date? I was there too when he came to the Saranthal Building. But at that time, my appointment reservation was deleted. They usually only stay in Kuzuzuhara Ruin though. So did they come to the Saranthal Building temporarily to erase my appointment reservation? If that's the case, then this boy might. No, wait, it's not right to force my guess like this. If I force it here, it'll affect all my decisions later. In the first place, it's all under the assumption that he can connect to the old world. It's just an assumption, it's okay to use it for checking all the possibilities, but it's wrong to put my bet on an assumption. When Yanagisawa was about to continue, he received a call from someone. He stopped there, checked the call, and frowned when he found that it was not from someone that he could just ignore. So he took a deep breath and smiled just like usual before accepting the call. Ah, it's still Nergo, right? Or have you changed your name again? I've given my name for the great cause, so it's not something that I can do lightly numerous times. I see. So, you're still Nergo right now, huh? What is it then? Yanagisawa sounded pretty casual, but in contrast to that, Nergo replied back with a rather serious tone. Do you know anything about a young hunter in Drankum by the name of Katsuya? Yanagisawa glanced at Katsuya's information and faked ignorance. Katsuya? It's that guy, right? That young hunter from Drankum who has been doing pretty well lately, right? I heard that he even caused Drankum to break into factions. It's that one, right? Yeah. There's something that I need to confirm about Katsuya to my other brothers. Or more like, I need their permission. Permission? For what? I want to secure him. Yanagisawa was surprised. He did not expect that from Nergo at all. But he replied with a light joke. Well, of course, I'll help you out, but I'm still a part of the city management staff, you see. If you ask me if it's okay to kidnap one of our hunters, I have no other choice but to say no. Or more like, in the first place, why would you bring that up to me? We want to maintain a good relationship with you. What do you mean? There's a possibility that Katsuya might be someone that we're looking for. I know you're looking for one too, right? Someone who could connect to the old world domain from the Kuzuhara ruin. Yanagisawa's smile vanished. Nergo did not notice it at all as he casually stated, Katsuya can connect to the old world domain, Dato? Yanagisawa's smile returned back. But this time, it was not a fake smile, he was really jovial after hearing that statement. Chapter 168, Restarting Hunter Activities. Shizuka was waiting at her shop just like usual when she spotted Akira. As she was about to call him, she stopped when she realized that he was acting weird. Akira looked a bit scared as he carefully entered the shop. He looked around as if he was searching for someone. After he confirmed that the person he was looking for was not there, he sighed in relief but with a rather conflicted face. Welcome. Shizuka smiled and welcomed him. Akira twitched and awkwardly smiled back. Shizuka found it weird, but for now, she was relieved to see his smile. Akira no longer gave off that tense mood which he exuded when he was talking to Elena and Sarah last time. Even after Akira came to the counter, he seemed to be wanting to say something but hesitating to do so. Shizuka was curious about that, but for now, she decided to just smile and gave her usual businesslike service. So, what do you need today? Though I feel like it's rather too soon for you to come here for ammo, after all, it hasn't been that long since the last time you came. Or is it that you're here just for a chit-chat? If that's the case, I don't mind at all, you know? No, I'm here for ammo. Is that so? I thought you bought enough ammo the last time you came here for your new equipment. Did you go on a monster curbing request to get yourself familiar with your new augmented suit or something and used a lot of your ammo there? Things happen, you see. Is that so? Then is the usual okay? No, I might need other things too. Akira sounded a little bit scared as he placed his order. Shizuka was listening to him calmly, but inside, she was actually pretty surprised. She did not think that he would need a new repair cartridge for his augmented suit, a replacement for the anti-force field armor-piercing bullet that he bought as a lucky charm, and bullets plus energy cartridge enough for a normal battle this quickly. Shizuka slightly frowned and said, I'm sorry, but I can't give you the repair cartridge right away. That thing is pretty expensive after all, so I don't have that ready in my shop. But if you need it immediately, I'll place an express order for that. Akira shook his head flusteredly. It's fine. I don't need it that badly. I just thought that I need to buy some while I have the money and the chance while I still remember it. Okay then. In that case, I'll put a normal order for the repair cartridge. You can get the rest just fine. You're buying quite a lot this time, so if you're here with your vehicle, can you bring it to the back of the shop? Shizuka smiled and said so, to which Akira flusteredly replied. All right. Akira slightly slumped as if he had given up and went out to bring his vehicle to the back of the shop. Akira was loading ammo and other stuff into his vehicle. Shizuka, who was looking at him, then casually asked him, "Say, Akira, that vehicle is a rental vehicle, right? How about the one that you got from me? Did you send it for repair or something?" Akira stopped. He avoided looking straight at Shizuka as he replied, "No, actually, I'm sorry, I no longer can use that one." "What do you mean by that?" Things happened." Akira was not lying. The vehicle that he bought from Shizuka was no longer available for him to use. But that already happened a few battles ago. To be more precise, that vehicle was broken when Akira fought that bounty monster. He was thinking of buying a similar vehicle sometime soon or buying a better one so he could use that as an excuse to replace the vehicle that he received from Shizuka, but before that happened, even his new vehicle got wrecked right afterwards, taking away all the ammo and medicine that he had in that vehicle with it. That was why he was buying new supplies today. Judging from Akira's reaction, Shizuka thought that he looked like a small boy who was scared of telling the truth. And when she made a guess as to the reason why, she said to Akira as if to calm him down, "Say, Akira, about last time. Do you hate Elena and Sarah now after what happened? If that's the case, I won't force you to reconcile with them, but I hope you would understand Elena and Sarah did not do that because of any ill will. They were just worried about you, though you might not like it." Akira thought that he would get scolded for losing his vehicle. That was why he was slightly surprised when Shizuka brought that up. He then flusteredly shook his head and said, "Not at all. To be honest, I'm actually a bit worried that Sarah-san and Elena-san hate me now since I thought I did something rather rude when they only tried to stop me since they're worried about me. And it's as they said, it really was not worth the trouble. I might have really gotten a bit too emotional back then. I know I can be a bit stubborn sometimes, though it may be too late to say that now." Akira looked a bit down and seemed to feel bad for what he did. Shizuka, who saw that, smiled at him to cheer him up. "I don't know what happened for you to lose your vehicle, but I'm glad that you're fine. Are you injured?" Not at all, I'm all right." "Then that's all that matters. Make sure to take care of your body. I'll at least tell Elena and Sarah that you're not that bothered by last time too. You did look a bit scared coming in after all, so I bet you feel awkward coming to my shop now." Shizuka smiled bitterly as she said so. Akira replied back also with a bitter smile. "I'm sorry and thank you. Don't mention it, I'll make sure to let them know. Don't worry, it's not like they are angry at you. So it'll be fine." Akira looked obviously relieved there. Seeing that, Shizuka happily smiled and said, "But still, I'm really glad that your friendship with Elena and Sarah didn't break up. If you guys are on bad terms, it would be awkward for both of you to come to this shop and it would hurt my revenue." Shizuka smiled when she said that, so Akira smiled back at her. After Akira loaded all his new ammo and other supplies into his vehicle, he then went straight back home. Shizuka saw him off with a smile. When Akira was no longer in her view, her smile slightly turned cloudy. "Wasn't worth the trouble." Shizuka noticed that Akira had killed Alna. Akira sounded a bit regretful when he said that it was not worth the trouble. Shizuka bet that it must be the reason why Akira lost his vehicle and came there today to buy supplies. Elena and Sarah did try to stop him, and Shizuka herself also had told him to put a serious thought about it first, but even so, he still went and killed that pickpocket. Judging from his reaction last time, Shizuka thought that it was unlikely for them to find a peaceful solution to that matter. This time, he had regained his calm to the point that he could say he might have gotten a bit stubborn back then, which made it likely that he had regained his calm after killing that pickpocket. If that was really the case, that would explain why Akira looked a bit scared when he entered the shop. He ignored the warnings from the people close to him and went to kill that pickpocket, so it must be awkward for him to meet them now. Or at least, that was what Shizuka's intuition was telling her. From that guess, Shizuka then thought. Although she did not feel any sympathy for the pickpocket that Akira killed, she felt sad for Akira, who killed that pickpocket. Akira had become strong enough to buy 400 million Aurum equipment, and even after acquiring that much power, the possible danger and loss from killing that pickpocket could not stop him from doing so. Power would normally provide leeway and tolerance. But the power that Akira had gained was not enough to provide him with enough leeway and tolerance to let matters with pickpocket go. Akira's mind was still stuck as if he was still living in the slum. Shizuka felt sad when she thought how much strength Akira needed to be able to just laugh it off when something like that happened, and how many times he had been reminded of his weakness to the point that he unconsciously craved for more power. But I guess, for now, I need to let Sarah and Elena know as soon as possible. Moping would not change anything. In order to move on from that matter for her own sake as well as Elena's and Sarah's, Shizuka decided that she should let Sarah and Elena know with a smile that their last conversation with Akira was nothing to worry about. Shizuka thought so as she went back to her shop with a light smile. Yatsubayashi had both an experiment room and a treatment room in his clinic. He treated people who came to his clinic either in the experiment room or in the other room depending on how much money those people could pay him. And since his clinic was in the slum, most of the people who came there got sent to the experiment room. There was also another room in his clinic. It was a special room where people could not just casually come in. It was a room neither for experiment nor for treatment. Inside that big room, there were all kinds of mysterious devices lined up. In the middle of that room, there was a bed, and Tayol was sitting on that bed. Tayol was only looking forward with an empty stare as if he was daydreaming. Although his hand and legs were secured with some thick steel, he did not seem to be bothered by that at all. He was just sitting there with an absent mind. There was no window in that room. The walls were soundproof, so no sound could come in, and since Tayol was only sitting there in silence, the room was incredibly silent. In that isolated room, Tayol suddenly looked at the door. That was when the door opened and Yatsubayashi came in. "I'm here with your food." When Yatsubayashi came inside that room with the food, Tayol had already returned back to looking forward with an empty look. Yatsubayashi sat in front of Tayol and used the metallic fork to feed Tayol. When he did that, Tayol opened his mouth and chomped the food down, together with the metallic fork. Yatsubayashi looked at the fork that had lost its head and mumbled. "I guess this means that it's another failure." When Yatsubayashi extended the fork that had lost its head back to Tayol, he started to eat that fork too. After that, he also ate the food that Yatsubayashi brought in as well as the metallic plate that he had used to carry that food. Yatsubayashi carefully held the plate so as not to get his hand eaten too and quickly pulled his hand back when Tayol finished the plate too. Once he was done eating, Tayol stared at Yatsubayashi. Though he was properly looking at Yatsubayashi, there was no emotion in his gaze. It was as if he was simply looking at something near him. Even when Yatsubayashi wiped Tayol's mouth, Tayol showed no reaction at all. Yatsubayashi frowned and looked rather disappointed. "Well, this is another failure for sure. I was sure that it would be a success though. His wounds are perfectly healed and it doesn't seem like there are any bad physical side effects. But I guess the drug affected his brain, huh? I guess it means I should recalculate everything starting from its effect on the brain. Or is it that I didn't fully clear the nanomachines that it's now affecting him? I have no answer at all. I guess I'll keep observing him for now." Yatsubayashi sighed. He then stood up and went towards the door. Before he reached for the door's handle, he looked back at Tayol. "Tayol-kun, you were the one who told me that you don't mind participating in my experiment as long as I healed you. I did my best there, so don't blame me, okay? See you tomorrow then." Yatsubayashi only said so and left the room with a smile. The patient beds in his clinic were filled with patients after all the ruckus yesterday. He could not just ignore them for the sake of collecting money for his own experiment, so he was busy that day. Because of that, he could not spend his time observing Tayol. Tayol was once again left alone inside the room. The room had returned to the previous silence. Tayol once again was only looking forward with an empty gaze without saying anything. He suddenly looked at the cuffs on his hands, opened his mouth wide, and bit off those cuffs. Tomjima was ripping his hairs out, of course figuratively, in his office in the lower district. That was when Colbert came in. Tomjima immediately looked at him and said, "How was it?" Colbert looked at Tomejima's desperate face and lightly shook his head. "I did some investigation, but nothing comes out. I couldn't find them nor reach them. They might as well be already dead." "Damn it, again, huh?" Tomjima hung his head down again. There was slight desperation mixed in his extremely distressed face. "Calm down, is it really that bad? It's already 10 people, you know? We basically lost 10 credits worth of people. Just how much money do you think we're losing right now?" Colbert received a job from Tomjima to collect some debts. His targets were hunters and some ex-hunters. Since people like them tend to cause trouble, Tomjima asked Colbert, who was also a hunter, to collect their debts. But those people went missing now. Although to be more precise, Tomjima and Colbert had a good guess of where they went to. They most probably got killed in that battle between the Isant family and Horias the other day. Their bodies might as well be mixed in one of those countless dead bodies scattered in Isant family's base. Colbert lightly summed all the debts that those people had and frowned. "Their debts don't even reach 1 billion though. You don't usually take in this kind of credits, you know. I really need money right now, no matter how small it is." I don't remember your company was in such a bad situation though." Tomejima's face twitched. "That I placed some bet in that battle, you know." "Well, that's rather unfortunate then." Colbert understood the reason why Tomjima looked pretty down as he smiled wryly at him. Isant family and Horias squeezed a lot of money from the businesses under their leadership to fuel their fight. They also took a big loan from credit companies like Tomejima's company, promising that they would return that money with interest once they won their fight. They also promised other benefits once they took full control of the lower district after crushing the other side. That was how they half-threatened those companies to lend them money. Indeed, it would bring those companies a lot of money if either Isant family or Horias won the conflict between them. But with both sides almost equally strong, it was hard to predict which one would win. Not to mention, if they did not lend their money to the group that would win later, it would cause those companies a lot of trouble down the road, so they had no other choice but to place their bets in one of them. That was the kind of betting that they were doing. Because of that, some of the companies refused to place their bet. They chose to lend a small amount of money to both sides. Although they would lose some of their money when the fight ended, they could at least keep a good relationship with whichever side won that fight. Many companies took this approach, and Tomjima was one of them. Some of the people who decided to put their money on both sides had some connections with Viola. They were told by Viola to keep lending money to both sides to make sure that the conflict would turn into a large-scale battle. Thanks to that, both Horias and Isant family were able to put out a lot of powered suits during that battle. As Viola predicted, with that much money put in to fuel that battle, it indeed turned into a large-scale battle. Because of that, both gangs sustained heavy losses to the point that they might as well be already over. So, those who put their money on both sides lost a lot of money from that result. It could be said that they were also victims of Viola's doing. Colbert lightly cheered Tomjima up. All right, it would also cause me trouble if your company goes bankrupt. I'll go and look for them again. But don't expect too much, okay? If we're lucky, we might at least find their dead bodies." "Yeah, I'll be counting on you. And also, take anything that you can. Just to let you know though, it won't be free, alright? It depends on your result." Tomjima still had his head down as he lightly waved at Colbert. Colbert smiled wryly and left the room. Cheryl was sitting in one of the rooms in her gang. Viola was sitting in front of her. Although she was smiling, Cheryl looked slightly annoyed since she had no good impression of the person in front of her. Viola was slightly amused by it as she just smiled back and ignored it. "It's good to know that you're doing well, so how's your wound?" "I already got it treated, so it's no problem at all." "I see. Well then, we'll be in your care from now on." "Likewise, I'll also be in your care, boss." Just like she had promised Akira, Viola came there to help out Cheryl's gang. Although she was basically taking command of the gang, she decided to work under Cheryl. That was why she called Cheryl boss. Although it was only on the surface, with this, Cheryl had both Akira, who was a dangerous and volatile person, and Viola, who was a very bad person, under her thumb. Such a rumor had already spread around, which caused all the gangs around Cheryl's gang to focus on her gang. But of course, Viola was the one who spread that rumor. Cheryl looked at Viola with a stern gaze. "Let me warn you here though, Akira asked me to keep my eyes on you. He even told me that I'm allowed to kill you if I want to. And even if it's impossible for me, he told me to give him a reason to kill you and he would do it himself. So make sure not to try anything funny." Cheryl stated clearly that she could easily decide Viola's life or death. She also did that for the sake of venting her anger at Viola. If Viola looked a bit flustered after that, it would help Cheryl feel better. But that did not happen. "You can just drop the honorific. We're going to work together for a long time after all, so just forget the honorifics." Viola smiled casually and said so. She then pushed a book-like object toward Cheryl. "What is this?" "My job is to help this gang. So this is where I start. It's a list of your current resources and debts." Cheryl confusedly took the book and started reading it. "I could have sent you the data that you can read with an information terminal, but I thought that you might get a better grasp of it if it's given in the form of papers like this. And don't worry, I'll also send you the data later." As Cheryl started to read and understand the contents of that book, her face started turning pale. "You might think that's pretty bad, but that's already based on a pretty naive calculation, you know? After all, there's no interest and no deadline to pay it back. If you show it to one of those credit companies out there, I'm sure they'll laugh at you." The book contained a detailed list of reward money that Cheryl's gang should pay Akira for supporting her gang, guarding her shop, training Ario and the other children, saving Cheryl, and there were still a lot more favors that the gang had received from Akira. It showed how much Cheryl's gang owed Akira in simple terms of money. If they were to interpret it in a bad way, it could be said that the gang was in deep debt to Akira. I know that people used to say there's nothing more expensive than free stuff, but unfortunately, a lot of people out there misunderstand how much they owe other people because of that. So I translated that to money to remind you how much you owe Akira. I'm sure there are a lot of people in the gang who don't fully understand this, but of course, that's not the case for you, right? I'm talking about other children here. Cheryl did her best to show a calm face as she mumbled the total number with a slightly trembling voice. 3,800,000,000 orum. The biggest debt came from when Akira rescued Cheryl the other day. It cost Cheryl 1 billion orum. Cheryl did not have enough information there to decide whether that number was properly calculated or not. If you have any doubt, you can go ahead and tell me. I'll immediately clarify it. Viola smiled casually. In contrast to that, Cheryl was barely able to smile back while glaring at her. Even if she found some records not properly calculated, telling Viola to lower the number also meant placing less value on Akira. Cheryl could not afford to do that, and she understood well that Viola also knew the same when she provoked her. By the way, I've sent that data to Akira. I'll also send the new data to him if we want to make any revision, so don't worry about that. Cheryl looked surprised for a split second. But her welling up anger caused her face to stiffen. Her hand clasped into a fist as she gritted her teeth. Although Cheryl said that she had the say whether Viola would live or not, with that exchange just now, it was all meaningless. Viola was there to help Cheryl's gang because of the deal that she had with Akira. Her job there was to help Akira get more benefits from all the investments that he put on Cheryl's gang. So basically, in order for Cheryl to be able to kill Viola, she had to come up with a reason that exceeded the profit that Viola was giving Akira. If she asked Akira to kill Viola, it could even be interpreted as asking him to just throw away 3.8 billion orum down the drain. Cheryl did not want to even imagine how Akira would react if she said that. Cheryl smiled coldly. She could not hide her anger, so her expression was calm and cold. "That I see." Cheryl noticed the change in herself due to her anger. Her anger that was blazing as if it was about to explode was replaced with extremely cold rage. She then politely bowed to Viola. "I know I'm lacking in a lot of aspects in terms of managing a gang, but I'll give my best. I'll be in your care." Cheryl smiled coldly there. She made her resolve that she would learn everything so that she would no longer need Viola. Of course, let's both give our best together from here on. Viola smiled ominously. It was as if she was saying that Cheryl would not be able to do that, and that was conveyed just fine to Cheryl. Cheryl and Viola continued talking in that room. Not too far from that room, Carol was talking with the other children while waiting for Viola. Carol had the beauty that would attract people, a figure that pronounced her beauty even more, and an augmented suit that was obviously designed to attract the member of the opposite sex. With all of these three factors together, she was attracting a lot of attention in the gang. Carol smiled invitingly to the young boys there who were more or less of the same age as Akira and confirmed that Akira indeed was a special case. She was collecting information about Akira there and noticed that most of the young boys would focus on the cleavage visible from the big opening of her augmented suit. She then thought that it would have been great if Akira was that simple too. Since Carol had a beauty that could only be found in mature women, no other girls in the gang could match her. Thanks to that, it really attracted the attention of the boys inside the gang. Even Ario could not fight back the gravity of Carol's rack forever as his gaze wandered to Carol's chest, but the moment he noticed that Alicia was looking at him, he could not help but to get flustered as he tried his best to apologize to Alicia. Carol was using the boys in Cheryl's gang to confirm her seducing ability. She then noticed Colbert coming into the room where she was. Colbert also immediately noticed Carol and frowned. "Geez, that's rather cold of you to look at me like that. You don't even know about your bad reputation?" "Bad reputation? Just so you know, a lot of my customers give me a good review, alright? I know that you often get along with that Viola, and that in itself is enough to be bad news. I won't say anything bad to you or anything. But just to warn you, you should refrain from messing with this gang. It'll only win you a straight ticket to the afterlife, you know." "Oh my, I won't do something like that, right?" Between Colbert's warning and Carol's seduction, most of the boys there took Carol's side. Carol smiled and Colbert sighed in exasperation. "So then, Colbert, why are you here?" "I have a small request to ask of Cheryl's gang." "Well, basically it has something to do with Viola." Colbert knew that Akira was behind Cheryl's gang. Although he did not want to get involved with Akira if it could be helped, he still came there to ask Cheryl's gang to do a job for him. It was simply because Viola told him to do so. Although Colbert was wary of Viola, he could not afford to just cut his ties with her. Carol understood that was just how bad her friend was as she smiled amusedly. Akira was riding his bike through the wasteland. He was heading to Kazusuhar Ruin. He finally restarted his hunter activity after he finished all of his preparations. The bike was not a rental bike. Although Kazusuhar Ruin was not an undiscovered ruin, it would be dangerous for him to go there with a rental bike since it would leave a record of his route in the rental bike. Akira bought that bike since Alpha suggested him to. It was a pretty big bike designed for hunters. It had 2 arms attached to its back that were connected to the bike's control device. Akira equipped those arms with his DVTS minigun and A4WM automatic grenade launcher. Its body armor was made of the same force field armor as his coat, and it was controlled by the bike's control device too. Just like usual, Alpha had full control of that control device. Akira happily rode his new bike while pacing it through the wasteland, but a question suddenly came up in his mind. "Alpha, though it might be way too late for me to ask this, was it really important for me to spend that much money on this bike?" "Yep. So stop questioning it already, okay? There are many places in the inner part of Kazusuhar Ruin where you can't take your vehicle, you know. So it's better to go there by bike, although it's indeed a rather expensive bike for your current budget." Akira exhausted almost all of his money to buy that bike. He even had to use his emergency savings for that too. Thanks to that, forget his augmented suit repair cartridge, he might not even be able to pay his next month's rent. He did hesitate at first, but since Alpha said that it would be dangerous to go with his vehicle, he ended up buying that bike. "The last time I had this little money was at that time when I went to look for relics to be able to pay for the next day's room rent, huh? I need to make sure to go back home with relics this time. It'll be alright, right?" Akira glanced at Alpha, who was floating next to the running bike. She smiled confidently and said, "Of course, just leave it to me." Akira lightly smiled. At the moment, He had no other option but to trust that confident smile from Alpha. Alright, well, I did say that I would trust you with that matter anyway. Yup, that's right. Akira and Alpha lightly smiled at each other as Akira went straight to Kuzusuhara Ruin. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.